bo jedzie biały wektor. To ja na głowie mam to 105 gram. Odleć czego sam, krainy zapomnienia. Do mnie myśli mam, biały skończy się ten stan, gdy już nie będę sam, bo jedzie biały wektor. Tylko jedna w głowie mam, koksu 5 gram. Odleczek sam, krainy zapomnienia. Do mnie myśli mam, biały skończy się ten stan, gdy już nie będę sam, bo jedzie biały wektor. Tylko jedna w głowie mam koksu 5 gram. Odleczek sam, krainy zapomnienia. Do mnie myśli mam, biały skończy się ten stan, gdy już nie będę sam, bo jedzie biały wektor. To ja na głowie mam koksu 5 gram. Odleć czego sam, krainy zapomnienia. Do mnie myśli mam, biały skończy się ten stan, gdy już nie będę sam, bo jedzie biały wektor. Tylko jedna w głowie mam koksu 5 gram. Odleczek sam, krainy zapomnienia. Do mnie myśli mam, biały skończy się ten stan, gdy już nie będę sam, bo jedzie biały wektor. Tylko jedna w głowie mam koksu 5 gram. Odleczek sam, krainy zapomnienia. Do mnie myśli mam, biały skończy się ten stan, gdy już nie będę sam, bo jedzie biały wektor. To ja na głowie mam koksu 5 gram. Odleczek sam, krainy zapomnienia. Do mnie myśli mam, biały skończy się ten stan, gdy już nie będę sam, bo jedzie biały wektor. Tylko jedna w głowie mam koksu 5 gram. Odleczek sam, krainy zapomnienia. Do mnie myśli mam, biały skończy się ten stan, gdy już nie będę sam, bo jedzie biały wektor. Tylko jedna w głowie mam koksu 5 gram. Odleczek sam, krainy zapomnienia. Do mnie myśli mam, biały skończy się ten stan, gdy już nie będę sam, bo jedzie biały wektor. To ja na głowie mam koksu 5 gram. Odleczek sam, krainy zapomnienia. Do mnie myśli mam, biały skończy się ten stan, gdy już nie będę sam, bo jedzie biały wektor. Tylko jedna w głowie mam koksu 5 gram. Odleczek sam, krainy zapomnienia. Do mnie myśli mam, biały skończy się ten stan, gdy już nie będę sam, bo jedzie biały wektor. Tylko jedna w głowie mam koksu 5 gram. Odleczek sam, krainy zapomnienia. Do mnie myśli mam, biały skończy się ten stan, gdy już nie będę sam, bo jedzie biały wektor. To ja na głowie mam koksu 5 gram. Odleczek sam, krainy zapomnienia. Do mnie myśli mam, biały skończy się ten stan, gdy już nie będę sam, bo jedzie biały wektor. Tylko jedna w głowie mam koksu 5 gram. Odleczek sam, krainy zapomnienia. Do mnie myśli mam, biały skończy się ten stan, gdy już nie będę sam, bo jedzie biały wektor. Tylko jedna w głowie mam koksu 5 gram. Odleczek sam, krainy zapomnienia. Do mnie myśli mam, biały skończy się ten stan,
ich habe etwas ins Mikro geatmet. Okay, wahrscheinlich muss ich auch den Stream unmuten, damit ihr den hört. Ne? Oh, was für ein Timing. Was soll ich sagen? Ist das zu laut? Test, 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 Test. Keine Ahnung. Ich mach mal so. Ja, echt. Also, es ist actually perfekt. Hallo Anna, hallo Xana, hallo Budatus, hallo CathCat. Wenn es zu laut oder zu leise ist, dann sagt Bescheid, ne? Please. Sehr leise. Okay, Moment. So. Ah, die Musik ist so cool. Orange erst kaputt. Ah. Joe kommt zur Rettung. Für die Zuschauer ist das auch ein bisschen lame, ne? Weil da sind ja auch welche vor Ort. Die sehen das ja alles gar nicht. What? Ist das nur für uns? Ja, oder? Also digital. Oder sind das Hologramme? Das wäre episch. Das ist kein Hologramm.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the grand finals of Riyadh Masters?
Oh, actually Leute da.
قصة جدا
paar, so
طويلة
10.
راح تنتهي اليوم. الجراند فاينل في رياض ماسترز راح يبدأ الآن. مباراة واحدة مليونين و500 ألف دولار من هذه المباراة فقط. مين بيحصل عليها؟ كلنا متشوقين.
We brought 20 teams to this tournament and only 2 remain as they fight it out for $2.5 million.
الآن ما حد بيقدر يتوقع أي شيء من نتائج المباراة. سبيريت قدروا يمشون من الأبر براكت، ما في أي أحد وقفوا بطريقهم. ليكويد حاولوا صارعوا إلى آخر لحظة، إلى آخر رمق، استطاعوا انهم يرجعوا مره ثانيه الابر براكت في الجراند فاينل. لكن كلنا ندري ليكويد توهم طالعين من المباراه، لعبوا بس سوبري كانت جدا سريعه على يبدون انهم جاهزين، بس سبيريت اكيد عندهم كلمه ثانيه.
How could we have it any other way? Team Spirit, finalists of last year's Riyadh Masters, going up against Team Liquid, finalists of every land this year.
ليكويد ما هو غريب عنهم انهم يكونوا متواجدين في الجراند فاينل في كل ميجر، في البالي ميجر، في الليما ميجر، في البرلين ايضا، كلهم متواجدين في النهائي ودائما يحصلون على المركز الثاني. لكن هل الشيء هذا ممكن يتغير اليوم؟ او فريق سبيريت زي ما فازوا في اكبر جائزه بتي اي في التاريخ ممكن يرجعون يفوزون مره ثانيه برياض ماسترز، خصوصا انهم فاينلست في السنه الماضيه.
Are you guys ready to see some players on this stage
Also,
right
wenn das
now?
5 Games werden und die haben wieder Serverprobleme und das geht bis 23 Uhr. Easy verstehen, auch perfekt. Also, bis 23 Uhr streame ich nicht. Das ist mir zu spät, glaube ich. Aber ich versuche durchzuhalten. Hallo Mobius, Juliette. Oh, Liquid. Hey. Liquid, das wird
Insania, Mickey, Nisha, Boxy, and Zai gracing us with their presence on this stage as they have shown up to every single land final. But this time, there is no game in Gladiators. They have already defeated them. This time, it's a rematch against Team Spirit.
هذا الفريق اللي ما هو أبدا يبعد عن الجراند فاينلز. دائما تلقاهم متواجدين في اي بطوله عالميه. الفريق اللي الكل شك فيه انه ممكن ما يوصل في رياض ماسترز الى النهائيات، لكن تغلبوا على كلام الكل واستطاعوا انهم يسوونها فعلا في اللور براكت. لكن الان خصمهم مره ثانيه ما هو غريب على مسرح الرياض، ما هو غريب على رياض ماسترز، ولا هو غريب على جراند فاينلز ابدا. خلونا نرحب فيهم.
Moment. Overlay. So. Morgen, Barbie?
Riyadh Masters 2022 finalists, Team Spirit!
Gott. Ich wäre echt gerne vor Ort wieder da. Berlin Major war schon Premium.
سمعتوني صح اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، هذا الفريق
ما هو غريب
على المسرح. كانوا متواجدين في النهائي في 2022، كانوا قدام فريق PSG LGD لكن ما حالفهم الحظ، لكن رجعوا مرة ثانية بعد سنة كاملة من التطور، سنة كاملة من البطولات، سنة كاملة من الإنجازات في هذه اللحظة عشان يحصلون على لقب من جديد. كل اللاعبين سواء كانوا توكو، لارل، كولابس، ميرا، ميباشكا، أساطير في عالم دوتا، واليوم جايين عندنا في المسرح يثبتون لنا وش هم يكونون.
They may have been somewhat off the grid for most of this year, but they have woken up. These beasts are ready and maybe even the favorites, as they've already taken down Liquid once. But this is a best of 5, Fancy.
أول مباراة best of 5 راح تكون موجودة عندنا، فكل شيء بيتغير. كل اللي شاهدناه من البست اوف 3، كل البست اوف 2 في الجروب ستيج ما راح يكون منطبق عليها كل الاستراتيجيات اللي هم بيجيبونها اليوم. نشوف دوتا جديدة عندنا ونبي نشوف تغير كبير في كل خططهم.
Well then, before we can start the festivities, Yatoro, I want to know what's on your mind. All these people in the crowd are looking for someone to root for. What do you have to say to them?
We're gonna show our best performance today.
They're gonna show their best performance today!
دوري فريق سبيريت جدا واثق من أدائهم. سمعتوها من يتورو نفسه يقول احنا راح نكون متواجدين وجاهزين لأدي لكم أفضل الأداء.
Indiana Jones.
How about you, Boxy? What you got going on in your brain right now as you look forward to a best of 5?
It would be cool to finally win a grand final in my life.
Was hat er gesagt?
It would be pretty cool.
تيم ليكويد يقولون انه اخيرا ممكن يكون عندنا فرصه انهم يكسرون اللعنه اللي جايه عليهم واللي حرفيا ما استطاعوا ولا مره انهم يكسبون المركز الاول، بس ممكن الشيء هذا يتغير والتاريخ راح يصفن عليهم.
Alright then, Fancy. Can you hold this for me?
Would be cool to finally win a GF.
Let's get this started!
Let's go!
Oh no. Oh no.
Players, please.
Ja, ich glaube,
Let's get this grand final started!
Teile vom Team sind sehr frustriert, dass die immer nur Zweite werden. Girlfriending means probably, yeah.
Yeah, it would be pretty cool to win on this stage here at Riyadh Masters. Of course, Team Spirit did not do so last year in their grand finals against PSG LGD. And Team Liquid, well, I will say they won one thing in their lives. They have won in 2020 an online tournament in a best of 5 against Na'Vi. And that was really good. But since then, this is their 4th LAN finals in a row this year, and it feels coming second every single time so far. That's mentally damaging.
It is, and I mean, when you're as competitive as these guys, I'm sure losing is losing. You know, there's like winning, which is finishing first, and there's losing.
Nothing doesn't matter if you're 6th or 2nd.
No, they don't. They probably don't see a difference between finishing 2nd, 4th, or 10th, even though they should. Obviously, attending every single grand final of the year is a big statement. And they should be proud of what they have accomplished, and you know, I wish them to win the grand finals. But at the same time, I'm also very excited to see Prime Spirit again, because these guys have shown that, you know, in the money time, they are incredible and one of the teams to fear the most.
Yeah, they step it up when they need it most, fair.
Team Spirit, they absolutely do. We haven't seen a lot of them getting into the top 3s or the grand finals this year, but when they do get there, they always look damn good, and they're always a team to be super scared of.
Yeah, Faith Beyond, it is time to get into it. It's time to get into the Dota 2 of it all. And I know this is something that the teams normally prepare for a lot. What are you expecting to see out of these opening picks and bans from these players?
I'm really surprised by Liquid. They just found out Beastmaster and Darkseer here.
I
think it's a very good strategy. Look at the play of Spirit. They basically just play these two offlaners. They pick one Lycan and one Mars, and other game they just pick Beastmaster and Darkseer. So I think it's a very good strategy for Liquid.
Why am I on
Spirit down?
These were the two bans of the third map of the upper bracket final that Team Liquid ended up doing. At first, they played versus the Beastmaster with the Medusa, and they won. Then Team Spirit banned the Medusa in the second game and picked the Beastmaster again, and Team Spirit won this time. And then in the last game, Liquid was like, let's ban both Beastmaster and
Projector!
and force them into something else. And in that game, Team Spirit opened with Void and Enchantress. So this was the same opener in the last game that they played. First pick Snap, and Team Spirit answered it with Enchantress and Void. And Team Liquid proceeded to answer with an 8 morph pick. So let's see if now Team Spirit is gonna switch things up or go for the same.
And it's always a little bit different, I feel like, in a best of 5, where maybe you want people to just get their comfort.
This is literally the same draft, except Team Liquid went for the Naga 8 pick instead of the Morphling.
It's interesting, we just saw Liquid come off a 2-0 against Talon. They played on second pick both these games, so they're going to be playing first pick again. And interesting enough, they are just running back similar draft from the upper bracket finals against the same team, against Team Spirit. So they're going to get the Naga. It's been pretty prominent in this tournament where we see first pick Snap into a carry on 8 with bans here. And Naga is one of those heroes that has a very favorable matchup versus the Faceless Void throughout the game. So I do like this adaptation a little.
But the interesting thing is, when I having dinner with Liquid, they said Mike, he don't play Naga. Maybe it's a special weapon for this tournament, for this grand final.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. I mean, that's what we were talking earlier on our way to the venue, right? And you were saying that you thought what's very nice about Team Liquid is that they're not afraid to try things and to go for like creative strategies and even extend their hero pools when they need to. They're the kind of team to really... They're very versatile, and they're not afraid to pick what seems the best to them, and that's probably an example of it. They probably decided, well, Naga is one of the best heroes against Void. Maybe it's not a hero we play very often, but we believe in ourselves, we can do it.
Their players, they dare to stand out their comfort zone. They're willing to play the hero they don't like.
Oder ich mach mich.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And as this tournament has been progressing, we've seen a lot of late picks carries happening, but now it seems like we're just getting a lot of these Medusas, first phase banned, Faceless Voids, Terrorblades, Nagas. A lot of these hard carries are just getting first phased with a couple bans to protect them. And we'll see which one of these teams is going to be more comfortable in that situation. I think the Naga is a hero that I've seen it do really well mid-game and then in the early game, but sometimes in that late game, it might have some issues. Maybe that's why having that Snapfire really helps this hero out a lot. You can get the lanes push out, you can delay the game. Normally Naga can't be that be-all, end-all late game carry, but Snapfire can be.
What surprises me a bit is that they're not really protecting this Naga pick right now with the second phase bans. They're banning Ember, which is of course acceptable. They're banning Wind Ranger, which is, you know, not necessarily the best hero, but they're not protecting her on the lane. Maybe it's a bit crazy, but I know Zai plays Naga. You said Mike maybe doesn't like it as much. Is there a possibility for Naga to be position 3 this game, where it's actually extremely good versus Faceless Void and Enchantress in the lane? It literally can 1v2 that lane, and Boxy likes to roam around a lot, and he's gonna be very free. If it's maybe it's a bit crazy, but I think it's not completely out of the picture, because to me they haven't really protected the position 1 Naga a lot in the second phase, which could hint towards that.
Yeah, I haven't thought about this idea before, but now I think it's really good. And also, except you mentioned on the lane, and also in teamfight, it's a good counter against Chrono.
You rely on the sleep, the Illus are scouting, so showing where Faceless Void is, making it really hard for him to, you know, get a hidden angle into the fight and get a very good Chrono. And if he does, Naga has to be in there, because if not, she just sleeps. Even if Void has a BKB and Aghanim shot on Naga, is just gonna heal her teammates. Like, it's just a very good counter in terms of team fight and map presence.
Yeah, I think it could be really good here, and that's what I was saying early on, that the meta that we knew before, I think it's just gonna get flipped over on its head here, and we're gonna see something completely new in this grand finals compared to what we saw in probably any of the upper bracket games. Team Liquid has came in with a new outlook of the game. They showed that versus Talon, and I wonder how far they're willing to push that.
Yeah. And I mean, the Timber Saw is direct answer to the Naga, especially on the lane. Like, it's a very, very good lane for Timber. Collapse has had incredible Timber games in this tournament, where he like single-handedly almost carried the game, like explosive performances. So I'm sure he's extremely happy with his matchup right now.
Yeah.
When you're talking about explosive performances, though, I feel like I'm going back to the first pick of Team Liquid. They get their hands on the Snapfire. We've seen Nisha absolutely dominate on it. What can Team Spirit do to try and, I don't know, maybe tame that a little bit as far as it's possible with the Snapfire, which is still one of the most picked and contested heroes here at Riyadh Masters.
The hero I see the most against Snap Mid has generally been the Wind Ranger, but that one's banned out. So Storm comes to mind a little bit, but the lane is a bit rough. But heroes that can kind of get away from the early Mortimer kisses and ganks generally seem to do pretty well. But I talked to Stormer the other day, like, what's good versus Snapfire Mid? He's like, I don't know, man. Like this hero is just like too strong in the mid lane right now.
That's why this hero is picked so much and so early. It just gives a lot of freedom for the drafters, because you pick that hero, you know it's gonna impact the game the same way. It's just very stable, right? It doesn't lose the lane. If anything, it wins it. They have to worry. There are heroes there that they now cannot pick, and you're free to kind of complete your draft with other things.
Achso, man kann die
This hero is
langziehen.
definitely
Ne?
insane. Like, you can't imagine, like, you pick a hero and you never win, you never lose this mid lane.
Cannot be punished. Yeah, extremely strong, and it scales really well into the game also. Obviously, they like the face and they go for the Iolash. Okay, very interesting. I mean, this is a combo that they have run a lot throughout this tournament with a lot of success. I think they lost their last game on it, but overall, you know, their win rate is very high on this combo, and they decide to run it. Obviously, very good against Timber, so now Timber is threatened, and it is possible for Timber to die against this.
Bei Io natürlich immer ein
Now
großer
it's,
Fan.
I think it for sure is
Oh no!
because
Warum passt das so gut?
Snapfire and Last Rock
Awkward.
and with
Oh my gosh.
combo safe lane.
Yeah, no, normally
Could be.
I would imagine
That's very interesting.
that
Yeah.
we're going to have Mickey on the Lash.
Because they never play.
Yeah, the Wisp Naga would be weird, right? Like Wisp Naga safe lane.
Yeah.
And then they never play Snapfire
Wann
post 4.
Yeah.
no. Mal gucken.
Not this tournament at least, but I'm sure Boxy knows how to play the hero.
They have played Iolash safe lane also,
Nice.
Team Liquid,
Yes,
in one
yes,
game.
yes.
We could be looking at that, right? With they could last pick. I mean,
Versus
potentially
Timber, it's
everything
really
is
good.
open. Yeah. It's good versus Timber, exactly. Has really good tempo on him. Enables back the IO, which can have a rough lane against Timber, but with Lash is probably very different.
Secret Dota
I wonder if they'll
Channel.
pick the Pango here for Team Spirit. Hero that could be good versus Lash, could be also another tool against the Naga.
Very good pick.
So,
Yeah, they're
Team
thinking
Spirit
about
picked.
it. There's like a big chess game going on right now
I
between
feel
the
like
two teams in the draft.
it would play a bit in Liquid hands. Okay,
Whoop.
they go for the mid. I was thinking if you show your mid now, it gives now
losses.
complete freedom for
Oh,
Liquid to decide how they want to put their
Actually,
lanes,
guys,
knowing that it's a little
okay.
bit open. So it's a bit risky, I think, that they
Lazy
did so,
Buddha.
but as you said, these heroes like Puck, Pango, like they just had too much value and probably they just don't want to see them banned.
Ist
Most
gestern
likely here, as
aufgefallen,
they'll probably just last pick
Buddha
support here for Spirit and
wie
for Team
Butter
Liquid.
ausspreche.
Still in the
Ich
air,
weiß nicht,
what
wie
they
man
want to
das
do
richtig
here. They've
ausspricht.
got a lot of options here. Even like you see Naga and you think, sure, if we dig back in the archives, this hero's been a support, it's been an offlaner, it's been all types of things, but lately it's only been a
Welche
carry.
West kommt
How frisky is Liquid going to get with this Naga pick? Since you brought it up, like, it brings up a lot of possibilities for them.
We've seen Jabs go for the offlane Naga a couple of times.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he did. I don't think he did a Riyadh Masters, but he definitely did it relatively recent.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's
Stream
good. I
leiser,
mean,
okay,
maybe I'm
Wort
just
gesagt,
like distracting
gut.
us with this
Sag
idea.
das
They're not
dir.
thinking about it at all. But in terms of Dota, I would love to see it this game. I think it would be really amazing.
I think
Right,
it's
so
offlane Naga for sure right now.
You're convinced on it, yeah.
Because you can't put Naga to Timbersaw, right?
Yeah.
It's a bad matchup.
Especially with Wisp or Snapfire on support. Feels like these lanes are just going to be extremely rough. And that would leave the Snapfire to be played on +4, as you said, which they really haven't done. So yeah, we could be looking at a lineup like that, definitely. And to be honest, like I'm thinking of like +3 Naga, Snap mid, and Leshrac +1. This is a lineup that plays really, really fast. They're gonna bring the pace up really quickly, and for a faceless void, it can be very scary to play against that.
With that in mind, though, I mean, we don't know for sure where things are going to go on Team Liquid, but what boxes does the last hero on Liquid needs to tick? Like, is there anything they're lacking? Because, I mean, for example, they're not too heavy on the old disables.
I think Takis
Wer
or
pickt
Skyras
überhaupt?
is
Achso,
really
Liquid.
perfect for them, but I don't know why they ban Takis.
They ban
I
Takis
think
themselves.
they just need some damage.
Extra catch and damage would be amazing, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, if they don't want to go the route of like getting a
Ja,
silence,
stimmt.
we do know that Boxy does like the Mirana, which could be a good
Oh,
setup
that's so-
for then Snare
Is
and
das
Sleep.
Naga
Could be
support?
decent.
Yeah, I love the Mirana pick, actually. I was thinking that too. But then again,
Hard versus, like, the one thing they don't have is the reliable stun for Puck, because he can phase shift through the Snare. But there's going to be probably no Lion. Skyrath is in the pool. I mean, the Skyrath might be fine, honestly.
I think it could also be a Nisha hero, potentially. You know, like it could be a Nisha hero with a +4 snap. I think Naga is so good against Ench Void on lane that you could play any hero there. And the lane's gonna be great. I'm sure Boxy, he's such a good player that he'll do great on +4 snap. And a lot of people have actually played position 4 Snapfire here in this tournament. I'm thinking of Xingqiu, for instance, played it a lot. So we could also be looking at a puck punishing hero from Nisha. It could be a DK, it could be maybe a TA even, you know, with an early shard. It could be very deadly to play the map against that. Like Naga, Illu scouting everywhere, the threat of relocate. Obviously addressing the puck a little bit more would be nice for him, because right now they lack tools.
So basically they need some type of hero, either mid or +4 that can control the puck
Ich weiß nicht, ob du hier das richtige Mikro ausgewählt hast. Oder
if they do commit to this Naga 3, which maybe they don't, and it's gonna be a completely flipped over draft, but with the level of confusion that their draft can bring, you can only imagine what Team Spirit has to go through right now.
Yeah, they end up banning the Enigma and the Tiny, so it's a little bit...
there it is, the TA.
Ah, jetzt klingt's besser.
It's a TA mid versus the puck, which is absolutely amazing. The early shard in the silence is gonna destroy all, like,
das ist dann immer nicht so gut für die Audioqualität.
Against TA early shard. +3 Naga is gonna get a complete free game against Void and Ench.
Is that a possibility?
The
Naga?
Oh, the 4 Naga and 3
Tja, jetzt ist das die Frage. Wäre ja sonst nicht geheim.
Pick a Naga player on that team, I would probably pick Zai.
Okay. I would too.
Well, we have both teams digging hard into their bonus time on this entire draft, and that's how you know that indeed.
Ja, das wird dann der Mika-Held sein, dann ist das irgendwie eine Support-Naga oder was? Ich bin mal gespannt, was... Ah, okay, und... Ah, okay, Miki spielt den. Flashback, okay. Nee, das haben die, glaube ich, schon mal gemacht. Ja, das macht Liquid.
One of the only players that actually touched the
Ja, ein paar coole Helden.
recently at all. And yeah, we have got both drafts on the board, so
Der von Liquid hat mir mehr zugesagt.
who has it?
Wobei so eine Offlane-Naga ist natürlich auch ein bisschen experimentell. Aber gut, den Void in der Chrono aufzuhalten zum Beispiel. Ich glaube, das kann schon funktionieren. Und wie geht die Series insgesamt aus? Was meinst du? Okay. Ja, hoffentlich klingten wir es jetzt nicht, aber ich hätte jetzt auch gesagt 3-1 für Liquid.
3-1.
Well, I don't know what offlane Naga buys in this patch, but I don't think it matters because they're going to win all 3 lanes super hard in this game. And when you snowball 3 games or 3 lanes like this, you got a Nisha TA, you got a Naga.
Ich habe hier die Practice aus dem Lower Bracket ein bisschen mitgenommen. Aber die sind erst recht spät ins Lower Bracket gedroppt, oder? Ja, genau, eigentlich nur heute gegen Kellen das Lower Bracket fallen.
Glück gehabt auch.
Was meinst du mit Glück?
Weiß ich nicht. Dadurch, dass
So.
sie ins Lower Bracket gerutscht sind und so viele Lower Bracket Games spielen mussten.
I'm pretty sure.
Also
Ja.
je früher man da
you guys
reinrutscht,
ended up
desto
picking
mehr
the
Games
IO
muss man
Lash. They gave it to
spielen
you.
im Vergleich zu,
Are
wenn
they
man
insane?
im Upper Bracket bleibt.
No, I mean, I think these guys
Das stimmt, ja.
They probably just were confused because we were confused ourselves.
Ja, die waren irgendwie nicht so on point, hatte ich das Gefühl, dieses Turnier.
A lot of the things here we've never scrimped, and we're kind of just saying like, you know, let's
Aber Liquid ist
let's
noch
have
dabei,
courage, you know, let's be brave.
That's right. Courage is the slayer of suffering,
gibt's
and
das
human
IO
suffering is the worst kind of
Zentrum im
suffering.
IO
And speaking
hier?
of suffering, you picked Naga Siren.
Of course.
When did you know this was a 3
Aber ich habe
position in
keine
the draft?
Kontrolle über die Kamera,
I don't
also
know. It kind of just worked out that way.
sehen
His
wir
eyes
die
like, I'll make
wahrscheinlich
it
so
work. We're like, all right, sounds good. Sounds
Mhm.
good. If you want to do
Ja,
it, just go ahead and do it. And
diese IO
don't
Left
worry, I
Right
got
Combo
this.
ist ja eigentlich so
I trust
eine
him. If there's any player in the
Option-Strat
world
von
that I
Game in
trust, probably
Gladiators.
so.
Aber
kommt die
Liquid
von Game.
Okay, and well, who we also trust to
Ja,
bring
genau.
you the game is
Und-
Cap.
Aber wobei sie da den Left Right immer in der Mitte spielen, der Quinn. Aber mit so einem Safe Lane Left Right müsste das auch funktionieren.
The Riyadh Masters, where 2 teams have come to defeat the demons of their past. Second place finishes have become the norm for Team Liquid, but Spirit also came second in last year's Riyadh Masters. So it begs the question, Avery, what does it take to win a finals?
Ja. Ja, ich meine, es ist ein schwacher Trost, aber Zweiter ist trotzdem krass. Also, es ist zwar sehr frustrierend, dann immer kurz vorm Ziel dann das nicht ganz zu schaffen, aber objektiv gesehen ist
Zweiter
zweiter
Platz
Platz.
bekommen 2,5 Millionen Dollar.
Das ist schon. Ja, erster Platz ist dann doppelt so viel. Aber 2,5 Millionen, damit kann man sich auch schon gut gehen lassen. Aber ich frage mich, wie viel denn da bei so einem einzelnen Spieler bei rumkommt, weil irgendwie muss ja die Org was davon abbekommen, nehme ich an. Und dann haben sie ja noch Blitz und Labs als Coaches.
And once more, like our analyst said, are they just going to win 3 lanes and run away with it? It is something we saw happen in that Game 1 series in the upper bracket final versus Team Spirit. They caught them off guard. That triple lane one was deadly in that Game 1. It's not going to put them away, though. And if there's anything about Team Spirit at this point that we have to understand, it is that this team
eine Support-Snap, die ohne viel sonst in der Mitte gespielt auch. Aber klassischerweise auch Support, also das
laning phase lead, what have you, but they do need to be able to address this opener, and they found it with the Naga Siren, where many teams would go for comfort. In fact, we talk about comfort a lot when it comes to the analysts. What is comfortable for these players? There are hero combinations. It seems like courage is going to be the choice for Team Liquid in this Game 1. Courage to pick up the Naga Siren, a hero that none of these players have played in literal years. In fact,
Team Liquid war das ja auch damals, aber das Groupie Team Liquid. Dass man in Finnland super viel von so einem Gewinn abgeben muss, irgendwie fast die Hälfte oder so.
Ich kann mir vorstellen, dass
ja, bin ich mir gar nicht so sicher. Also ich glaube, ganz so viel ist es nicht, aber richtig versteuern muss man das bestimmt.
Ayo mit 3 Branches, Sentry, Blood Grenades und er hatte 2 Tangos.
Sellery hatte mal 3 Branches und noch einen Circlet gekauft. Und ne, einfach für die Stats, weil es ja jetzt ein Universal Held ist, kommt ja dann ziemlich viel Tech damit und dann... Nee. Aber das wollte ich jetzt nicht, nur egal, und dann kann man ganz gut right-klicken und terressen mit dem Io.
Oh, First Blood, sehr schön. Oh, vom Io.
Ja, 4 Branches, ähnliches Konzept, viele Stats für...
Ja,
das hat man früher auf jeden Fall gemacht. Ja, das ist auch für die Region noch nice.
As you would hope for. I mean, you do have some cushion here with that Ancient Apparition thing. That's a last pick Ancient Apparition designed to shut down the aggressive potential from the IO Lesh. But like Panel talked about, the downside.
Oh ja, also es fühlt sich schon, also ich habe auch IO 2-3 Mal gespielt in diesem Patch, wenn man da so ein paar Stats hat und dann tun die Right-Clicks auch schon weh, ansonsten ist das halt wie so ein, haut man da wie so eine nasse Nudel irgendwie.
And right now we're looking at Anisha, who is up there at his peak potential as he is the KDA leader of the team right now. Oh, nice use of cookie.
Ja, also wie eine Kugel nicht, aber so Spaghetti sind ja schon rund.
Oh,
1500. Oder was?
Nice. He's going to get a level 4 off this. You're happy to get the XP on your Ancient Apparition as well. This is a support duo from Team Spirit that's a little unconventional for them. We're talking about the Naga for Liquid at the same time. You're pushing
Seht jetzt was Besonderes? Oder freuen wir uns einfach alle ganz doll?
That's another reason this AA pick really needs to pan out here. And so far, Mira is not having a fun time in this early game. He gets pummeled again. He's just he can't even believe that he died there. The amount of early damage coming out of this level 2 Lightning Storm is significant with the buffs.
Of course.
Cannot underestimate it with a little bit of extra spelling from the IO.
Yeah, 140 damage since 7th.
Hier fängt er schon mal gut an, 3 Kills schon.
That probably is what made the difference there.
He's still looking for the level 3 on the enchant. I mean, ideally you want to give a lot of soul XP to Collapse here so he's as strong as possible going into that mid game.
Und ich glaube auch der Timber ist halbwegs gut gekontert. Also der gibt keine Stärkehelden, gegen die der Timber wirklich gut ist.
Von wem wird er gekontert?
Na, also Timber countert niemanden von Liquid so richtig. Also Timber eher gut gegen Stärkehelden, weil er mit seinem Q ja prozentual Stärke wegnehmen kann. Beziehungsweise prozentual primäres Attribut, aber bei Stärkehelden macht es dann halt effektiv ziemlich viel Damage.
Was macht ihr dann bei Universal Heroes?
Ich glaube von allen Stats ein bisschen. Aber ganz sicher bin ich wieder auch nicht. Und ich glaube so Helden wie TA und so und Flashback, die können Timber auch gut bursten halbwegs.
Oh, Entschuldigung.
I don't know if you're supposed to be that far ahead, but it is a bad matchup for Puck.
It's a free matchup for Team. I mean, this goes back.
Xenia hatte gerade oder war vor Mika Level 4. Ja, genau, ich konnte Xenia wegtellern davor.
Might be able to burst down Insania. Temperature doesn't quite land, but they might just be able to get that final hit in. Oh, it's not enough. What did he live on? Now an Impetus. That'll finish him off. Mira is going to be in an awkward position, though. And Mickey does have enough mana to be able to take advantage of this one. They will trade off supports, but maybe they're going to get a 2-for-1 special because Collapse will get him with the Timber Chain. Mickey's looking to even the odds now to chase down Maposhka, and he's going to have the IO joining him soon. Oh, the creep block! It's not quite enough. Maposhka was just huddled away in the corner. Collapse. He's fighting now against Mickey 1v1, but not for long. Insania's going to join and start healing up Mickey, and he will probably be perfectly fine here. Dodge the Timber Chain. In fact, they may even chase after Collapse. Nice drop, item drop to be able to get the maximum amount of HP out of the one, which was actually needed there.
Sogar irgendein Item gedroppt, um den Magic One zu aktivieren, der Collapse.
Echt?
Ja,
sehr risky. Gedroppt oder im Backpack?
Nee, gedroppt.
Das ist nicht besser, die im Backpack zu ziehen. Sicherer. Oh! Stärkte?
Ja, sicher auf jeden Fall, aber dann wird das Item erst nach 6 Sekunden wieder aktiv, wenn man es sofort aktiv.
There's just no way to skew these lanes this early. It's just a trap situation that Fuser to put themselves in. They are used to it, but this is going to be a deficit going into that mid game, and it's going to be a lineup that can take full advantage of the map. That's the scary part. What do the AA and the Enchantress offer you when your lanes are getting jumped into TA Naga? Their interactions with are just pitiful. You have to make it up elsewhere. You're going to have to bring some skirmish power, maybe some.
Ich weiß gar nicht, wie viel das auf nicht Universal ist, das sind mehrere Punkte. Genau, aber dann irgendwie 11% oder waren bei 14, ganz sicher bin ich mir gerade nicht.
11 wäre ja unfair. Okay.
You know, speaking of fighting
11 wäre unfair.
Actually, going back through his history, I was wrong. It wasn't Team Secret 2018. I was like, wait a minute, that's way early. That's going all the way back to Optic. I don't suppose there's a little bit of deja vu for you, Avery. Last time, not actually the second to last time that Zai played Naga Siren, it was
also es wäre unfair für Universal-Helden, meinst du?
Optic Gaming versus VGJ Storm. So you can actually give me first-hand experience. What does
Das ist ja die Frage auch, ob die Universal-Helden dann alle Attribute gleich viel brauchen.
Catching Collapse, they left him alone in the safe lane. The lane swap maybe not working out for Team Spirit the way they intended.
He can't stand on here. The rotations through the gate with this IO are
mass rotation on Nisha, though. They have to get this one. They are losing way too much in their side lanes. They need to be able to punish Nisha, but Boxy is here, and he's going to help him out a little bit. Another round of refraction going up. Quickly break the coil. Insane is going to join in too. The heals are going up. Larl, he needs to deliver the last bit of damage before the heals can do enough. Nisha, another win. No, the orb doesn't land. Oh, waiting rift. It's still not enough. Nisha survives, and it's Larl who dies. Oh no! They needed that kill so badly, but somehow Nisha versus Laurel, the difference is made underneath the tier 2 tower.
Sometimes the best.
Ich glaube, der ist vom Tower oder so, weil er da gedived ist.
Nobody in their right mind would expect Nisha to just run in a straight line.
Okay, ja.
Yep, I think Laurel juked himself a little bit.
He really did.
As some early series pressure, perhaps.
Yeah, the pressure of the finals. Laurel, this is his
Ja, und wenn man da aufs
experience.
Network guckt, sieht schon
The rest of Team Spirit
gut aus.
very
Ja.
equipped to be able to handle this. They
Sei
did
ganz
the
vorne
biggest
dabei.
prize pool in Dota's history.
Oh no,
I mean, we should say the heals were significant there, though. Tor will make his presence felt with the Chronosphere and should collect the kill on Mickey. That's a streak kill, 4x, almost 800 gold.
Jesus, how is an early kill like this worth so much?
Because they're up in a lot of net worth early on, and that's why that TA kill would have been just as valuable here. These are the big core kills you need to find with your ults of Team Spirit to get back in this game and slow the pace down.
so ein bisschen, ja. Das Lower Bracket Final meinst du?
Ja, genau.
Genau, Game 2 war ja kurz und schmerzlos.
Ja. Aber das Game 1 war gut.
Das war auch so ein Medusa-Game, ne?
Ja, oder?
Strength treads plus a belt, early itemization. Also, so many little things go into a play like that you can swing so much momentum in this game.
Hallo. Kommentator.
Can recover now. That was a kill he desperately needed.
So
Oh, it collapsed. Speaking of deja vu, Collapse dies in literally the same spot he died last time.
No early Vanguard in this Timber just leaves him super susceptible with only 2 points in the reactive. Zai has set up shop
Ja, irgendwann ging der mal, ne?
Ja, ich weiß nicht genau. Meine Befehle gehen regelmäßig kaputt.
Cookie is going to be given over. Mickey needs to run away from Yatoro. Get away from that damage. But Yatoro, he pounces forward, gets the bash required to claim the kill. A good trade-off, but if they lose more support,
Technik macht nicht, was sie soll.
And they've got Collapse with the song. It goes off in time, and Zai will allow his team an opportunity to be able to get away. Team Spirit's still going to chase a bit, though.
Yeah, they have another time dilation and a leap up. If they can catch up to the Naga just so damn fast.
Bei AA ist er voll unfair gegen Ayo, weil dann kann er gar nicht mehr healen, wenn die Leute geeist.
Try and dodge away from the chakra, but Team Spirit, they are relentless. They got Boxy, they won Zai. He's been having way too much of a free game here. The Mickey's going to come back into this one. He teleports back into play here, and now they're going to look for the kill on to Collapse. Once again, the aggression from Team Spirit is going to result in a potential turnaround, but he gets away with the Timber Chain, and Mickey dies instead.
Zweimal in Folge gestorben.
A third death for this Leshrac that was snowballing the lane as Team Spirit strike back, and they are still looking for Zai. Somehow this
Senia hält die ganze Zeit Zai am Leben, aber irgendwie bringt das auch nichts.
Meinst du das?
Nee, doch, also der überlebt auch, aber halt.
Ach so, stimmt.
Kein Schaden oder irgendwas.
They are likely to get this safe lane tower. This leaves bringing incredibly low.
This team is just so scary.
Liquid spielt das heute nicht schwer.
I've rarely seen it in so many iterations of Dota, but they just power up. They find these big core openings, and it starts with the ultimates. It starts with Yatoro making rotations, getting involved in the game when his team needs him. Just baits Liquid into a top sort of fight where this Faceless Void does work with the early dilation point. Collapse also picking off a solo kill on the backside.
Der Wavi-Film soll gar nicht schlecht sein.
Habe ich auch gehört. Ja.
Just feels great for Team Spirit.
Ich bin sehr
Gotta remember
gespannt.
that also went back to a 3-man A blast from Makoshka at the start of that. Yeah. This AA can do some
Guck ich mir
serious
bestimmt
damage
irgendwann an,
and a
aber
lot of
wahrscheinlich nicht im Kino.
out of the IO Lesh, so it's something that you have to think about if you're Liquid.
Ja, ich kann mir vorstellen,
and suddenly your Leshrac
wie
just
heißt
powers
das?
up infinitely here.
Now, sadly for Team Spirit, it was a great fight. Killing Mickey twice is a great way to slow down Liquid's momentum. Unfortunately,
das Bühnenbild
Nisha has been
Also ich
quiet
glaube,
that
sehr,
entire time, and that's
sehr
why the net worth
aufwendig
really didn't
gemacht
change
und
that
auch viel
all
so
that much.
gebaut.
And we've seen Nisha's TA pop off in these playoff series. It's been something that is
Ja, also ich meine, im Kino sieht tendenziell alles
Liquid
cooler
needs
aus.
to rely on
Aber
is Nisha
ja.
being able to win his lane
back
with
to
the
the
Templar
efficiency.
Assassin and then just keep farming and get really, really big.
I mean, it's him and the Naga. I mean, Zai is the most farmed hero in this game by a long shot. 5-0 and 0 star for top lane Naga is the dream, as he's just going to rush an Orchid here. This Manta is so damn fast. He's going to have a second item Orchid unless Yatoro...
Ice Blast, but there is going to be kisses. Is this going to scare away Yatoro? He's going to commit. He commits for the kill on his eye, but he doesn't get
Imagine, wird Mono wird geeisblastet und tötet dann trotzdem den Volt noch.
Ja, aber ist leider dann am Eis
Ja,
gleich.
aber... Ne?
Ja, ich dachte aber auch erst ziemlich nice.
Ist das erste Kommentatoren vielleicht auch so leiser. Ich mach ein bisschen leiser. Wir gucken den Official Stream.
Chill out, give me some XP here, and that item, I mean, he has 1,800 gold. You can buy a pretty big item on the AA here.
I mean, you were in 5th position, what would you grab here?
I don't even think Fast Shard is bad. This Shard on the Ancient Apparition is a real game
Meine
changer.
Item könnte man auch im Minigame gucken, dann könnte man die Kommentatoren ganz ausmachen.
Aber es ist mit Delay.
Ja, genau, das ist das Doofe.
Sag mal, ob besser ist. Ich kann mich auch lauter machen. Ja, ist ja auch irgendwie nicht. Stream leiser ist gleich besser. Warte, hä, wer ist das überhaupt? Ist das sein echter Name?
Matthias Friese ist Jabs.
Oh, okay.
Also der Liquid Jabs.
Ja, ja, nicht der Talon Jabs?
Nee, genau, also der ist es nicht.
Ja, ich weiß. Der ist auch mit einem D und ich glaube der Liquid Analyst Jabs ist mit 2.
Genau. Ich hatte mich auch mal gefragt, wer das ist. Matthias Friese, dann habe ich das gegoogelt und dann nennt man, glaube ich, auch sein sein LinkedIn oder weiß ich nicht.
Sein LinkedIn.
Dann irgendwie Analyst bei Team Liquid.
Genau, das erste Game. Guest ist... Oh, ich habe jetzt keinen Link eingerichtet dafür. Kein aber Xano ist...
Oh, and he got the shard pickup. He goes for the puck kill, and the kisses, they land. The final one is there, and it kills Maposhka too. So Nisha pick up that blink dagger. He farmed to a shard, bought it, immediately got big effectiveness out of it.
This is where the
Relocate, wo geht's hin?
LinkedIn ist doch das Facebook, aber für so Arbeitssachen, oder?
Genau, so ein Business, Social Media. Also ich kenne viele oder einige Leute in meinem Alter, die da auch sind, aber ich habe da keinen Account.
Oh man, that is a fast orchid. Yutoro's very dead.
This game pace is incredibly fast from Liquid right now. 8k gold lead at 16 minutes. They have threat on everybody in this game right now.
And Nisha's delivering more solo kills. Tries to use the TA trap, deny again.
Ah, das sieht richtig gut aus.
He's gonna be bailed out though.
Ja,
They don't
jetzt
have an
nehmen
ice
sie noch
blast, so
den Timber
Inzini comes
auseinander,
in with very
Ja,
clutch
schon
shields
wieder, ja,
and a
der
split earth
ist
and
irgendwie
lots of silences on collapse.
an
He
der,
said the pace
an der
is
Level
picking up for
einfach
Liquid. They also have a way to very quickly do
Ja,
Roshan.
Liquid richtig on fire hier, 9 zu 19.
Wenn man früher auf Facebook rumgesurft ist, wenn man nichts zu tun hat, dann surft man auf LinkedIn und schaut sich da Sachen an. Das ist irgendwie, ja.
Doch so viele Apps, wo man irgendwie scrollen und Sachen angucken kann. Instagram oder Reddit oder was weiß ich.
Hast du das mitbekommen? Für Twitch soll es jetzt was Ähnliches geben. Irgendwann. Das ist quasi wie Shorts, aber von Livestreams. Also quasi, die gerade live sind und dann kannst du entweder join oder weiter swipen. Und dann
okay. Ob man da so einen kurzen Einblick.
Genau.
Also ich kann mir vorstellen, dass das für einige Nutzergruppen bestimmt cool ist, aber ich möchte halt Water-Streams gucken hauptsächlich. Und dann kriege ich halt auf die Dota-Kategorie von Twitch, und das reicht dann.
Oh, Selek hat auch einen Account, aber braucht den immer nur, wenn man einen neuen Job sucht. Passiert das dort? Also ich habe auch einen Account auf so einer Jobseite.
Aber nicht Xing.
Warum?
Nee, also weil ich glaube Xing ist so das LinkedIn, aber nur für Deutschland, oder ich glaube Xing ist in Deutschland verbreitet, aber es ist quasi das gleiche.
Oh, findest du?
Ich habe beides nicht, aber das war das, was ich jetzt so, war mein Verständnis bisher.
Mehr so Story-Content. Yep. Ich weiß aber nicht, wann das kommt.
Okay.
Oh Gott.
Collapse just died to a Templar assassin solo. Granted, he had a double damage, but that's not a great sign.
Ist LinkedIn nicht eher Arbeitgeber-Tinder? What? Nur für Arbeitgeber? Tindern die sich selber?
Nee, ich glaube, die Arbeitgeber tindern die Employees, Arbeitnehmer? Ich weiß es nicht.
Sitz auf der Arbeit rum, mach eh nichts Wichtiges, dann tue ich wenigstens so, als ob ich für die Menschheit irgendwas Wichtiges mache. Oh Gott, das gibt's bei mir aber auch. Also, immer wieder kommen so Posts, dass doch bitte LinkedIn-Artikel, oder dass es nett wäre, wenn man LinkedIn-Artikel für die Firma schreiben würde.
Und am besten noch die Artikel von der Firma dann liken und teilen. Und
alles. Xing ist Hotshit für deutsche Firmen. LinkedIn ist in Deutschland quasi tot. Also ich bin auch eher... Ja. Also als ich auf Arbeitssuche war, habe ich mich für Xing angemeldet. Imagine in der Freizeit auf einer Arbeitsplattform
ja, ich meine, wenn man einen Job sucht, dann ist das durchaus sinnvoll und dann hat man ja eigentlich nur die Freizeit dafür.
Ich fand es halt interessant, man kann ja seine Erfahrung angeben und Kenntnisse und Skills und so und dann werden basierend darauf Jobangebote vorgeschlagen. Um einmal zu sehen, was eigentlich für einen in Frage kommen würde, wenn man so noch gar keine Ahnung hat.
Und dann ist quasi schon der Lebenslauf da inkludiert. Also, das sind ja quasi die Informationen, die man auch in den Lebenslauf schreibt, oder?
Ja, pretty much. Guter Professional Gamer soll ich angeben. 20 Leute können diesen Skill bestätigen.
Ja, bin gespannt, welche Jobangebote Xing einem dann anzeigt, für die man diese Qualifikation braucht.
Social Media Content Manager oder so.
No, you're not gonna get all of these creeps. I'll deny one or two.
I mean, he knows how strong he is. It's very difficult to commit on him twice here.
Aber ja, klar, gibt's ja so eine Leute, die dann bei diesen Majors da auf diesen Ständen rumhocken für die Teams oder.
Facility Manager ist es nicht. Not sure.
Ja, Facility Manager ist Hausmeister. Ich glaube, das ist gar nicht so ein uncooler Job.
He can song for it, have his team come in, and that's exactly what happens. They spot Yutoro, he lead the song, and then he's going to be able to Orchid, and Yutoro is going to find that his Manta is delayed even further.
Meanwhile, they're still fighting on the other side.
Okay, also 29, 16k Netto, 16, 18.
I dare
19.
Kiss is going to be used if he hits one of them on Laurel.
Oha,
Get the kill, but
Snap Word hier.
pretty blind. Not going to be able to land that. He does slow down the ancient apparition.
Ja, aber kriegen sie Collapse? Nee.
Wenn die diven. Oh,
okay. Ja, doch, machen sie einfach. Ja, aber jetzt Minute 23 Highground gegen Talon haben sie auch Minute 23 gewonnen. Mal gucken, wie viel Damage sie jetzt hier machen können. Aber Void liegt. Ja, ja, der White lebt jetzt wieder und der hat auch Chrono ready.
Klingt halt alles ultra fancy durch die englischen Begriffe. Oh ja. Ich finde, Software-Developer klingt auch irgendwie fancier als Softwareentwickler. Programmentwickler oder so.
Ja.
Software-Engineer.
Oh, das klingt doch auch voll, wie sagt man, voll nice, wenn du sagst, du arbeitest in der EDV. Was ist das technisch gesehen, EDV? Hab schon.
Nee, Engineer Developer ist Engineer. Wobei ich habe mal versucht, den Unterschied zu ergoogeln, aber da verschwimmen so ein bisschen die Grenzen. Excel-Experte? Nee, du musst das irgendwie... muss das anders ausdrücken. Data Table Expert Manager.
Ja, das klingt schon besser als Excel-Experte.
Das kam damals so gefühlt als erstes dann auf. Ja. Stimmt, Facility Manager. Developer gleich Programmierer, Engineer gleich Entwickler. Kollege und ich haben 1:1 die gleichen Sachen und bei dem einen steht Dev und bei dem anderen steht Eng für Engineer. I'm not sure. Glaubst du den puren Developer-Beruf ist in Ordnung?
Ja, das ist dann dieses Fachprogrammierer, oder wie heißt das?
Ach so.
Oder ist das wieder was anderes?
Nee, Fachinformatiker, meinst du das?
Ah ja, genau, das meinte ich.
Möglich. Ja, die Trennschärfe irgendwie nicht
Ja, also ich weiß auch nicht, ob das geschützte Begriffe sind, wahrscheinlich nicht. Und dann schreiben die Firmen das aus, was denn cooler klingt, weil hatten wir schon festgestellt, dass Facility Manager geiler ist als Hausmeister. Und dann, wenn die meinen, Engineer klingt nicer als Developer, dann oder umgekehrt.
Wortklaverei. Wenn es schon so schwer ist, den Namen für die Tätigkeit zu finden, dann ist doch was faul. Junior, Senior, Super Station. Oh ja.
Da kommst du auch noch hin.
Ja.
Ich weiß gar nicht, wann wird man vom Junior zum Senior? Oder
No idea. Ich bin jetzt ein Jahr. Also ich war erst ein halbes Jahr Trainee und dann bin ich jetzt ein Jahr Junior-Entwickler. Keine Ahnung, wann man Senior wird. Das dauert wahrscheinlich noch ein bisschen. Oder wird man erst ein normaler Entwickler ohne Junior und Senior? Oh, die haben actually Snap getötet.
Ja, aber vielleicht verlieren sie trotzdem noch die Barracks. Auch die Range Barracks zumindest. Doch nicht.
Ich mach was mit Computern, genau. Kann man zusammenfassen. Alles. Engineer, Developer, Architect. Oh mein Gott, ich glaub, das ist over.
That's with his dispel too. They're just saving the silences.
More silences. Dude, Nisha is putting on.
He's getting out.
Quite a
Ja, aber Collapse macht Space.
He's still trying to get out on Collapse while Zai's trying to set up. He's like, guys, I've caught so many heroes. Come over here. And Nisha will oblige. They'll get the kill onto Mira as well. So 3 down the side of Team Spirit. Now they can go and finish up that range barracks they started earlier and take a melee on top of it.
No glyph because that little reload play you made
Ollum sagt 1 bis 3 Jahre Junior, 4 bis 6 Mid-Level, 6 plus Senior. Aber keine festen Grenzen. 6 Jahre.
Aber Senior klingt auch schon ziemlich alt.
Ja. Außerdem, wenn du als Junior irgendwas nicht hinbekommst, dann ist nicht so schlimm, weil du bist ja noch Junior. Ja, was macht der Senior dann?
Genau.
Oh Gott, ja. 6 Jahre Dota Professional Senior Gamer. Da bin ich aber schon. Es kommt nach Senior.
Ja, Dota spiele ich auch schon seit über 10 Jahren.
Ja, deswegen. Ah ja. Principal.
Ja, oder man gibt dann seinen Dota-Rang an. Und dein Profil sagt Immortal.
All you're relying on at this point. Big Chronospheres from Yatoro pour the damage in. Yatoro might get caught again here. Time walk away, and he's still got a Manta.
Mein Gott, er time walkt, aber Lash ist einfach mit IO trotzdem schneller. Kann einholen.
Ja, ja, Lash hat gutes Base Movement Speed und mit Tether dann ist super fast.
Und IOE macht auch Movement Speed, ne?
Nee, nicht.
Hat aber mal, oder? Bist du sicher?
Relativ sicher. Okay. Take Speed und Spell Amp und HP Regen.
Ja, stimmt. Das war Attack.
Genau.
Schnellere Arme oder schnellere Beine.
Genau. Und vor allem bei sowas wie Lashback, Arme, Beine, das ist ja sowieso alles. Flüssiger Übergang.
Also Dead. Nach Senior kommt Rente. Oh, im Mädchen 6 Jahre arbeiten, dann straight into Rente.
Ja, nur richtet sich nicht der Rentenbeitrag oder das, was man dann bekommt danach, wie viel man gearbeitet bzw. eingezahlt hat.
Ja.
Ich glaube, nach 6 Jahren, dann hat man da seine 100 Euro im Monat oder so, das wird dann ein bisschen rough.
Which took a while to be able to get that Manta to counter the Orchid. He's got this window where it's like, okay, the Manta can kind of deal with the Orchid, that's nice, but then you're going to have a sight device soon on side. So he is just maintaining a huge lead over this
trivial einfach ist. Ah, wie gut.
Always the win condition for Team Spirit. Where was the deny on that one collapse? That's true. He had the chakra.
Das ist eine gute Übung für dich. Oh, diesen Satz habe ich auch schon häufiger gehört. Ah.
Jetzt lernst du hier die Tricks, die du dann, wenn du Senior bist, dann anwenden kannst. Ja, oder man gewinnt einfach so ein Major oder so ein Riyadh Masters Turnier und dann kann man auch quasi in Rente gehen.
Ja. Warum gehen die Spieler denn eigentlich nicht in Rente, wenn die so ersten Platz machen?
Ich glaube, die haben Spaß am Spiel. Ja. Und an der Competition ist ja auch cool, wenn man der Beste ist in etwas.
Ja, gut, das stimmt. Ja. Ich kann nicht für Welten leider, aber kann mir vorstellen, das ist bestimmt ein gutes Gefühl.
Mickey, meanwhile, he'll attempt to pull on the Laurel. He does have phase shift, but immediately silenced once again by the TA trap.
Ja, literally ausgesorgt, wenn die ihr Geld irgendwie halbwegs intelligent anlegen.
Oh, he's broken. Miro's gonna be shredded immediately. They have to throw the Chronosphere.
Ja, also ich weiß nicht, ob 500.000, also angenommen, die kriegen jetzt Jeder ein Fünftel von den 2,5 Millionen. Das ausreicht.
Wenn man das klug anlegt, schon, oder? Wenn du nicht so risky das machst, sondern so auf Safe gehst und dann so langsam immer mehr bekommst. Ich glaube, das geht schon mit einer halben Million.
Ne, sind ja sogar 5 Millionen, also die haben eine ganze. Also mit der ganzen auf jeden Fall.
Oh, GG.
Nice.
Team Liquid, who got
Hallo
stomped
Milchmann,
out of the
let's
upper
go
bracket
Liquid.
finals by Team Spirit in one of the fastest, most dominant games of the entire tournament.
Sehr schön,
Return
sehr
the
schön.
favor right back around.
Oh, im Matchen, wir hatten jetzt so kleine Fähnchen.
Ja, also mir würde das nichts bringen, oder es würde dem Spiel nichts bringen, wenn ich eine hätte. Aber
actually, ich habe einen Drucker, ich könnte ausdrucken.
Ja.
Wie lange ist jetzt Pause?
5 bis 10 Minuten, das reicht. Allerdings flattert Papier nicht so schön wie eine richtige Fahne.
Ja, das stimmt. Achso, das ist ganz günstiges Papier, was so hauchdünn ist.
Oh je, ja.
Nicht das gute Qualitätsdruckerpapier. Sehr schön, sehr schön.
A draft win for Team Liquid sets the tone for this best of 5, but it's a long way to go to claim the Riyadh Masters trophy.
Ist dieser Stein nicht so ein
to the panel to break down this
Pilgerstein? Also gibt's den nicht in echt? Und da pilgern Leute hin? Also das, der Pokal quasi.
Gute Frage. Kenne ich mich nicht so aus. Also ich kenne hier nur dieses nach Mekka pilgern.
Genau.
Das habe ich schon wieder vergessen, wo Mekka liegt. Ich habe mehr als einmal gegoogelt.
Was war das denn gerade?
Okay, Mekka ist in Saudi-Arabien. Ein Stück von Riyadh entfernt.
Very disgusting. These liquid drafts are something else.
Something else, and this was, I mean,
28% merken. So.
I mean, maybe game 1 is allowed to be like this, right?
28% merken?
Ja, Audio, wie heißt das, Lautstärke vom Stream, weil ich jetzt leiser gemacht habe. Da müsste man mit dem Geld von 20 Jahren 70 Jahre durchhalten. Was? 1 Million sind auch nur das, was man on average in 20 Jahren verdient. What? Also ich verdiene nicht 1 Million in 20 Jahren, glaube ich. What? Meinst du netto oder brutto? Wir reden hier von netto.
Ja, bei brutto 50.000 im Jahr ist man nach 20 Jahren bei der Million, das stimmt, aber...
Echt?
Ja, 50.000 im Jahr brutto, also oder sind dann nach 10 Jahren 500.000 und nach
Ach so,
20
ja gut,
Jahren.
aber...
Genau, aber wie du meinst.
Wir verdienen Millionen in unserem Leben. Insane. Actually rich.
Ja, noch nicht, aber in 20 Jahren dann.
Ja, wenn wir alles zusammenlegen.
Alle zusammenlegen, ja. Oder das Geld sparen. Aber ich glaube, bei der Inflationslage ist Sparen auch nicht gut.
Preisgelder sind brutto. Ich weiß. Songs, ja. Gibt genug Rechte dafür. Aha, machen sie Gold zu Geld, ja. Okay. Briefgold. Oh, hallo. Dividenden, ETF. Oh Gott. Du musst aber ja das Geld so anlegen, dass du Geld bekommst daraus. Und, oh mein Gott. Und die Inflation ausgleichst. Oh! Chat.
Ja, das heißt, man muss es so anlegen, dass man mehr Zinsen hat als die Inflationsrate.
Ja, weiß nicht.
Und dann müsste man auch irgendwie noch so viel Zinsen haben, dass man auch sich was abzweigen kann, ohne von dem Gesamtpot da irgendwie zu zehren, wahrscheinlich.
Oh, wir machen die Spielgemeinschaft jetzt schon Millionäre, gib ihr auf. Wenn alle Millionäre durch die Gemeinschaft. Da bin ich dabei. Ja, das haben wir, da haben wir schon drüber geredet. Die Gewinne muss man versteuern. Aber die gewinnen ja. Der erste Platz gewinnt 5 Millionen. Davon muss die Orga was bekommen und die Spieler. Aber trotzdem hast du ja... Okay, das heißt, du hast nicht eine ganze Million, aber ein bisschen darunter. Trotzdem hast du mehrere 100.000 Euro am Ende als Einzelperson. Das ist schon viel.
Ja, ich kann mir vorstellen, dass es gut ist, in eine Immobilie zu investieren. Also dann wird man Vermieter.
Ja. Ist Vermieten eigentlich das Klügste? Oder ist Kaufen und Verkaufen klüger?
Gute Frage.
Haben wir any Immobilienmakler im Chat?
Ich denke, das auch irgendwie davon ab, was gerade irgendwie staatlich subventioniert oder irgendwie in irgendeiner Form unterstützt wird.
Das wird subventioniert?
Ja, ich weiß nicht, ob Subvention das richtige Wort ist, aber weiß ich, manchmal versucht ja der Staat irgendwas zu incentivieren, oder wie heißt das? Incentivize. Genau. Leute dazu bringen, irgendwas zu machen, die zum Beispiel Elektroautos kaufen oder so, dann bekommt man da irgendwie einen Zuschuss vom Staat oder so, wenn man ein Elektroauto kauft, oder gab es, glaube ich, mal, oder...
Shiba so hübsch.
Ich finde auch, die hatte mal ein schickes Outfit und dann hat sie...
Ja, und ihre Haare sehen auch so hübsch aus. Schön gemacht.
Aber manchmal hat sie dann irgendwelche Sneaker an, die dazu dann irgendwie nicht passen.
Ja, aber du musst auch bedenken, die stehen ja, ne? Die stehen
ja, das stimmt. Also ich kann das verstehen, weil Sneaker sind doch einfach viel bequemer als irgendwelche Hackenschuhe oder so.
Außerdem sehen wir die ja eh so zu 99% der Zeit nicht.
Nee, genau, ja. Bei den Dream League Panels ein bisschen, aber hier genau.
Goisei? No, you are the 2% German, I remember. 20 oder so. Cello by High. Cello by High. Nee, das muss andersrum, oder? Oder?
Ich glaube, All Eyes On ist da was heißt auf der Spur.
Wer ist das denn? Completely random people?
And you also did content yesterday, and who are you?
I'm Dasha.
And Dasha and Stormstormer are going to motivate both of the teams, particularly because we want a hype
Noch nie gesehen.
game 2.
Stormstormer schon.
Achso, ja, und Jenkins auch.
Spirit.
And you are a fan of which team?
Liquid, obviously.
You're on the panel, you can't be biased.
I'm sorry, I'm not a fan of any team. I will give a speech to the crowd.
Okay, he's going to give a speech to the crowd. That is not fair, but that's how Dota. Life is not fair. Dota's not fair. Are you ready for your team spirit motivational speech?
Da bist du direkt für Situation.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something in Russian. Yitora, еби. Collapse, еби. Come on, guys, соберитесь. Please, Spirit, just win this fucking tournament.
Aber Stormstormer schneidet in den Turnieren dafür nicht so gut ab.
Nee, aber der ist halt trotzdem immer da als Talent, ne?
Okay, so
ja.
Auf jeden
Liquid boys, I mean, it's Western Europe Pride time. You've been to every freaking major finals. It's time to get the fucking trophy, get the first place, you know. I believe in my boys, I believe in Blitz. William, you got this shit. You stump first game, go stump the other ones.
Oh, nicht mehr familienfreundlich hier.
All right, my turn. I'm going to motivate the crowd, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear everybody screaming right now. This is not live, so you're not going to hear it. So I don't know why I'm doing that. But let's all pool our energy towards the teams, so at least we can get a 5-game series, ladies and gentlemen. And now I'm going to do a segue back to the panel. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. Thank you for
Ja, also zwischendurch war Entity ja echt gut immer dabei bei den Turnieren. Also jetzt nicht Top 1, aber immer nicht
people cheering for both squads right
schon
here.
gut.
And Team Spirit, they definitely have got their work cut out for them. This is a best of 5, of course. When they were playing in the grand final, it was a best of 3. So best of 5 maybe gives a little bit more leeway for them to adapt and come up with a different plan. And we know that they have got the capabilities to adapt and to come up with a different plan because we've seen them in grand final before, and they have taken the biggest prizes home at the international 2020.
Immer Earbuds-Schneiden.
Definitely the right math going on there. And so we know they can do it. The question is, can they do it here against Team Liquid as a team that is in their 4th grand finals, and they are so hungry after getting denied 3 times before this. And I just want to touch up on something that Yatoro said before the series started. He said,
Habe ich aber auch in Erinnerung, dass er eigentlich immer ziemlich gut gespielt hat.
The best carry player ever. And he said that, you know, he feels like that goal will never be reached. It's never enough. Saberlight, when you're, as a player, like, can you relate to that? You're never enough.
Ich hoffe auch, dass Liquid gewinnt. Who's the most handsome player in Team Liquid, Team Spirit?
Get content
all are
in
handsome.
your life. You know, we're here in Riyadh in an amazing 5-star hotel. You know, everything is great. So when you're at a place like this, it's very easy to become content, to become lazy. So after losing this tournament, I can relate to that a lot. I think it's important to strive for greatness, to strive to be better. And in a way, you can't ever reach the goal that you set out to be.
Yeah, that's your name.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's the irony of it. You know, you can because the thing is,
actually habe ich gerade nicht vor Augen, wie Team Spirit so aussieht. Aber
ach ja, die Frage auch an. Galt die Frage auch für Team Spirit?
Ja, da stand Team Spirit /
Achso. Ah, okay, stimmt.
Yeah, I think the last time we saw them truly shine was at Arlington last year. But after that, it's kind of been, you know, mediocre placement after mediocre placement. And this is a team that won TI-10 in one of the most spectacular fashions, in one of the best 5-game finals we've seen in a long time. So I think that they are in TI form right now, and they can bounce back very easily. They just need to reset. What I really like about Team Spirit and what I really like about watching them is I feel that every minute of the game that you watch them play, it is so hard fight. Like, it's so hard fought. They are never content to just concede parts of the map. They never play like they're at a net worth disadvantage. They always find
Ist Mira nicht eigentlich ein weiblicher Name?
any kind of smoke. Anything that they can do, they try to do it.
Er heißt Miroslav, die
Achso.
Abkürzung.
Ja, vielleicht ist das üblicher Spitzname dann in
Ukraine.
Ukraine. Genau, ich war mir nicht sicher, ob er
Ich habe die Seite offen.
Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit, they always trying hard. Before I play against them, even I win the game,
Es geht um die Sachen, die in Deutschland erlaubt sind und in den USA nicht. Ach so. Backstory interessant. Ich hab noch Kuchen. Ich glaube, den esse ich erst gleich.
Backstory war gemeint, ich habe erst Backstory gelesen, also irgendwie.
Ja, probably meint er Backstory.
Ach so. Aber bei einer Backstory sind wir auch ganz nah.
Ja. Also actually habe ich Freitag Kuchen gebacken. Und zwar den Lieblingskuchen von meinem Bruder. Das ist Marmorkuchen, weil er kommen wollte. weil ich seine alte Grafikkarte bekomme, die auch erst ein Jahr alt ist. Die 3080 Ti Supreme X, also ich glaube, die ist übertaktet oder so.
Okay, nice.
Und ich brauche aber ein neues Netzteil dafür. Das ist mir aber erst am Freitag, nachdem ich die Kuchen gebacken habe, irgendwie aufgefallen. Dann habe ich nochmal so Rechner, PSU-Rechner oder so ähnlich. Nee. Naja, auf jeden Fall ausgerechnet, was für ein Netzteil ich eigentlich bräuchte mit all den Komponenten. Und festgestellt, dass ich irgendwie mindestens 800 brauche oder 650 und aktuell habe ich nur 450 Watt. Ja, deswegen. Ja, ich habe nur 450. Ich habe das Gefühl, ich habe manchmal so Freezes, ne? Ich habe das Gefühl, vielleicht ist das generell zu wenig. Und deswegen habe ich manchmal diese Freezes. 1000, also ich habe mir jetzt ein Be Quiet, also auf jeden Fall 58 Watt Netzteil bestellt. Und sobald das... Oh, was? Also du kannst es, glaube ich, nirgends so richtig sehen, außer du schreibst dein PC auf. Oder
ich habe 150 Watt. Ja, nee, ich weiß, welches Teil ich verbaut habe und... Oder ich hab's...
Okay. Power Supply Unit PSU.
Genau, du hattest PSU-Rechner gesagt.
No, I just love the confidence to stick to your ideas and not try another one of your openers because that means that they have identified that the problem with the drop wasn't in this phase
immortal.
and they're going to fix it.
Also ist dein Bruder dann nicht gekommen und hat den Kuchen nicht gegessen?
Genau, deswegen habe ich ganz viel Kuchen. Aber ich werde nochmal den gleichen Kuchen backen. Nächste Woche, wenn er kommt. Wenn das
hätte doch
da ist.
Trotzdem kommen können.
Ich habe es ihm auch gesagt, aber...
So, oder wollte er das gleich umbauen?
Ja.
Ach so, okay, dann...
Ollum würde sowas nicht machen. Wenn es Kuchen gibt, dann ist er was.
Ja, also dein Bruder kommt nur zu dir, wenn es sich auch lohnt, ja. Muss Kuchen geben und man muss was ausführen können.
Ja.
Previous game, they banned out more offlaners in this phase with the Mars and the Legion Commander. This time around, they
oh yeah, it's cake. Kuchen means cake. I baked a cake.
Aber ja, so mit einer 3070 Ti sollte es eigentlich keine Freezes haben, dann kann das wirklich an...
Ja, wirklich, ne? Also...
liegen.
Okay.
Aber ja, wie viel Watt hat denn dein Netzteil, dein neues? 800 oder war es noch mehr?
850.
Ja.
Quiet, Straight Power 12, 850.
Und das kann sich dann auch schon auf der Stromrechnung bemerkbar machen, glaube ich, wenn du von 450 auf 850 hochgehst.
Ach. Oh, jetzt seht ihr schon die Picks nicht. Egal. Endspurt. Haselnusskuchen, nice. Meine Mutter macht leckeren Haselnusskuchen. Das Netzteil. Ja, das braucht nicht permanent 58 Watt, das stimmt. War nicht überzeugend genug, dass er vorbeikommt. Ja, I tried. Founders Edition von der 3080 Ti. Founders Edition? Das ist irgendwie Supreme X und ich habe gelesen, dass die noch mehr braucht als die normale. Hat der getriggert? Von welcher? Achso.
That is good actually, laning against Naga.
Chocolate Kuchen? No, well. Part chocolate, part normal. Was Marmorkuchen. Typical German. Oder ist Marmorkuchen typisch deutsch?
Gute Frage.
Ihr kennt Marmorkuchen, oder?
Ja, das ist so mit hellem und weißen, mit hellem und dunklen Teig und dann verrührt man das ein bisschen, aber nicht zu viel, damit das Sprudel entsteht.
Wikipedia. Ah, es gibt eine Marmorkuchen-Wikipedia-Seite.
If their mid doesn't lose this bad, then maybe the game becomes easier.
Ich bin mal kurz AFK. Bis gleich.
In the last banning phase by Team Liquid, and this time I'd say the onus is on Team Liquid, because with the techies pickup, Team Spirit doesn't really reveal all too much other than what is their
Mindestens 3% Kakao. Ich hab da so viel reingehauen.
Most likely their support and potentially even
ein Rührkuchen. Ein Drittel. Ich mach immer Hälfte. Hä, wer macht da nur ein Drittel? What? Sachertorte ist typisch deutsch. Das ist nicht irgendwie Österreich oder so. 30 T braucht, 290 Watt, da wird's mit deinem. Das Ding ist, du berechnest ja nicht nur von der Grafikkarte, du hast ja noch andere Teile. Ich kenne mich da nicht so gut aus, aber im Prinzip berechnest du ja auch deine Festplatten. Moment, Festplatte, Mainboard, also so ein CPU du hast. Genau. Genau, das was Olon sagt. Das kommt ja dann, also genau. Du darfst nicht nur die Grafikkarte angucken. Oh. Achso, jetzt haben wir irgendwie gar nicht richtig gelernt, ne? Schon seit dem 17. Jahrhundert. 690. Torte. Ja, okay. Bunte Torten. Bunt. Imagine. Braun und gelb war bunt früher. I guess. Naja. Hallo Hebbe. Oh, Hebbe. Nice. Weltrekordkontroverse. Eben, 200 andere Teile, da wird es. Genau. Und gibt da jetzt Rechner für, dann kann man alles eingeben und dann bekommt man da eine Zahl raus. Oh, soll ich hier lauter machen?
Plus, the Techies is a hero that kind of links quite well against the Monkey King. You're constantly harassing him with your mines, you're constantly poking him and causing him threats. So, as far as the Monkey King goes, I do feel that it's not entirely difficult to deal with right now for Spirit.
Also trying
Lieber
to
uns zu hören.
good offlane hero for Team Spirit, because all the offlaners are very hard to pick against Monkey King. Like the classic collabs heroes, like the LCs and Axis are usually really hard to play against Monkey, so I'm interested to see what they pick.
Also ich wusste das auch nicht vor Freitag. Ich hatte da mit Arbeitskollegen drüber geredet. Die haben mich dann irgendwie aufgeklärt.
That sounds cool, actually. How about the
Ach,
collapse axe?
Snap,
That always
okay.
comes out somehow in a grand
Und
finals.
Einexe. Wobei, das ist jetzt... Nee, stimmt, das wäre eben auch bei Liquid, ne? I feel like I'm back in high school learning German. Ah, nice.
So I think they need, I don't know, like even Enigma is hard, some
Are you actually, or do you learn German from watching like streams in German?
They did that previous game as well. This time
Typisch
with
ist
the
für
monkey, is the
Obstkuchen.
monkey considered to be on lane anyway, a counter to the
Ich glaube
Timbersaw?
Obst. Meinst du typisch deutsch?
I think that Timbersaw actually,
Not sure.
after level 3,
Grillkuchen ist
he
super.
has a lot of spells to like disable
Obstkuchen oder Marmorkuchen?
and as he gets more levels and
Was ich besser finde?
Nee, was nie. Ja?
also just in terms of spellcasting, Timber does counter when he's
Kommt
like
ein bisschen auf das Obst an, aber tendenziell Obstkuchen würde ich sagen.
more to say about this, I really.
Yeah, I think the
Aber ich glaube, so Obstkuchen gibt es in ganz vielen Kulturen.
it can go to either one. It's like,
Ich würde nicht sagen,
I
dass es
don't know, I
typisch
would not
deutsch
want to
ist.
play Timber against Monkey from my experience, but
Mhm.
Amar the friend, I'm sure he would enjoy it.
Schokokuchen beste.
How do you feel like Techies enables this Timbersaw
Was
versus
ist euer
the
Lieblingskuchen?
Monkey King? Does
Was
that
ist dein
add an added
Lieblingskuchen,
layer into
Alexander?
it?
It is good, because I think
Gute
against Monkey
Frage.
you kind of need heroes
Möhrenkuchen
that
hat
poke him,
Milchmann.
and
Aha.
when he's like half HP, you can't
Das ist
really
der
walk up
Lieblingskuchen
on
meiner
Monkey King and hit
Schwester.
and get the Chingu stack.
Finde ich immer sass
So
irgendwie.
Techies is nice in that regard. At the same time, it is very
Käsekuchen,
easy to mischief
Donauwelle.
the Q bomb on Techies. So
Glaub
I
ich
think
mag
it
Sind Brownies Kuchen? Ich glaube, ich mag Brownies am liebsten.
Ja, ich auch zählen lassen. Ich meine, das ist ja quasi Schokokuchen, oder? Also ist ja Schokoteig. Das ist was anderes.
Aber so speziell. Also Brownies sind ja... Ich mag nicht so trockene Brownies. Ich mag die, wenn die so... Ja, nicht trocken sind.
So ein bisschen...
So als wären die nicht durchgebacken. Ah, das ist das Beste.
Ah, okay.
Zucchini Brownies. Oder normale Brownies und dann Zucchinis als Abendessen. Nichts.
Meine Mutter hat mal so einen Rhabarber-Baiser-Kuchen gemacht.
Oh, meine auch.
Rhabarber ist auch so fruchtig, aber auch so eine leicht saure Note. Ich würde sagen, das ist mein Lieblingskuchen.
Ja, so Baiser auf Kuchen ist schon ganz schön gut. Mondstreusel ist auch mega. Bisschen nettig? Ich kenne das Wort nicht. Aber wir meinen bestimmt das Gleiche. Man schmeckt die Zucchini nicht, aber die Brownies werden dadurch super saftig. Aha. Ah, weiß nicht. Ich habe mal Bohnen-Brownies gemacht. Das war absolut horrible.
Oh je, so klingt's auch.
Das ist halt so ein... kennst du Cookie Dough aus Kichererbsen? Es gibt so eine...
Nee.
Weiß auch nicht. So ein Bereich von Rezepten. I don't know. Und die machen halt Bohnen und... Weil eigentlich ist es gar nicht so abwegig, weil in der so asiatischen, besonders so japanische Küche, da benutzt man ja auch Bohnen. So Azuki-Bohnen oder auch weiße Bohnen. Für so süße Sachen.
Ja, die haben ja auch nicht so viel Eigengeschmack an sich.
Ja, aber das macht auch irgendwie Sinn. Aber nee, in Brownies furchtbar. Von Kneten? Also Fürst mich Dummkuchen kenne ich nicht, das muss man ja googeln. Oh, den hast du gepostet? Kann das sein? Das war der. Sieht genauso aus. Noch nie gesehen. Pudding und Walnüsse.
Ja, gibt schon echt viele leckere Kuchen. Da ist es schwer, sich auf einen Lieblingskuchen festzulegen.
Das stimmt. Das ist Mürbeteig, Vanille-Puddingcreme und dann wird das getoppt mit Walnüssen und Zartbitter. Gut. Make it! Eishandling. Oh. Anpan. War das die gefüllten? Oh ja, das ist mega lecker. Apfelpudding. Apfelpuddingkuchen. Oh, ich mag noch Mandarinen. Ist das Käsekuchen? Ich weiß nicht genau. So ein heller Kuchen, wo Mandarinen drauf sind.
So Käse-Sahne-Torte?
Not sure, was das genau ist. Mandarinkäse. Ah.
Also, okay. Hab da bestimmt auch mehr als einen mit Mandarinen, aber genau. Käsekuchen mit Mandarinen klingt auf jeden Fall nicht schlecht.
Oh, machst du auch selber. Cooking Stream und dann Dota Stream mit aufgeben. Ah, das ist so eine gute Idee. Ich würde es voll gerne mal machen. Aber so die Logistik. Okay. Ein Kuchen. Oh, es geht los. Oh Gott, gar nicht auf den Draft geachtet.
Nee, die haben bestimmt Helden gepickt und...
Ja, wahrscheinlich. Wahrscheinlich auch gute Helden.
Ja, das wäre sinnvoll. Oh, da habe ich eine Naga gesehen.
Mirana, Rubik, Monkey. Aha, bestimmt auf Liquid Seite, oder?
Lovely. Thank you, Jenkins. Welcome to Game 2 of Team Liquid versus Team Spirit, where if we talked about how to be able to win a finals, one of the things that you hit on, Avery,
Gut, das ist jetzt wieder Sei auf der Naga. Ja, müsste.
Will continue into this game too, as both teams will go on the theme of believing in your draft, or at least your openers, the exact same. Running it back like that.
Eben war die Naga die Snap Support.
Bestimmt da was gedreht. Ne?
Genau, da war der Boxy.
Ja. Also nicht ganz ähnlich.
Ja, genau.
Oh, Selek ist jetzt perfekt.
Ich habe keinen Kuchen.
Ja.
Aber ich habe bestimmt noch Schokolade irgendwo.
Schokolade ist auch gut.
Finde ich auch.
Schokolade auf Kuchen ist nochmal besser, aber ja.
Ja, doch.
One thing that's really concerning for me is that game 1, Naga was an answer to the Faceless Void in multiple ways, but we didn't even necessarily get to see the full effect of that hero against Faceless Void. Was there ever a song to counter the Chronosphere?
No, it just never got. I don't even
know ist auch nice.
Even got picked up at a certain point or had that big an effect.
Yep.
It was just the lane
Stop.
domination on Liquid that game. It's way too hard to come back versus this team when they can have heroes that can control the entire map. They have vision, advantage.
Und wir sind erst bei Game 1. Oder also jetzt bei Game 2. Also ein Game vorbei.
This is a duo that we saw very effectively used at TI11. The map control, the lane.
So, Team Spirit hat wieder den Faceless Void.
There is no save on Team Spirit's side, so you're just gonna have to tank it out here.
Oh, big
Team Spirit hat schon First Blood.
Ja.
It's Mira gaining a lane advantage instead of being away.
Now he is still going to feed. He gets a 1-for-1 trade-off, but being able to get that first blood for himself has gotta feel good. Particularly in a matchup that you do want to relieve the pressure off of Collapse's Timbersaw against this Monkey King.
Was meinst du, 5 für 4?
Pass 5 für Pass 4.
Achso, ja. Ja, also ich glaube, in der Phase des Spiels ist das relativ irrelevant, weil da sowieso alle irgendwie gleich viel Networth haben und Death Timer auch quasi identisch ist.
He just doesn't give a damn about these stacks, man. He just keeps on playing into them over and over and over again.
This is gonna be a 10 sticky flame break if Laurel wants. He does not want to use all of his
10
mana,
sticky, oh Gott.
Very tempting. I'm gonna take
Ja, bewegt man sich gar nicht mehr.
Foxy dealing with stolen illusion here. And it'll be
Burger ist quasi Fleischkuchen. Oh, ja. Wobei...
Und wenn man statt Fleisch dann irgendwie eine vegetarische Variante hat, dann ist es Malerkuchen.
And Mira is a very important piece of the puzzle for Team Spirit as well. Like activating him, getting him on heroes that he's comfortable in this series where he
can
combine with Laura and get that kill spot going. I feel like that's when Spirit have looked their best. When they activate their mid lane.
Schon leckere vegetarische Burger.
Part of the meta right now. And Liquid are always going to think about it because of course they have played First Demon 1,000 times this year. And that is the team that always comes to mind in that sense. So maybe the pressure isn't as much around mid in this series, but I think it is still a big piece if you can get it going. And like last game, I mean, Nisha just never died in that game. He never got touched. And the TA controlled him.
Ja, aber Lasagne hat schon eher was von einem herzhaften Kuchen als Burger.
Oh, aber ich glaube Counterkill. Richtig gutes TP. Leider ein bisschen zu spät, aber...
Ja, Nisha hatte...
Viel Sticky wieder, ne?
Genau, und der hat mit dem Scatterblast nicht getroffen, aber hätte er sich dann irgendwie drehen müssen und... Man hat ja auch keine Turnrate mehr mit dem Sticky.
Bisschen Scatterblast. Oh, Baltic-Caster, bald.
also some free time for collapse to push you to level 4 here on the Timbersaw, where you're not pressuring the lane because you have the Rubik to back you up. So overall, pretty decent start for Spirit. I mean, exceptionally decent compared to last game. It doesn't get much worse than that. But here, you're looking at Yatoro on top of the CS4 and a solo kill mid. It's kind of what you want. Just eke out some small victories here, get through this lane phase, set yourself up better to deal with the map pressure that eventually will come from this Naga. It's something you'll have to think about. As ice armor comes into play, everybody's favorite.
Oh nein.
Oh oh.
It's gonna help that lane. He is looking really
Davon durfte doch keiner wissen.
right now. Again, especially compared to game number 1. Blood grenade thrown out. Mira, he's gonna have to go for a blast off away
Hat
from
jemand
mid-game.
vorhin
That's
gefragt,
gonna
ob
be
ich
good
beim
enough.
Berlin-Match
Will
habe, das
cost
wird
them
nicht
courier. Leveling up Whirling Death means Collapse is a little bit more offensive power, but he's more susceptible to the damage. Nice tree plant. Uses the Ironwood branch, places it down to get the Timber Chain, to get the kill. Unfortunately, while small tactics may have won them that kill, the overall strategy is probably going to cost them 2. Nice kill there from Mira, being able to get the tree and prevent himself from giving up the Jingu stacks and maybe a second kill.
Oh no.
Die Leiche ist stuck.
Auf dem Weg in den Himmel.
Ja. Aber der fliegt ja auch bald wieder runter. Wenn er respawnt.
See if it pays off over the long term as Poposhka battling Boxy for creeps. He'll take an Alpha Wolf. Throw some damage back into him. It will be an impetus build from him, so the Enchantress gonna be a little
Hat Creeps weggenommen wahrscheinlich, oder? Der End.
Ja, der hat auf jeden Fall irgendeinen großen Creep gearrowt.
He may have Nisha's number in this laning phase. Got the kill first on him, then dodges the attempt with the kisses.
Richtige Party in der Mitte da. Zu 6 jetzt, so 3 Leute pro Team.
How did he get level 6 after? Didn't Laurel get the kill on Disha first?
Ja, also es fängt auf jeden Fall schon mal ein bisschen ausgeglichen an als letztes Game.
Ja, definitiv. Gerade ist auch Void, hat am meisten Sitz. Auch mit keinem Abstand.
Ja.
Oh, er baut die Stickies wieder auf. Oh, nicht schafft. Der bringt das Sticky auch nicht. Oder? Kann ich irgendwie Bodyblocken?
Würde er vielleicht noch selber sterben.
Ja, aber besser er als Nisha, ne?
Ja, das stimmt.
Oh, Mickey ist tippet. Ich bin nervös. Oh, was ein Arrow. Oh, richtig schöner Game.
And one Zai is very familiar. This is actually a
Direkt am
combo
Morgen, das
played
wird, ja, natürlich. Sowas wird instant gemacht.
TI7 it was popular. Now he's on the other end of that 3-4 trade. Experience, it always comes back in value.
In Dota 2 especially when we're constantly
Wann mobst du denn Leute? So kenn ich dich gar nicht.
Ich doch nicht, nein. Mein Behavior Score ist bei 10.000.
Achso, Team Spirit mobbt, so rum, ja.
Oh mein Gott, er ist schon wieder gestorben. Das ist echt wahrscheinlich reingekriegt.
Das Collapse kriegen wir jetzt auch noch ein.
Oh, direkt rausgepickt. Hat sie bestimmt früher meine Leider war ich auf der anderen Seite.
Paper Hands.
Oh, Paper
I love that Mickey tipped collapse back there. He's like, oh, you thought that mid-rotation was funny. What do you think about that rotation, huh?
2 can play that game as Yatoro with a second death to lead things off. If Zai go down here, maybe you're a exchange, but you just got nothing out of this fight. You got a TP on a Timbersaw. Collapse is gonna have to walk out the base after being stalled up with a little song that Zai says, see you later. I don't even need the XP from this.
Mobben ist böse.
And this is one of the downsides of Batrider is I do think you always reach this lull where You're working towards boots of travel, but you don't quite have it, so you don't have this constant presence around the map. And you're a pretty poor hero to pressure the mid tower as well. So he didn't really get much off of that.
Ja, und er hat seine Maus hinter der Tastatur. Kann doch nicht ergonomisch sein. Und Nisha tippt einfach raus. Krasser Typ.
Ja. CSGO ist noch viel merkwürdiger. Habe ich noch nie gesehen. Alle haben ihre Tastaturen diagonal. What? Hä?
Ja, und die haben ihren Gesicht doch irgendwie gefühlt 10 cm vorm Bildschirm.
Ja gut, damit man die Gegner besser sieht, das verstehe ich.
Ja.
Wir brauchen halt viel Mausplatz. Echt? Ich habe auch noch nie so richtig Shooter gespielt.
Ja, die stellen die Maus sehr langsam ein, damit man möglichst genau zielen kann. Und wenn man dann halt sich drehen will, dann muss man die Maus über den ganzen Tisch ziehen.
Also ist das jetzt das Fake? Also ist das echt? Also weißt du das?
Ja, soweit ich weiß. Also vielleicht nicht ganz übertrieben, aber
halt ein Video an. Nee, wir gucken jetzt hier Finale.
Finally, Collapse will have a Vanguard at a reasonable time here.
Yeah, those first couple of items are so important considering what happened in Game 1. I'm thinking about the Vanguard and Collapse being tankier, but also Yutoro's Manta, right? He had a very, very large window where he was dying to ensnare
ja, kann ich
Orchid.
vorstellen.
In this game, ensnare into Arrow is going to be a really big problem for him. He needs that Manta fast. He has the Asha right now, and I think he's trying to forsake even the treads just to get it that much quicker.
CSGO mit bei Prost mit irgendwie 200 DPI gespielt.
BKBs are where Team Spirit's lineup becomes scary because then that combo goes away. A lot of your damage from the Snapfire goes out the window until way later when the talents come online.
And you just walk out of the Wukong's command.
Exactly. There's not a lot of BKB lockdown here for Liquid outside of maybe an Ags later on the Naga Siren. Which could be interesting if you try and combat that timing from Team Spirit. Might see it earlier on Zai than his item build from last game, which was a lot more aggressive as the Team Spirit cores are keeping a better pace this time around. Still behind on the tower.
Aber sieht irgendwie nicht so aus, als wenn die was Krasses machen, ja. Die den Mitte-Tor so ein bisschen belagern, aber auch nicht richtig, nee. Aber vielleicht finde nee, Pusher. Nee, wäre auch nicht krass.
So if you land this spell, it's a lot of burst damage. And a lot of connection that Liquid don't have to commit on. Like you can just poke with this 8-toe scatter blast arrow, and all of a sudden you might just die, you might get caught off guard.
A similar move here from Team Spirit as they're going to bring Laurel's Bat Rider. If they can get around here behind Mickey,
Oh,
may just end up rotating into them.
Aber
This timing on whether or not he stays on the trees is so important. The smoke's gonna break. Laurel has a chance. Wukong's coming Team Spirit realizing, okay, somewhere up in the streets, we gotta get out of here.
Haben
No
auch
longer do
echt
we
eine
have
doofe
the advantage
Position,
of
die beiden
surprise.
von Team
Laurel
Spirit.
is gonna be hit by the Boundless Strike, and the arrow perfectly placed by Boxy. That leads into the Rod of Atos, and a whole heap of chains disables. That'll end with Nisha claiming the head of Laurel.
Ja, aber
gesmoked, die beiden? Also
ja, die waren gesmoked.
Wahrscheinlich hätten einfach weggehen sollen, als gepoppt ist. Vor allem, wenn die direkt unterm Tower von Liquid noch sind.
Ja, also Mika hatte die halt irgendwie von einem Baum aus den Smoke aufgedeckt und dann kann der ja auch, also wenn die da irgendwie raus-TPen wollen, einfach das TP canceln mit seinem Stun. War eine schwierige Situation.
Ja, ganz schön tief. Er ist irgendwie zu tief. Ganz weird. Zwischen zwei Towern.
Hätten die vielleicht einen Observer Ward mitgebracht, um ihn da auf das eine Cliff zu stellen.
Ja.
Hätten sie vielleicht Mika gesehen und bevor er sie sieht.
Actually end the game as quickly as they did in Game 1.
Schwedisch Dota ist besser als... Lustig. Jede Region hat gute Teams, außer NA. Facts.
Aber NA hat doch Arteezy.
Ja. Die sind auch nicht mal... Also...
Ja, muss man eigentlich nichts mehr zu sagen.
Also ich hätte mir gewünscht, dass er weiterkommt. Ach, schön, schön. Ja.
Ja, Netz into Arrow ist 5-ihrer Combo.
Dennoch haben Spirit keine Items dagegen.
Ja, und also so weit kommen die auch nicht.
Team Liquid actually have the advantage. Naga is kind of a vision hero because she shoves out the lane so much.
I mean, there are two big factors when you go deep in land and people start to play a little tenser, a little more scared. If you can get massive team fight or you can get massive vision, it just makes your game way more comfortable. You feel like you have Slane to fall back on, even if sometimes it's a trap.
BKB auf Bad Rider.
Das ist auch schon mal gut.
It just feels more natural. There's a reason this
Gegen die
Beastmaster and
Kombi.
Darkseer got
Aber
banned first too.
BKB man?
Limiting
Ja,
collapse is
wahrscheinlich.
but two, those were two
Wenn
of the
man
best
gekommen
vision
wird.
heroes for Team Spirit in controlling the map.
Ja, also es ist halt Low Commitment von Liquid, da nur so ein Netz zu schmeißen. Aber wenn die Alternative ist zu sterben als Bad Rider oder was auch immer, dann...
Komischer Song.
Die schätzt
Oh, ja, Chrono Fischer wahrscheinlich.
Oh, einer hat sie getötet.
Oh, der Duke!
Nice.
Ah, dafür muss Mick rein, glaube ich, oder?
Ich
Oh,
glaube
ich hab's. Ah.
That is enough to get the techies killed. The fire burn will take that, but a 1-for-1 trade out to the
Ah.
Faceless Void kauft gar nicht die typischen Faceless Void Items, der macht direkt Manta. Aber das hilft dann gegen diese Netz-Kombo. Aber ich glaube, dadurch skaliert er halt echt schlecht ins Late-Game. Wenn der kein Maelstrom oder keine Mask of Madness hat, dann kann er in der Chrono nichts töten, der farmt langsam.
True. Ah, voll die guten Insights. Ja, du hast recht.
Und deshalb gewinnt Liquid das Game hier noch.
Wahrscheinlich. Aber er hat wahrscheinlich auch keine andere Wahl, als jetzt so zu itemisen und hoffen, dass das Game noch etwas länger geht, damit er andere Items noch kaufen kann zusätzlich.
Ja.
Der alte Weltwörter. Ja, der Duke war super. When in doubt, just this song. Ah, lang cool da.
Oh, die Chrono.
Ja.
Den 10 haben wir bekommen.
Ja. Nisha auch, glaube ich, ja. Oh, das war nicht gut. Und direkt gesmoked. Suchen die nach Boxy oder warum haben die gesmoked?
Gute Frage.
Oder dachten die, vielleicht sind da noch mehr hinter?
Ja, entweder das oder sie können jetzt auch noch das Smoke nutzen, um tiefe Wards zu platzieren oder vielleicht auch einfach, um schnell auf andere Lanes nochmal zu kommen mit dem Movement Speed Bonus und so ein bisschen ungesehen.
Jetzt auch ein Messer drauf, ja. Das war nicht so gut. Leider.
You have Impetus, you have Flame Break, you have a Chakram, you have Techie spells. All four of these heroes can contribute to the trapped units inside that Chronosphere. Very good spell for Team Spirit this game if you do not counteract it with the song. And this is much more even and much more what we expected out of the series, as Liquid are not going to run this game over with a lane when they're going to have to team fight their way through Team Spirit this game. And that is where they shine. The spell immunity will come out eventually, as well as BKB.
Ja, aber ich bleib dabei, sieht man noch gut aus für Liquid.
Aber closer, also ich glaube, Win Probability ist fast 50%.
You're gonna have to work for it with the kills.
Ja, ja, das kann sein.
Minute 19 noch alles drin. Das
Even the little
stimmt.
potato contributing.
Oh, jetzt haben wir Insania.
Gets that kill. Now Nisha's gonna box in, see if he can still hold this tier 1, but you gotta be careful. Lotus Orb already picked up. The arrow's not gonna quite last. Laurel, he doesn't go for that any further, just pushing him away from the tier 1 tower.
Ja, aber die haben jetzt doch echt...
T-Spirit very happy with this.
Du bist gemietet?
Nee, Selek hat irgendwie...
Naga is matching him inside to pick up a tier 1 of his own. So honestly,
Verunsichert hier der Selek.
Ja.
Aber jetzt haben sie doch schon einige Konter hier für das, für die Netzkombo. Also Lotus Orb auch auf Timber, der kann dann die anderen aus dem Netz befreien.
Ja.
Oder aus dem Arthos von Snapfire.
Insania is smart, but not always paying attention.
Something that is hard to deal with right when those items come out.
As a support, you have to pay attention to a lot of things. So.
This Orchid against all these kind of dispels, like how is it still going to be successful for him in finding these pickoffs?
You can start the fight with like a song in arrow or song in a Wukong, and you force some of the dispel early, or you just trap heroes in that arena. Maybe the Soulburn burst is just good enough. Post BKB is when it's going to be most effective, right? You force early BKBs out of the bag, put Laurel in
Ja, Boxy hat jetzt die Spirit Vessel fertig. Die ist auf jeden Fall auch nice gegen den Time Walk von Void und Timbersaw, so generell. Den Heal von N. Na, der Time Walk, der heilt den Void ja. Damit den an den letzten 2 Sekunden. Und der wird auch reduziert durch Spirit Vessel.
CS Duel? Oh no. Some CS.
Boxy klaut die Rune.
Oh ja.
Like it'll help Zai commit to a 6-slot right-click Naga here, which maybe something they're banking on going late in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you identified it pretty early on. Monkey King, Snapfire, great scaling into the late game. It does feel like Team Spirit is hitting this window where right now they're gonna feel okay with fights.
Genau, aber die Items, die sie jetzt gekauft haben, um das Netz zu countern auch die Spirit Vessel dann gleich. Also Manta, Lotus und so weiter, die
haben wir wahrscheinlich auch. Ja.
Genau, also der Faceless Void hat Manta fertig, Timber hat das Lotus Orb.
Castle is for Enchantress. And also we thought for the Void Time Walk.
And Timbersaw.
And Timbersaw. Very good item, apparently, in this game. Or overall.
Ja.
I think what's interesting about it is that the draft, when you kind of run it back, right, same openers and stuff, you're kind of saying our idea is correct. And in a way, both teams ended up being correct. Like, we'll see how it plays off for the rest of the game, but at least initially, this looks like an even game that any team can win. Team Spirit are certainly going to be able to hit their timings, and now it just comes down to execution for them. Liquid, they have this crazy late game timing. They still have some outplays they can do around these dispels with the Orchid.
So, wir können da jetzt genug gefarmt, jetzt wollen wir mal ein paar schöne Fights sehen, ein bisschen Action.
Ich wollte es gerade sagen, oh, das war falsch. Ich finde im ganzen Tournament bisher, aber je weiter man zum Finale kommt, wird es noch auffälliger, desto weniger Fights und Kills gibt es.
Ja, die Leute spielen irgendwie immer vorsichtiger und
aber auch beide Teams dann immer.
Ja. Wobei die Teams, die dann gewinnen, oft auch die Teams sind, die sich davon weniger irgendwie beeindrucken lassen und dann trotzdem einfach ihr Ding machen.
Ja.
If he had done that, that would have been one of the most fearless things I've ever seen in a final.
Maniac tanking all the bad games. Yeah, actually, quite good.
Ja, er tankt die Gangs, aber Team Spirit bekommt den Kill, aber Liquid bekommt dafür nicht viel. Die haben ja auch nicht wirklich gefarmt, sind ja alle hin-TP'd. Die aber nichts mehr erreichen können.
Ja, gut. Ja, Monkey konnte noch nicht so überzeugen. Ich komme das noch. Oh, Halleluja. Easy für Liquid. Ja, wäre schön. Das ist ja coole habe ich geklaut.
Aber der Networth Lead ist jetzt kleiner geworden, irgendwie von 2K auf nur noch 1K.
Ja,
unter 1K.
das gleicht sich langsam aus, leider.
Oh, kriegen sie Collapse?
Oh, das ist nice. Aber unten dafür Boxy. Ja, aber Timber gegen Boxy ist gut.
Ja, das auf jeden Fall.
Aber Boxy hat 3 Kills für
Was? Das wäre ja Toro, der... Ja, obwohl er Manta gegangen ist, ist er jetzt recht gut dabei, was Farm angeht. So nur 1000 hinter Naga, oder 2.
Oh, hallo Klapper. Die meisten Games verpasst. Ah. Zu viel Random. Ist kein Befehl dafür. Aber Tuxano hilft ein bisschen mit Insights.
Ja, einmal habe ich schon was mäßiges gesagt, glaube ich.
Ja, 2-3 Mal. Schön, schön.
Bei Support-Kills nimmt man gerne.
Also, ich habe relativ viel von dem Tournament angeguckt. Und da waren schon ziemlich nice Games dabei. Sehr spannend irgendwie overall.
Ja, auch viele sehr lange Games, die dann an die 60-Minuten-Marke gehen.
Ja. Wie spannend in Matches das ganze Jahr ist. Was? Aber es war noch nicht TI. Aber schon nice. Mit Full Best of 5 maybe.
Jetzt haben die doch gerochen, dass Vicky da jetzt reinspringt. Aber er zeigt sich.
Ja, ja, aber es ist okay, glaube ich.
Ja, Unsichtbarkeit ist aber auch unfair, ne? Also
ist so. Ich glaube, die bekommen den noch. Ah! Oh no. Ja, nevermind.
Nicht schlecht, der Lie.
Sehr gut. Naga is better versus White, so an even game is more payable for Liquid. Also, Void Itemized. Wobei, der hat jetzt auch hier das kleine Blitz-Item. Jolnio?
Der hat sogar schon das große Blitz-Item.
Echt? Okay, eben. Unten hat er das.
Hast du bei dir eigentlich diese Extension aktiviert? Warte, weil dann könnte man nachgucken.
Ja, das stimmt. Vielleicht hat der Stream das aktiviert. Oh!
Also der Official Stream hat das.
Oh! Ja, wir gucken ja den Official Stream. Ja, ist Mjolnir. Okay, also ich glaube eben, als sie es nochmal im Replay gezeigt haben, war das aber... Ist Maelstrom das kleine, Mjolnir das große?
Ja, ja.
Nur Naga TP Ultimate.
gunning quite literally as the scatter blast looks to finish him off, but it's not good enough. Collapse, running interference. Insania trying to use his own timber chain to get away from the timber saw. Trying to juke him backwards, but without a telekinesis, needs to disable to really get away from this
Nicht
one.
weit genug weggechained.
Alles so wie das TL Thunder Game von TIL. Waren hier 10 Stück. Ja, waren schon sehr, sehr viele.
So while you were messing around trying to kill Laurel, Yotoro will gobble up the objective here and get a second life from the Faceless Void. Second net worth in the game, only behind Zai, but Zai has not had that game routing impact he did in game 1, and this game has slowed down. And finally, I think for the first time in the series, Team Spirit claim a net worthly.
Yeah, it's finally
ich habe auch nicht so ein gutes Gefühl. Aber ich glaube, es kann auch hoch Base gehen.
Ja, inzwischen nicht mehr. Irgendwie funktioniert bei Liquid nichts, aber ich weiß nicht genau, wieso.
Wird bester Fall. Oh Gott, bitte nicht. Ich kann nicht so lange streamen.
And of course, you have so much to throw in the Chrono on top of it. It doesn't need to be him. And you got a second bots on the Timbersaw. So you have this Chronosphere that's deadly on the map, and you have 2 other cores that can bots
very good resistance.
Team Spirit have created a decent threat of their own, which is going to help them shove these waves in aggressively, or at least make Liquid scary.
Ja, Naga kann die nicht so gut tot machen.
You get picked off 1 or 2 more times on the mid-game Monkey. You're going to lose a lot of lane pressure. It's something that has been the bane of him.
Ja, Timber hat ja diese Reactive Armor. Je mehr der attacked wird und so weiter, kriegt er mehr Armor und mehr AP Regen, und diese ganzen Naga-Eus, genau, die geben ihm ganz viele Stacks, ohne dass sie wirklich viel Schaden machen. Und halt auch viel AoE-Damage. Oh, der hat aber eine Chrono. Ein Ageless. Okay. Na gut, Ageless bekommen und raus ist...
Ja.
Ui.
Very interesting itemization from Yotoro. He just wants the AoE time off bash when he leaps in
cute,
versus Naga. It'll be decent, and Chronos, you have the damage here.
This is a hard kill. He just picked up Butterfly alongside that heart. This could give him a window to get
Wie macht... Oh mein Gott, ich habe Zai gar nicht gesehen.
Nee,
Er war
nicht.
so verdeckt. Auf wen haut er da?
While Collapse creates a little bit of time here. As they try and go onto the Timbersaw, it's not quite good enough, and now Liquid, they may be stalled up. Yotoro's coming, and he wants even more. Blast off, not gonna land onto Boxy, catching up to Insania though. Time dilation put onto him. Insania will turn that time dilation back around, but Yotoro's still on his sidewalk. Immediately jumps forward. Looks like Mira's gonna be dying, but they have the Sentry to reveal Nisha this time around. Can he get out the Rod of Atos? Now Cookie, Scatter Blast, that's gonna do a lot of damage, but the bashes, man, the bashes do not stop for Yotoro.
Ja, Step wird nochmal deutlich stärker, wenn sie das Level 20 Talent bekommt.
Ja.
Snapfire, die irgendwann dieses Talent, das... Genau, dass der E-Spell von Attack Damage profitiert.
Windschredder uses your attack damage, meinst du, ne?
Genau.
Ja.
Und das macht dann auf einmal richtig viel Schaden.
Ah. Ja, Toro, Gott fährt hoch.
Ja, allerdings. Der hat jetzt ein deutlich besseres Spiel auf seinem Void als letztes Game.
And as an offlaner, he is the top net worth for Team Liquid. Impressive, yes, but it also means he's taking away a lot.
Oh, it's in Riyadh.
That's they use Chronos here, they use BKBs, but they killed the Naga,
like in
which
that
means
area.
they had the advantage. And they just go for it. Is this going to be a problem for Liquid? The fact that Nisha and Mickey...
Ja, und so viele Leute, also ich meine, wie groß ist das Publikum? 200 Leute oder so? Also es sieht ja nicht so...
Ja, das sieht sehr klein aus.
I mean, 400 last hits, right? Nisha's at the bottom. He's suffering in the net worth. You have 3 carries. Everybody's trying to carry the game. Sometimes nobody ends up carrying the game here. And this is a game where Naga doesn't just 1v5 it late. You're gonna need at least 1.5 out of those 2 other.
Vielleicht kann Zai ja mit seiner Naga hier auch irgendwelche Red Plays machen, wie er Und mit Brute gezeigt.
Oh, ja. Das epische Brute Game. Oh Mann. Da hätte man noch Karten bekommen. Ja gut, mit dem Flug noch, Hotel. Die Hotels da sind bestimmt auch teuer.
Ja, glaube auch.
And one thing Toro is trying to set up for here with the itemization. Yeah. What Zai is doing is he is always trying to take the hardest farm.
Ist ja einfach nochmal.
Der Box hat sich ein bisschen verlaufen, glaube ich.
Oh, was macht der? Der Warden? Wahrscheinlich. Oh. Er hat noch nicht mal.
Jetzt macht er erstmal nichts mehr.
Go back through, play for the side lanes even more.
Muss nur das Preisgeld gewinnen, dann ist es wieder drin. Tagesgeld für einen Software Developer. Ah, wie fancy die alle aussehen.
Yeah, that's a really interesting idea. Like if they try and song TP out, yeah, that is cool.
This item's very interesting in this game. It's not one we usually see picked up this early.
Naja, die Rich People, die sich das leisten können da. Okay, aber Nils sind doch mehr als ich dachte.
Ja, aber es sind auch, glaube ich, nicht so viele. Das ist relativ schmal, nicht schmal. Nicht so tief.
Ja, irgendwie nur 4, 5 Reihen irgendwie.
Ja. Liquid has like null initiation. You could initiate with Naga song, with Monkey King, and with Piano ulti, I guess.
Make the fights easier with the Chronosphere and the lasso to come through. As Laurel has stepped back and gone more defensive with
ja, also ich meine, die können da so reinlaufen, aber die haben da keinen krassen Blinks dann, wie so ein Lasso oder eine Chrono.
Ja, Spirit hat auf jeden Fall bessere.
Ja. Und dann hatten sie ihre Root into Arrow Combo, aber die kann Team Spirit inzwischen kontern. Das ist eine Weile schon.
Ja, es hat leider nicht so snowballt.
Ja.
9 and 2, 400 last hits here. He has matched a Naga Siren.
Big trick.
Big timings, level 25 on him. We've got Scotty complete and a Basher. So we've got Scotty for the Naga Siren and the Basher for the Monkey King. So you were talking about some of the control problems for Team Liquid. They get 2 different items then.
I don't know on which, when they pick Naga in the draft.
You can get this Naga into the Bloodborne especially. It's really going to shine here.
Ja, also wenn der Faceless Void in seiner Chrono kein BKB aktiviert, dann kann die Naga singen und dann bringt die Chrono nix.
Und halt den Damage on Zai.
He really is trying to do so much of the work in this game.
Ja, BKB, ne?
Liquid set him up to take the most amount of farm and he's doing what he can with that farm, taking buildings, tier 2s, getting pickoffs, almost getting a tier 3 even.
Aggressive bots by Nisha.
Naga macht Naga-Sachen.
Level 20 on the Snapfire. So late game
so mad.
to get there.
Oha.
They also have that telekinesis.
Ja, die auch den höchsten Network. Reggie, das sei, das irgendwie kennen wird noch.
Naga-Sachen sind nicht so fun and interactive.
Nee. Weil der Held nervt, ja. Das ist leider so. Aber alles für den Win.
Wobei Naga jetzt gesixlottet ist, also viel stärker wird die gar nicht mehr. Also klar, irgendwie noch eine Moonshard essen und so ein Zeug, aber das ist nicht so hilfreich.
I struggle to see how Spirit's going to be feeling good
Liquid
about that.
Probably wants this to go late and play Snap Naga in late game is nasty.
Yes, that's definitely not.
But they also, I don't know, welches Team hat besseres late game.
Now it does cost them their tier 3
Ach,
and
sei,
making
die
great
Igels machen
Spirits
so
in the top lane.
Zai is ratting. That has been his MO a lot of
They're gonna try and catch some heroes before they can get back here.
Ich finde das mit diesen Late-Game-Sachen da mal ganz schwer einzuschätzen, weil...
Oh, Ulti geklaut. Oder war es Refresher? Nee, geklaut, ne? Ja,
Ja, ich
so
glaube.
wasted Krone. Oh, er hat Käse gehabt. Stimmt, wer hat Aegis? Void hat Aegis.
Die erste Krone bei ihm auf Titties.
Ja, Imagine Void hätte jetzt nochmal Refresher und könnte nochmal ulten jetzt so. Ach,
Ja.
Not bad, not bad. Ja, Aegis bekommen die auch noch. Buyback von Timber. Aber wo soll er hintippen? Achso. Ja, ja, ich gesehen. Oh, das ist nicht. Oh. Oh. Ich glaube, nach dem Aegis-Pop hätten die weggehen sollen.
Ja, zusammen mit dem Buyback.
Das wäre actually ein guter Fight gewesen.
Liquid macht das, aber es
ja.
auch nochmal tricky geworden. Alter, alle tot.
Catastrophe. Oh no, desaströs. Ja. Der war desaströs und dann war Liquid greedy.
Aber ich glaube, der Bash auf das TP von Zai, der war nicht lucky, weil der hat Aganins Zepter, der Void, und dann Bash der automatisch, wenn er timewalkt.
Ach echt?
Ja.
Oh, pay to win.
Das ist wirklich so. Aber die meisten Items im Dota sind pay to win.
Let's play the Faceless Void into the Naga Siren. Because I don't need the Chronosphere with the build-up I'm gonna go for. I'm gonna go and Aghanim Scepter and Void it to pay off in that last. And you just hate it.
Oh ja, Rubik und Timber.
Genau.
Ja. Rubik sogar Dieback.
Ja, vielleicht schaffen sie es, die zweite Seite zu verteidigen. Ja, da drücken sie ihre Hilfe.
Die haben Aegis verloren und Buyback. Ich weiß nicht. Wie viel steht's gerade? 1:0 für Liquid. Das ist das zweite Game.
Absolutely massive here. Moonlight Shadow, Shadow Blade, so many options here for Liquid to find the pickoff on the way out. But going for
nach oben, aber ich sag das auch gerne nochmal. Genau, also Timber hat geweilt auf Spirit-Seite und Rubik auf Liquid-Seite. Ja, von daher nur Timber.
Okay, Nisch hat jetzt auch eine Linken Sphere, damit kann er das Lasso blocken.
Kaum zu sehen. Ja, ist sehr klein, ne?
You have to be able to stand your ground, especially in the Wukong. These two big ults, the Monkey Ring and the Chronosphere, decide a lot in the fight. Who gets stuck in one and who doesn't get stuck in the other.
Yeah, he can just hit him. He's hitting a massive time. He hasn't gotten there
Hab ich auch noch nicht oft gesehen.
With the tier 4 items out, he got the best one for Monkey King in the Penta Edge Sword. That feels good. That is big. And if you get the level 25 with the Abyssal Blade that he completed, now you can get a song, you could set up Wukong's command, you could get an Abyssal Blade immediately on a hero at the start, just try and blow him up inside of that window.
Kommt man nicht auch irgendwo den Buyback-Status sehen?
Ich glaube, wenn man Alt drückt, was beim Stream offensichtlich nicht funktioniert. Jedoch beim Networth, da siehst du auch noch bei Bad Rider und bei Mirana so einen gelben Strich rechts vom Porträt. Und das zeigt dann, dass die beiden Buyback haben. Hier, also bei dieser Auflistung der Top Net Worth Helden.
Achso, ja, bei der Auflistung.
Genau.
Ja.
Und da haben Bad Rider und Nirvana so einen goldenen Strich rechts.
see the TP out from Collapse, so Liquid know that top lane is free to
Der
farm
goldene
likely.
Rand. Silver Edge on Naga could be game changing. Silver Edge?
Ich glaube, die kauft gerade eins.
Oh, echt?
Ah, hat sie sogar schon fertig.
Oh, go easy, she already has one. Yep. Good prediction.
Und Snapfire kauft auch ein Silver Edge. Auf jeden Fall schon Shadowblade.
Snapfire.
Ja.
Gegen Timber und gegen Volt?
Ja, hilft auf jeden Fall auch gegen Void. Hat er jetzt mit Level 25 sein Backtrack-Talent bekommen, womit er 20% von allen Damage-Sources blocken kann. Oder eine 20%ige Chance hat, jeglichen Schaden zu dodgen. Und das kann man dann mit Silver Edge auch breaken.
Ah, super. Oh, das ist gut. Naga einfach Firefight. Sei es ja, heftiger Firefight-Spieler. Snap also has Silver Edge now, I think they got this. I'm still not sure. But crazy.
Ja.
Ne?
Also, sieht jetzt nicht so gut aus, aber ist auf jeden Fall noch nicht alles verloren.
Gut zusammengefasst.
Wieder eine Fight oben, da Teams wird ja auch nur durch das Ageless den Fight kommen. Aber das ist eine fette Krone.
Ja.
Oh.
Ich weiß nicht.
Ja, ich glaube Backtrack.
Kommt mir auch irgendwie bekannt vor. Kann das irgendwie sehen?
Ja, wenn du auf den Talent Tree von...
Oh ja, 20% Backtrack.
Does not feel great as you're trading out here. Yator will definitely be faster. Laurel shows it's going to force them back, and Liquid are going to go for the catch on the faceless void.
The bound the strike into the arrow.
Okay, Teams bekommt die zweite Seite Barrack. Oh.
Direkt Timber getötet. Silver Edge. Aber...
Ja, dafür verlieren sie andere Dinge. Okay, Arrow sitzt.
Ja, der ist... Oh! Der Force. Ja, es war ziemlich gut, aber ich glaube, die Turn das
Ja.
Oh, wie clever.
Das war ein bisschen zu spät, ansonsten hätte der den Monkey Kings dann gedodged. Und dann hätte der einen Time Walk rausbekommen.
Also die haben halt jetzt nur noch eine Seite Rags, ne?
Ja.
Sie lag Cold GG. Bitte? Chill. Den verloren haben wir Gegner geholt. Ja, vor allem Rags verloren. Ach, windig draußen.
Hier ist kein Luftzug bei mir.
Nee, bei mir auch nicht, aber ich sehe das draußen. Da ist Luft. Achso, du meinst auch bei dir draußen?
Ja, ja.
Nee, super stürmisch. Und am Regnen und Donnern die ganze Zeit.
Vielleicht zieht es ja auch noch hier rüber.
Ja, ich glaube, das macht aktuell immer so einen Bogen. Also so kommt von Westdeutschland rein und dann zieht das so über Bremen und dann geht das über Norddeutschland wieder aus.
Okay. Irgendwie ist das Wetter wieder deutlich kühler geworden. Keine 30 Grad Tage mehr.
Ja. Im Mädchen jetzt Urlaub haben für 2 Wochen.
Aber ich mag die 30 Grad Tage, da kann man schön zum See fahren.
Ja, ja, same. Ich habe gerade 2 Wochen Urlaub, quasi ab morgen.
So meintest du. Du hast jetzt Urlaub und die schön warmen Tage sind weg.
Ja. Kann mich auch gut drin beschäftigen.
Ja.
Das ist jetzt nicht das Problem. Aber so ein bisschen Wärme im Sommer wäre schon schön. Mitte August, sagt Klapper, kommen nochmal welche. Wahrscheinlich, mein Urlaub ist vorbei, nächster Tag direkt wieder schönes Wetter. Just climate change things.
Aber Urlaub haben ist immer noch besser als kein Urlaub haben.
True, das ist wahr.
Prolong the fights, make him a threat, because so far, honestly, the team fights have not been going great for the Timbersaw here.
Hat das auch mit Klimawandel zu tun, dass jetzt kein Sommer ist gerade?
Ja, ich meine, kein Sommer ist jetzt auch übertrieben. Also sind immer noch 20 bis 25 Grad oder so. Oder 17. Okay, 17 ist illegal. Ja, gut. Eigentlich so ein paar Ausreißerwochen gab es ja schon immer, denke ich.
Please not this topic. Okay, wir hören auf.
Bin da auch nicht so bewandert. Ich
auch nicht.
Frustrierendes Thema, deshalb beschäftige ich mich damit nicht.
Oh! Nick einfach reinkommen.
Ich kann jetzt hier was machen, bevor Roshan tot ist.
Ja.
Boah, schön in das...
Aber Nick wird tot, Buyback direkt. Der Rosh ist fast tot.
Oh no!
Ja, der joint alles. Oh! Hier bringt aber leider nicht so richtig viel.
War jetzt auch alle Buybacks von Liquid.
Vielleicht hören die dadurch noch... Oh!
Boah, der Monkey King Stun, der Boundless Strike.
Ja,
alles
Naga auch Buyback. Buyback von Monkey King. Das sieht nicht gut aus.
Ja,
Ist
die
das sogar GG jetzt?
zweite Chrono mit Refresher-Start vom Roshan.
Eins schreibt Chat. Auch was nicht
Ja.
aber das können eigentlich nicht, können nicht stacken.
Nee, also 80 Sekunden ohne Buybacks, da schwierig.
Oh, Void hat Radium.
Ja, ich glaube, das ändert jetzt auch nicht mehr viel, aber...
Schade.
Oder macht den Xenia das noch?
Xenia deft jetzt. Nee.
Can stop Yutoro. Right there. That is going to make this series a
schade. Zeit wird Videos um zu besprechen.
Nobody defeats Yutoro Faceless Void first days twice in a row with a Naga Siren apparently as specific as it was and as stubborn as they were about running it back.
Schade. Aber knapp.
Ja, ja. Early Game sah gut aus für Liquid und dann ist irgendwie, haben sie nichts mehr gerissen bekommen.
Hot Take. Ja.
That's right, Team Spirit. Good job, Maposhka. See you on the other side, yes? They keep the faith in their team, they keep the faith in their draft, and they keep the faith into Yutoro's
1-1 heißt, dass es kein langweiliges Finale zumindest ist.
Ja.
Und 3-0 ist dann bisher auch mal.
War in Berlin Major 3-0.
Ich glaube, es war 3-1.
Ich glaube auch. Das macht auf jeden Fall das Finale spannend, jo. Ja. Ich bin mir nicht sicher, ob ich alles,
This was a very back and forth game where Team Liquid had the upper hand at the very start, but Spirit.
Nee, das wäre dann ein sehr langer Stream.
Ja.
Was war eigentlich dein längster Stream? Du hast irgendwann mal so ein Special gemacht?
8
was dann irgendwie 8 Stunden.
Ja. Vorletztes Jahr.
Davon musst du erst noch recovern.
Ja, ich habe Urlaub, aber irgendwie ist ja auch Abendessen und so. Und Stream essen. Ich lasse mir das offen.
Hast du Abendessen schon vorbereitet oder irgendwas?
Ich habe es semi vorbereitet.
Okay.
And I think this last pick, Batrider, played out so nicely for them because it felt like Liquid had done everything they needed to do in the early game, and
Social Eating.
Because they had this Batrider who did very well mid, by the way. He actually managed to solo kill Misha
So,
once
ich gehe jetzt
at the
kurz
start. He did die for it, but it allowed them some space in the game, and they were able to get lasso pickups early on.
Kuchen ist ein gutes Abendessen.
Ja, nicht als Abendessen. Eigentlich habe ich das für den Nachmittag geplant, aber jetzt schon 7:45.
Später Nachmittag. Lassen.
Ja, später Nachmittag.
Ist genehmigt.
Maybe some balls to this collapsed Timbersaw pick, like straight into the Monkey King. That's usually like Monkey King as a response to Timber.
Okay, den
he
Screen
says, I
können wir
don't
nicht
care about my
benutzen.
lane. Naga created way too many map problems, like split pushing problems in game 1, and the Timbersaw may not be hyper focused on this early game, but once they get those few kills with the
Oh no.
that opens up
Oh
the
no,
map,
ich habe die AFK-Szene nicht vorbereitet.
control of the lanes
Moment,
in
vielleicht
the
kann
map
ich noch
area with the Naga, and made Naga not so much of a problem, so Yatoro had to
könnte
play his game.
diese.
Yeah, we definitely saw Zai trying really hard to get his Naga illusions to take
Ah,
attacks on the sides, but every
sind
time
gehabt,
Collapse like,
aber
took some of the
Ja, funktioniert
I
doch.
think it was only one range rack taken at the very end there for Team Liquid, and of course Team
ja, natürlich
Spirit by
laufen
that
lassen,
time had
aber
already taken 2 lanes racks for
ich wollte ja nicht auf
themselves.
Black
Now,
Screen
I
gucken,
will
ist auch
say
irgendwie
that there
langweilig.
were a lot of moments in this game where we were like,
Ja.
Spirit win this.
Okay.
This is our STC play analysis.
Dann bin
'cause we
ich
gotta
gleich
talk
wieder da.
about
Ich
that,
mute
and
dich mal
I
nicht,
also must
Tuxano,
admit
ne?
that
Also.
because we said that at least
Oh, ich muss aufpassen, was ich sage.
turned out to be our STC play analysis. Let's take a
Sag
look
einfach gar
at the
nichts.
one that turned out to be the
Kann ich auch nichts
deciding play
Falsches
here at the end.
sagen.
Now it is okay. It is one of those Roche fights here, Saberlight, because it was this one actually. We thought Team Liquid still had a shot here because they were sort of winning this fight up until a certain point.
True.
Ja, Select, das sagst du so einfach. Das ist voll schwer.
Kinda good for Liquid. There's no chrono, but Yatoro still has ages. I actually don't remember if they won this fight, to be completely honest.
Team Spirit end up winning this fight, but not before at least losing the ages.
Ne, jetzt haben wir 1-1. Ich hatte ein 3-1 für Liquid predicted. Und das heißt, wir sind auf besten Kurs, denn jetzt gewinnt noch Liquid die nächsten beiden und dann ist alles gut. Mach einfach einen Stefan Raab, wird schon. Was macht Stefan Raab? Der ist schon so lange von der Bildschirmfläche verschwunden. Ich weiß nicht mehr. Einfach was Tolles singen, ja, dann verlieren wir ja alle hier. Das wollen wir nicht. Der unterhält die Leute. Okay. Aber ein bisschen allgemein gesprochen, finde ich.
Yeah, one thing I think he's probably one of the best carry players in the entire world on when it comes to itemization is how long are team fights going to take to win. And usually Voids, they itemize heavily for the Chronosphere, but against the Naga, you saw the sleep came out and almost nullified the Chronosphere entirely.
Wie ist dein Nickname entstanden? Da gibt es tatsächlich gar keine krasse Story zu. Den Namen habe ich von meinem Bruder geklaut und mein Bruder hat sich den ausgedacht. Der wollte keinen Nicknamen haben, der irgendwie zu irgendwelchen Wörtern besteht, sondern halt ein Name, der wie ein Name ist, wenn es Sinn ergibt. Und nicht irgendwas wie Dragon Slayer 38 oder so. Nee, aber ich hatte meinen Bruder gefragt, von daher ist das in dem Sinne kein Diebstahl. Ich habe geklaut gesagt, aber es war mit Einverständnis übernommen. Wie heißt dein Bruder nun? Sein richtiger Name ist immer noch der gleiche wie vorher, aber In-Game-Name, der weiß ich nicht. Kann ich jetzt hier nicht liegen. Stimmt, Tuxanos Bruder heißt ja jetzt, so ist es. Enthält alle Informationen, die man braucht.
You know, 5 people playing it out to the very end, coming up with some creative problem-solving way to make it work. So
the comeback definitely here strong for Team Spirit, and we heard a commentator say it, and it's absolutely true. the onus is now on Team Liquid because this was the same draft twice in a row and that's risky, Brian, to do that.
Was hast du für einen Rang? Ich bin Immortal in Dota, wenn das die Frage war.
Before we find out if they should do it again for my panelists, though, let's find out what Jenkins has been up to.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. There's a lot of pressure here in the crowd. There's a lot of Spirit fans. There's a lot of Liquid fans. And I want to try to dial the pressure down.
Tuxranosaurus Rex ist natürlich auch nicht schlecht.
We got a professional analyst here today. Who are you, sir?
Wenn ich einen Dinosaurier finde, irgendwann mal, dann wird er so genannt.
So, bist du ausgequetscht?
Ja, mir werden ganz schön unangenehme Fragen gestellt. Vom Chat.
Patsch. Oh.
It's Pudge, you idiot.
Easy.
You don't get to talk, all right? The microphone's not in your hand. All right, you go first. Go with your hero.
Enchantress, Impetus.
Nice, that was relevant. That was relevant. Good job. All right, thank you, appreciate it. You get a prize now.
Rutzke hätte es auch sein können. Der wirft auch Speere.
Ja. Oh. Hä?
One more time. I currently have no idea what that is.
Can I guess?
Go ahead.
It's my game, so I can make up the rules. That's Templar Assassin.
Oh.
Okay.
Meld.
TA, ja. Chat.
Okay, what's the hint? It's ulti for the hero.
Die Ulti?
I don't know, it just tells what the hero is. What's the hero?
Frage?
Keeper.
Keeper of the light?
Keeper of the light? The root.
Lone Druid. All right, Lone Druid, ladies and gentlemen. All right, you get a handshake, even though you didn't guess it. You're up next.
Hä?
Shut up.
Habe ich nicht verstanden. Juggernaut.
Mhm.
Juggernaut!
Das sind random, glaube ich, aus, also, Publikum.
Okay. Let's see it.
Templar Assassin?
Nee, Silencer.
Team Secret.
Silencer! Oh!
Ja, Silencer hätte ich auch gedacht.
Treant meint er wohl. Oh!
Treant, ja, der... Das kommt mir irgendwie bekannt vor. Ist das Crystal Maiden Ulti?
Oh ja, CM Ulti, richtig gut. Oh! Actually gut. Quap. Schnips?
Is it the Fire Alchemist from Full Metal Alchemist?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's Full Metal Alchemist.
Schnipsen? Hä?
Anywhere on the map.
Sunstrike. Schnips?
Yes. All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Soda Charades, you won. You get the very special prize of you get to do the 2 push-ups.
Marvel. Push-ups.
Oh yeah. Woo! Don't make that noise. And back to you at
Ich kann 2 Push-ups machen.
What a Sigma mail.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
So it definitely was Treant Protector, by the way, with the overgrowth there. The one that
Shiva
and Jenkins were a little bit confused about, but we're not.
Aber trainierst du das ab und zu?
Nee.
Ja, dann ist ja auch... Leute, die mit ihren Push-Ups angeben, die trainieren das bestimmt ganz viel.
Ja, true. Ich trainiere meine Arme nicht wirklich. Die sind einfach zu weak. Ich habe gestern Erde von der Post abgeholt. 15 Liter. Nee, gar nicht Erde, sondern so Tongranulat. Ich weiß nicht, ob 15 Liter auf 15 Kilo sind. Bei Erde ist es auf jeden Fall weniger.
Mhm.
Bei Tongranulat Natur. Und ich muss das halt tragen von der Post nach Hause. Ich habe den dollsten Muskelkater in meinem Bizeps, die ich jemals hatte. Das tut so weh.
Muss man was zum Transportieren dabei haben.
Ja, ich dachte es weniger.
Aber hättest du es nicht zu dir nach Hause bestellen können?
Habe ich, aber die haben geklingelt und Ich konnte nicht an die Tür.
Ah, okay.
Normalerweise wird es dann immer unten so reingestellt, aber... Oh, hallo Barimaus. Ja, ich trainiere meine Firma.
Den nicht.
Ist auch dumm, Liegestütze auf Wiederholungsanzahl zu trainieren. Lieber Progression mit schweren Liegestützvarianten. Es gibt was Schwierigeres als Liegestütze, also was eine Variante davon ist.
Ja, also zum Beispiel, wie weit du deine Hände nach vorne oder nach hinten setzt. Also ich glaube, genau, also wenn man sich auf den Bauch legt und man legt beispielsweise die Hände so neben die Hüfte oder so oder neben den Bauch, dann
neben die Hüfte!
Ja, nee, neben die Hüfte, ich weiß nicht, ob das geht, aber...
Ich glaube, das ist physikalisch nicht möglich.
Genau, oder man macht es, dass man sich mit den, wenn man sich hochdrückt, versucht so ein bisschen abzuspringen, in Anführungszeichen, und dann so in die Hände klatscht. So eine Klatschliegestütze gibt es auch noch.
Ja, einfach nie. Hallo, weißer Mann. Ich sehe gerade meinen Kuchen, Marmorkuchen, ne? Das Muster sieht aus, als wäre das ein Kolibri, der an so einer Blüte-Dings. Actually insane.
Hast du es schon gezeigt?
Nee, ich versuch's gerade.
Nicht, dass der Kuchen auf der Tastatur landet.
Ich halte es fest. Seht ihr das? Ja, okay. Oder Eichhörnchen? Sieht aus wie ein Kolibri, finde ich.
Den ersten Blick habe ich auch eher an Eichhörnchen gedacht.
So vielleicht?
Achso, aber weil da noch so eine ganz dünne Schokoschicht ist, ist dann der Schnabel an der Pflanze dann.
Ein Fuchs?
Könnte ich auch sehen.
Nee, ich sehe da einen Kolibri. Fuchs. Aus den Kuchen. Ja.
Das ist doch schön, jeder sieht was anderes.
Genau. Eichhörnchen, zweimal. Laut Pupu sagt auch Eichhörnchen. Erdmännchen.
Dann hat wohl Eichhörnchen gewonnen.
Oh. Ich habe auch noch eine andere Seite, aber da kann man nichts raus.
Yeah, I think the Enchantress with the Void is instrumental to covering that base, as most Void players, they hate playing against the low cooldown push.
Und da sieht es noch mehr nach Kolibri aus?
Nee, da sieht's... Das sieht literal nach nichts aus.
Okay.
Wer da was drin erkennt, weiß ich auch nicht. Schach-Test Kuchen.
And spirits snag up their darts here. They are fearless when it comes to it, and Liquid have already pre-banned the Enchantress, which is what most
Nee, das ist ein Dino in einem Haus. Das dunkle, der Schokoteil, das ist ein Haus. Und da ist ja was Helles drin, das ist ein Dino.
Naja.
So. Pretty hard lane for Darkseer to play. Usually the strength of Darkseer is like, it's two things, actually three things. It's vacuum,
ich hab's versucht.
Wall. And wall is completely useless against Carry Lash, since you know, your illusion is bad.
Der erste Pick. Oh, Liquid hat Lash. First Pick.
Like, vacuum is a nice counter to,
in Game 1 hat's gut funktioniert.
Hm?
So, ja, hatten die ja schon in Game 1.
Haben die auch schon häufiger in dem Tournament gepickt.
Mhm. Und sie nehmen wieder den AA zum Kontern.
Was ja nicht so gut geklappt hat.
Ja. Ich glaube, dass Lash auch ganz gut ist gegen den Darkseer, der wahrscheinlich auf der gleichen Lane sein wird.
Warum ist das gut?
Tendenziell sind Ranged-Helden besser gegen Darkseer, weil die nicht neben den Range stehen müssen. Und Darkseer macht keine krassen Illus von Lashrack.
keen on opening with their ancient
Oder
operation,
Ayo.
and they've succeeded with it quite a bit. It also opens up some safe lane synergy with this AA. Like I've seen them draft carry Sven for Yatoro with the ancient apparition, and it lanes well, so you're not just an Ice Blast. But having this solution to the IO and the heal reduction of ancient apparition will simplify their draft, which is why they went for it so early on.
So könnt ihr auch den Draft sehen. Und ich kann Kuchen essen. Sehr gut.
Or from potentially like a puck on Laurel,
or
even more so you do like Clockwork, a Spirit Breaker,
yeah.
a Nyx, type 4 positions on the map. So even though these two heroes don't pair all that well together, AA does well against IO Lesh. I think Darkseer against Lesh, it's not the best in lane, but at least you do rush a pipe, which makes the Bloodstone timing for Lesh a little bit less potent. So if they can shut that timing down and then have a hero in the mid to late game that sets up that AA blast,
Liquid
I
bent
can see
den
how Team
Faceless
Spirit thinks they're
Void.
covering all their bases here.
Alright, so you guys sold me. They have the better opening.
Verstehe ich auch.
Yes?
Who, Team Spirit?
Well,
No,
it's
yeah,
not hard to sell you on an ancient apparition.
It's not. It's not. It's like, okay, great. Because normally the weakness is the laning stage. You guys say solve that because they pair
Doch,
with
ihr könnt mich Kuchen
heroes that
essen
work
hören. Ich
well.
mute mich ja nicht.
So then they have the better opening, no?
I mean, both are comfortable. I would say that IO Lush is more valuable just because the ancient apparition factor is... It can fluctuate throughout games, but Team Spirit are happy with what they got here.
I think overall, if you look at the draft 1 and 2 and now so far
Und Liquid
this
hat
draft
Snap
3,
selber gewonnen.
the two teams just have different
Ah nee,
ideologies of how to
Spirit
play the
hatte
game.
die eben,
I
ne?
think Team Spirit, they focus more on the late game.
Nee,
and,
Nisha war auf
like
Snapfire.
condition, teamfight, stuff like that.
Oder wen?
The Lash IO, because
Aber Team Spirit hatte noch die Enchantress.
to 40 minutes. Whereas Team Liquid, they pick heroes that are mainly oriented
Und
on
von der Naga sind
like
sie jetzt ein
laning
bisschen
and,
weggekommen.
winning the game, like taking the
Ja,
map from the
das
enemies.
vielleicht
And when
wird
these
noch
two ideas
gepickt.
clash,
Ist ja
it
noch
usually
offen,
what
ne?
happens is that
Ja.
like if the team with the faster timing actually executes, they will win. But if they mess up, then the team with the slow draft will win, which is what happened kind of game 2. And I mean, we'll see what heroes they pick, but I have a feeling it's going in the same direction.
Coach
With that in mind,
A1.
though, would you like
So
to
das-
see Team Liquid just have a little bit of a backup, having some extra team fight on their
Hab
own?
ich jetzt auch nicht verstanden. Und so ein Production-Ding wahrscheinlich.
Depend on Blitz and how the team is
Liquid
feeling. 'Cause
unlucky.
The two approaches
Why
to this is that
unlucky?
either you can say, okay guys, let's just also play slower and we'll actually like out late game them, or you can double down and be
Quite
like,
OP
okay,
hero.
you know,
That
they're just
is,
picking slow, so
banned.
we'll pick fast and we'll execute and we cannot lose.
It will not be
Do you
picked
think
this
there's a
game.
chance then, if they want to play fast, that the Insania Oracle comes out as a way to play
In
against
dem Game
AA, and
1
of
hat
course, the
Void auch
Darkseer
verloren.
online? Could that be something that Liquid look at here, or are they kind of pigeonholing themselves into two defensive supports?
Yeah, probably not this game. I think having IO and
But-
Oracle
I
supports
remember,
together
okay.
is
Last
kind of
game.
grief. But I think overall, as a
That's why
counter
they
to A, it's
banned
very
it,
good.
probably.
But yeah, I think they need Boxy to play something that's gonna make moves and gonna make space on the map.
Yeah, they might even like deny pick the Lion, just because Team Spirit's been picking that so much, and Team Liquid has that coming out of the first pick coming out of the second phase. Having the support be reliable setup for
Blade
relocate
gebannt.
generally just makes like the 10 to 20 minute window really smooth for the IO team,
Aber ich glaub,
because you have the
Blade wäre gar
IO
nicht
partner,
schlecht gewesen
like the
für
IO
Team
Lush running around the
Spirit.
map, you have the carry farming one place, offlaner controlling another, and then if the support rotates to the carry or the offlaner, suddenly you have 4 people
Okay,
there.
ich
So that's
calle
usually the best
einen
formula.
Draw Ranger
You
Pick
at
für
least
Team
want, like in the
Spirit.
past we'd see Banes because IO was more of a 4, but now since he's a 5, I have to imagine that's on their radar,
And
not
that
only
Puck?
to deny pick, but also to solidify their mid game.
So
Das
what
hat die nicht so
role are we
weit
looking at
gebracht, ne?
here for Team Liquid? Because they
Ja,
don't want to...
so Puck, ich weiß gar nicht, wurde der viel gepickt? Also die haben den in Game 1 gehabt, aber sonst habe ich den glaube ich nicht so viel gesehen.
Oh, they still
Tiny.
go for the Tiny.
There we go. That's the Boxy hero.
Okay.
Actually, I mean, they could
Tiny hat man jetzt auch
theoretically
wieder
put
ein
it
bisschen
mid, but I
mehr
would imagine
gesehen.
Boxy plays it.
That's setting up
Auch
probably
mit
like
IO
Enigma or
gut
Visage
zusammen.
offlane, right? Because that's like melee 3.
Ja,
melee
wobei ich mir
4
auch
with the
vorstellen
range
kann, dass
3.
es
They usually want a summons guy against
ein Boxy
AA.
Support
That's usually their
Training
approach
ist.
to like AA
Ach
silencer
stimmt,
supports,
ja
ones
stimmt,
that
der wird
have
eher
absolutely no
Support
way to
gespielt, ne?
deal with the hero just running
Ja,
at
manche
them.
spielen ihn auch in der
But
Mitte.
Enigma doesn't really run
Also
at
es
you,
könnte
so
auch durchaus
I think
Nisha.
Enigma can work. Overall,
Ja,
like
schaut
both these lanes are
Tiny.
really strong. Enigma, Tiny, and
Kuchen
Visage
fertig.
Tiny. What I worry about is that I think Darkseer is very good against Visage because you kind of break
Yes,
through
Jade
the,
knows
through
me
the whatever you call it, the E.
from his stream.
Yes,
Oh,
and
really?
Enigma can work though. We'll see what the two heroes here are, and then they can choose their zoo of their choice.
I think Team Spirit should just go for their mid hero right now, some extra setup for this AA.
Positively or
negatively? Potentially, maybe even a Storm Spirit, because like there's no way that they're gonna counterpick on 23. The Wind Ranger is kind of cool in that it provides you a hero that has a solid lane versus Lush if it does go mid, and later on as the game progresses, it's going to scale very well, and like Saber mentioned, Team Spirit do love to play for scaling and for the late game. In a way, it could also be a Ranger because of the shackle shot, but Wind Ranger has felt very hit or miss in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. This hero, when you see it's 15 and 13 in record, it's either solo carrying the game or it's doing the triple-double in Kiyotaka's case with the 10 kills, 10 deaths, and 10 assists. But one thing I like about this Tiny now that I'm looking at it is that you do need a support or core to jump the AA. Like, they definitely need somebody that removes AA from the equation, or at least makes his positioning something he has to concern himself with, so he's not just getting the free alley-oops to his combo. The Tusk, I was wondering if they were going to break out one of these classic AAs. Like, I think of like Tusk AA, Nyx AA, like Clock AA. So they bring out a hero that's not necessarily in the meta, but it overall, it lanes really well with Darkseer. If I'm looking at carries, what do I even like against Tusk Darkseer in lane?
Nice,
nothing really
stands
out, to be honest.
I think they can still put the Lash carry and then pick some new hero
keine
against the mid-range limit.
Ist doch von dem Glas, oder?
Because they would need physical from that hero, right? Physical damage?
Yeah, they would need like some carry hero.
Kondensation.
I mean, the Ember Spirit is a traditional counter to her mid, but
wegen
Ember
des
has this so I don't know if they should overreact to this Wind Ranger right now. It got picked up so early because we mentioned that this mid hero for Wind Ranger needs to, or the mid hero for Spirit needs to come out because there's no counterpicking on 23 anyway, and you might as well access a hero before it gets banned. Bloodseeker is a
Aber dafür bist du jetzt gut in Diablo.
The Rupture counters her ability to run in teamfights, focus fire in teamfights, etc.
It is a very good Bloodseeker game. It's mainly the only issue is like the AA ulti, because it's also another hero that relies on heal. But it is a good hero against Darkseer, and it's also the Rupture against Wind Ranger.
Bloodseeker ist auch so ein Held, der auf dem Heal basiert, den durch Burst was AA auch blocken kann. Ich kann mir vorstellen, dass so ein Bloodseeker ganz schnell mal stirbt, wenn der die AA-Ulti abbekommt.
He also is heavily countered by Ancient Apparition, a sustained-based carry, and then also like the physical, like single target burst from Tusk Tag Team and Wind Ranger is something that Bloodseeker really can't avoid. Maybe he'll go for like a mid-game Halberd.
Und letztes Game war es ein Micke Lashrack. Jetzt frage ich mich, ob Micke nochmal Lashrack spielen wird oder ob Micke den
Bloodseeker, oder? Gefühlt Bloodseeker.
Offlane Bloodseeker wurde ja auch manchmal gespielt. Nicht auszuschließen, dass Sei das macht, aber finde ich glaube nicht so gut. Ich glaube auch, dass Micke, Bloodseeker und Nisha Lashrack sinnvoller wäre.
My MMR went from 5,290 to 4,500 during summer.
Yeah, you just focus
on
the synergies
this
with
summer.
AA, I would imagine. At this point, Jug seems fine because it's a really bad matchup for Bloodseeker. The healing ward, when somebody gets ruptured, it lets the Wind Ranger actually run away while ruptured, because the healing ward will top her back up. But yeah, I'm saying like that ban is respect, but now it's like maybe you want to do like Monkey King ban or like some other stun that sets up the AA.
Das Monkey
ban as well.
Oder, wenn mit denen wegrollt, bekommen die dann, die im Schneeball sind, die Bloodseeker Ulti Damage?
Die sind da unverwundbar, soweit ich weiß.
But perhaps they want a carry that's not good against Beastmaster, such as like maybe they wanted the Monkey.
Well, we'll see what comes out here. This is a tricky pick just because you don't see the last pick offlane from Liquid, and the heroes that traditionally do well against whichever offlaner comes out are taken out. but maybe Naga is still potentially in the pool.
Also ich meine, Draw Ranger ist noch drin, aber ich glaube nicht, dass...
Naga
I
auch.
wouldn't mind the aggression of a CK either.
Ich habe das
So I
Gefühl,
wanted to
die
talk a
picken
little
die
bit
aber
about
nicht.
this Tusk.
Ja, nee.
I mean, the troll came out, so I feel like that needs to be talked about a little bit more, but there's a lot of kill threat in an AA plus
Ja, den
troll
Troll.
lane, and troll traditionally, even though he
Siehst
doesn't
du
have the
den?
best success rate
Nee, nicht
in
wirklich.
tournaments, there are very, very few heroes that he cannot lane against. This hero is a strong laner.
Also
So-
farblich passen die sehr gut
I think
zusammen.
it's
Venno.
the Venno.
Mhm.
I don't know, yeah.
It's
Venno
kinda
is very hard against Dark
Cringe.
too.
Yeah.
The illusion is gonna poison you. I think Visage is really good. Maybe some
Das
Razor
stimmt.
if they feel very creative.
You can also
I've
surge
barely
away from
played
a
so when
Venom,
I
so
just had MX
this
lots of
Visage,
mistakes.
you guys mentioned
But
it a
that's
few
a lot
times
of
already,
games,
lanes very
right?
well with the Tiny. It'll give you a lot of lockdown and rush pit control too.
5,300 true.
Yeah, I think they needed some aura guy
4,500.
to, you know, he's gonna buy solar, probably some pipe that's gonna enable both Mika and Nisha to play their games.
I'm looking at this Tusk. I mentioned earlier that I wanted to
Nee,
touch
also
on it,
was
but
was
it's very
Troll
rare that
4
you see this hero
bewirken
being run
soll.
this position for, but I think the attack team
Mika
plus
sagt
focus
sie.
fire is a really interesting combination. When you're playing against the sustain of an IO, tag team plus focus fire is one of the things that can out DPS the sustain of IO. So, and it's
Was
also
meinst du,
something that
was
can
Troll
jump on an
bewirken
IO in the
soll?
backline. You can get a wall risk kick
Das,
too at a
das
late
weiß ich
point and
nicht.
maybe
Also
separate the ton of
deshalb
targets.
würde ich
So
sagen, gefällt mir der
ideally,
Draft
it's really
von
cool.
Liquid
But I
hier
don't know how it's
besser.
going to play out in an actual game.
Yeah, I feel like all
Ja,
the
fühlt
items they
sich ein
want to buy
bisschen
against Troll
random
to
an,
kite him
aber
out, like
vielleicht.
halberds, force staves,
Ja.
and
Oha.
dual scepters.
BSJ
I
sieht
feel like Team
angry
Spirit
aus.
is perfectly fine having Yatro just be like the
Aber
guy
ich glaube,
that
der
soaks
ist so
up all the spells while
konzentriert.
Wind
Oder
Ranger and
so,
Tusk
ja.
are looking to pick and choose their targets, and Darkseer's got the auras to back him up. I'm really leaning towards Team
Ja, aber
Spirit.
Yatoro, der weiß ja
I
manche
like the
Dinge.
creativity also.
Also er spielt ja so
I
viele,
think,
kennt sich so
this
gut
looks
aus mit
like a
den
pretty
Carries
free
und so.
game. So as long as
Ja,
the
der wird
bot
mehr
lane
wissen
goes
als
fine
hier.
for Team Spirit, I think
Ja,
they have
ja.
a very good shot at taking this.
With that in mind, what needs to go really well? Like, who needs to pop off on Team Liquid in order for them to do it?
Müssen wir uns
Is it
überraschen
Zion
lassen.
as Visage?
Ah,
Yeah,
nein.
play on the tempo of the Visage. Try to win your lanes or not lose them, and then when that IO
Oh,
left
try
timing
to win
hits,
the
you
lanes.
just take
Okay,
over the map. That's
noted.
how it's played.
Now we have had a mid matchup that has gone one way each with the Laurel versus Nisha situation, and LeShrek versus Wind Ranger. Gonna be interesting to see how that's gonna be played out as we head
790
over not
MR
to
is
our
like
commentary team, but
25
first
losses.
over to Silent, who is talking to Jenkins.
Oh, that doesn't sound too much.
Hello again, Silent. Hey.
Good job.
Ancient Apparition. Is this the IO Lush
25
counter?
mal 30.
Sure.
Ja.
This work obviously how it works.
It did work. And the Troll. This is not a super popular hero. What makes this
Wobei man
a
ja
good
jetzt auch
Troll
nicht
game?
mehr mal die glatten 30 verliert,
It's the best
sondern
for game,
mit dem
but
Ja,
Glyko ist
stimmt.
immer was anderes.
And we
Ja,
Ja, wenn man
blind,
viel hintereinander
so
spielt,
it's
verliert
like
man ja
more
auch
secure
weniger.
lane. Make sure you don't
Mhm.
lose lane, and if his go is
Sollte zumindest so sein.
if he finds his farm, I think he's pretty okay this game.
Okay, well, we'll see if the Troll works out in this series with Cap in Avery.
No. Not done. But if you play more, you
Game 2
lose
put
less MMR.
Yatoro's Faceless Void to the test a second time, and
Because
he
your
passed with
confidence
flying
goes up.
colors. This time in Game 3, it's going to be Liquid who are going to be
Or
put to the
something.
test as they run the IL Leshrek again against an
Okay,
Ancient
that's cool.
Apparition. We'll see whether or not
BSJ
they're able to pass
castet,
their
what?
test against Team Spirit. So we head
Das ist aber
to
auch
see
unüblich,
who's
dass
gonna
die
be
abwechseln,
just
ne?
one
Eben
game
war
away from claiming
SVG
the Grand
und
Finals after this.
Tanzfilm?
Hm.
Early D ward for Nisha, so he already has a last.
Ich weiß es schon gar nicht mehr, aber
There's one for Laura, but that's only
nee, das stimmt, das waren.
Also nicht BSJ.
That's
Ja,
gonna
ja,
feel
glaube ich
very
auch.
good. It's going to be a
Das ist auch nicht
Nisha
grad BSJ.
Leshrek
What?
rather than a Mickey Leshrek, because he's going to be rocking the Bloodseeker in the
What's
safe
Wort
lane this time around. It does mean that's a bit of a wrinkle, right? How do you feel like the difference is between safe lane Leshrek and mid Leshrek when paired up with the IO?
I mean, the mid one's definitely faster because you just get so many more levels.
Nee, ist immer
Das
noch
ist
Cap.
nicht
Once you start
BSJ.
tapping,
Ja, das sind immer noch
Ei,
Cap
ei,
und
ei, ei, ei.
10 or 11 at 11, 12 minutes, and you're just tethering
Kleiner
down this
Upsi.
monster on the map, right? The safe lane, you kind of have to execute the lane a lot better to get the levels, and probably you need more snacking to get up to that point. It just becomes a
Safe
little
is
weird.
Right.
Also, when you can go
Ein
into
für
tether
Liquid,
into
wo
this
ist die
Leshrek
letzte
to create
Bound hier?
tempo, you can leave your carry alone, so the
Passt.
IO's not sapping the XP even more from that safe laner. It's just a lot more smoother in the game.
Vielleicht kommt ja BSJ während des Games um die Ecke und schubst SVG weg und übernimmt den
And this is going to be a game
Platz.
from Liquid where the second that
Wirklich?
group up hits, it's going to hit really hard with some Visage auras.
Oder die
IO helping in
Castens.
the heal,
gedrückt, aber hatten die UI nur für 2 Leute angepasst.
That's where usually Tiny shines, especially if you can rupture that target on the way. So if you're Spirit, you kind of got to gear up to be able to stand your ground.
Ich gehe auf
Liquid
den
are going to throw at you,
Overlay
especially this Troll. Troll is not a hero in this game where if you get ruptured on Yatoro or the Visage starts pouring the birds into you, that you can just run away and feel good about that fight. It's just not a scenario that I see panning out. You got to go in with the back wall combo with this Tusk tag team. It has decent synergy here, not only with the shell in the lane, but you have this Wind Ranger going in with Focus Fire with a max tag team that is a lot of extra physical burst damage. Something that might cause mid-game problems in trying to man up versus the Troll.
Wird Chaos gemacht.
I think if Yatoro gets 5 or 6 slots, Troll can be pretty scary this game. However, he does have a lot that can kite him out in that late game between the Rupture and, you know, maybe some late game
Ja, aber der hat auch
IO tethering away, Ghost Scepters, toss away.
So gepult, wie man es eigentlich nicht pullen möchte.
Even if you are Yatoro God.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of his most successful heroes. In fact, it's the hero that he has the second highest win rate in his career. So
Ja, mit Blitziger spielt man auch gerne gegen Darkseer, weil der auch mal mit durch die Last Hits den ganzen Harass wegheilen kann und nicht die Iron-Play bekommt.
Like when you commit an Ancient Apparition, you can't fall behind on the AA lane and just become food on the map. You really have to bounce it out somewhere. So in some ways, it puts more onus on Maposhka to have high impact in those later fights versus like the 4 healers here.
Toll auch schon lange nicht mehr gesehen. Ja, wirklich. Das ist so ein bisschen überraschend gewesen gerade.
The AA is the payoff. Maybe the Troll doesn't have to be the only one who's committing a carry impact in this game. It can come from 5. It's like these big team fighters like AA and Phoenix, you have to bounce them out, which means you're going to lose something somewhere else. But of course, it was also a first pick overall Darkseer. That is how much faith Team Spirit have in Collapse on Zero to just carry them through the fights.
Yeah, the AA having a big payoff is the thing that's a little bit concerning me because
Ja gut, Darkseer kann man halt auch nicht
Chronosphere, right? Guaranteed for the Ice Blast. Sure. This game, you don't have nearly the same kind of lockdown, right? Maybe you got a little bit of single target with the roll-in snowball into the punch, or you can have a vacuum, but none of it is the like big hold, you know?
Did you watch that game 3?
Ja, jetzt schon das zweite IO-Game, ist doch nice.
Ja.
I think I did watch the game I was casting, yes.
Did you see this man's shackles in that game?
They were pretty good,
and you are saying they don't have lockdown? How dare you? How dare you insult the Laurel Wind Ranger?
I'm just saying it's not going to match up to Yatoro's Chronosphere.
At this point, if he shackled 3 heroes, I wouldn't even be surprised. And that's the lockdown you're looking for. I mean, Tusk and Troll going in with the slow on a back wall, I think is enough here to land some big AOs. Like, you throw a Vortex, Darkseer is no joke. You throw down an Ice Vortex on that wall, you're just perma-slowed. You can't get out of it.
Wally.
So the BKB for the Bloodseeker and the BKB for the Leshrac, when Liquid decide to pick those up, is also a big factor. You try and get those around the second Roche, the third. How deep are you?
Genau. Dann können wir pünktlich ins Bett gehen.
Streamlag, hörst du mich noch?
Ja, ich höre dich noch.
Ist schon wieder da?
Aber der Stream ist tot. Glaube ich.
Meine Maus ist verschwunden.
Nee, warte. Doch nicht, dein Stream läuft noch, aber dein Stream im Stream ist
weg. Ich glaube. So, jetzt.
Okay, ne, ich habe nur auf deinen Stream geguckt und habe dieses Ladeding gesehen, aber das war von...
Nee, war von mir. Der Stream war kurz weg. Von meiner.
And this is like this is a combo we've seen from Western Europe the whole year long in terms of this IO Bloodseeker. Just deadly on the lane, especially if you're trading elsewhere, which is happening bottom. Yeah, they are so damn fast.
This damage from the Visage, a Visage Bloodseeker is such a scary combination in lane because Visage does so much damage with just level 1 of the Soul Assumption. You combine it with a 4 position that can give you those charges in the first place, and you're kind of guaranteed you're going to have some thirst problems in that top lane.
Da benutzt jemand Internet Explorer.
Habe ich auch keine gedacht. Oder irgendwas passt? Nee. First Blood, oder?
However, the real victor in all this is Nisha.
Oh ja, ich weiß gar nicht, wer es jetzt bekommen hat.
Also Liquid, aber...
Genau, kann man das irgendwo sehen?
Ich habe das Gefühl, oben ist was passiert.
very far ahead in the net worth.
This is similar to the matchup when he had the TA versus Puck, but surely this hero matchup is supposed to be a bit more even, right?
I think the Wind Ranger should do a little better than this. I mean, it's probably Leshrac favored with just Lightning Storm spam, but this is a large gap, and that's going to be a nice tether target into this mid game.
Gerade ein
Because you're going to have a fast arcane boots on the Leshrac.
Ayo den Kill bekommen
Ja.
haben.
Der letztes Game doch auch schon Fastblood bekommen, oder?
Ja,
im Game 1.
Ja, hat er. Gutes Zeichen.
Profi-Ayo, der ist ja
Ayo macht immer besonders nice Geräusche, wenn er Fastblood bekommt.
Boxy's played out of vision, but he's gonna pounce now with a two-man avalanche, two-man splitter, toss together. The snowball pickup can't grab the Wind Ranger while he's up in the air. Well, you can. He just couldn't do it there. And that leads to a double kill for Liquid, one for Nisha, one for Boxy.
Nice support rotation, guarantee the 6-minute rune for Nisha, plus a big hefty bonus.
Patrol führt, was Blasts angeht. Ja. Die Sticks von Farm. Funktioniert das?
Ja.
This is going to be a very fast Bloodstone if he decides to rush it. I mean, you could go Yules in this game. It's a very good Yules game, right? Versus the Darkseer with the Dispels, the Wind Ranger with the Dispel, even the Troll later on. You can maybe dodge an
direkt wieder eingeholt.
Damage. I actually wouldn't mind the Yules for the Leshrac. I just think with this type of start with an Iolash, like you're pretty much always looking for Bloodstone combo, and he's so damn farmed. There's no downside to going Bloodstone into a later Yules if you really want to.
Ob da will jemand einen Bann heute noch?
I don't think he is. Zai actually backed away to ensure that they got the Wisdom
Nur
Rune.
Spaß, das
Managed to TP out, so punished for that, but he tried to sneak it.
I mean, Poshka still has very good levels.
Damit wird nicht Spaß.
The sooner you get Ice Blast off, the sooner you
Sollte
are a
eigentlich
hero
Liquid holen. Das Lineup fühlt sich viel stärker und einfacher zu an. Ich finde auch irgendwie. Ich finde auch.
It's pretty much what they were probably looking for in this lane. Like, you get a 4-position Tiny out of lane, you're very happy, because that hero is incredibly strong in the mid-game fights.
Boxy making another rotation. See if he can catch Laurel on this avalanche. Not quite. While Zai is going to be gone on in the bottom lane. So left alone, and Boxy failing to get the kill on mid means that Liquid are going to be a little upset about that rotation unless they can get the 8-minute power rune here for Nisha.
Well, I definitely cursed Zai there. My apologies. He will give up that kill eventually.
Oh, it spawns bottom. Liquid, a little bit of RNG luck.
And Nisha getting a very strong
also DS ist eine Überraschungsvariante. Toll sehe ich, aber DS.
Darkseer hat man schon häufiger gesehen in dem Turnier.
Ja, so Toll kann schon irgendwie.
So, aber ich glaube, die Frage ist anders.
Ja.
Also es gibt jetzt keine mega krassen Kombos mit dem Vacuum. Also vielleicht ein Ice Blast, Vacuum Ice Blast oder so ist jetzt nicht easy zu exekuten. Und aber auch die Wall-Illus sind jetzt hier nicht besonders spektakulär bei einer Switch-Leshrac. Sind okay, aber nicht
ja.
That is definitely the style Liquid are looking for, especially if they can up the tempo with it.
Where are you at Stockholm, Major?
Haste rune and a smoke. A lot of opportunities here for Nisha to be able to pounce. They already have the Rupture on a collapse. Laurel is going to go for the kill on a McKay at the same time. See if they trade out cores here. McKay healed up enough, and Nisha's going to run down all of these heroes. Ice Blast coming in, but it's not going to land on the cores. The much needed kills that are just not going to land. Look at Mickey, he's charging forward with a healing salve on him. Still gotta be careful of Laurel though, in this skinny little bridge. He will maybe get the kill. No, the splitter. He does have enough for a power shot, but I think he just focus on getting out. Poshka's positioning though is gonna be a bit problem for Liquid. This nice vortex slowing him down. Laurel
Mickey hätte auch TP.
Relocate just to make sure that Nisha's going to be okay here, and a quick refill on the mana. But Team Spirit would set up on it.
I think you really want the IR on this.
Aber wild, was da passiert.
Collapse, verrückter Spieler. Ist der auch... Kann ich denn das DS oder Troll?
Troll ist ja Toro und Collapse ist Darkseer.
I almost wonder if it would have been better for Miposhka to hold on to that until he was in the off lane, so he had more of a direct shot instead of trying to fly it across the map.
He could have just like TP'd and thrown it.
Yeah.
Echt?
He was also probably trying to get it bottom still.
Ja, Collapse hat er hier bei ihrem TI-Win mit seinem Magnus da die Plays gemacht.
Some item build options with this hero. You can just go early BKB Sanjin Yasha, which is a build we saw on him for a while. There's like the Maelstrom Rush into a faster Mjolnir, and Battle Fury is definitely the greediest, but pays off the most in the late game. So Team Spirit gearing up for the scale, as they're going to probably win all 3 cores with a lot of net worth here. It's not a bad idea with this Darkseer. I don't think we've seen Darkseer lose a lot of late games. Zero's just a beast when he gets the Ags and the wall back once BKBs are lower duration. Especially if you have a carry that you can help kite out with the Surge.
He doesn't have the best illusions to pick up away from Liquid, but I guess if he's still hitting the right kind of walls and vacuums to set up the AoE damage, then you're probably still winning that fight.
Yeah, it's about the Darkseer AA combination. Yeah, with a Tusk going in.
Clearing through the stacks. Team Spirit trying to take advantage of this. The Shackle Shot doesn't land, nor does the Ice Blast. And Insania, well, he's going to be chased down by the Focus Fire. He will die for this one, but you know Team Liquid wants to respond to this one. Zai's coming in. Can he get the bird drop? He does. Nicely played. It's going to be first Laurel, now Yatoro.
Yeah, Yatoro in no man's land.
Yeah, he's eruption.
Oh ja, nee, da haben sie sich aber zu viel vorgenommen.
He joins in on a bad fight for Team Spirit as it just comes down to that Shackle Shot.
That was a very deep go for this
Warum muss Insania so ins Dunkeln sitzen? Hast du es gesehen?
Nee, ist mir nicht. Ah ja, doch, ein bisschen dunkler ist es bei ihm. Vielleicht hat er seinen Monitor irgendwie anders eingestellt.
Oder er hat keine Lampe mehr abbekommen.
Ja. Oder er wollte lieber es dunkel haben.
Entchens. Stromrechnung nicht bezahlt.
Doesn't want to give up the safe lane tower, doesn't want to go to the triangle yet without that Battle Fury.
Bloodstone complete, 12 minutes.
He is so big on the Leshrac, man. Look at the net worth. Just crazy, 110 CS already with 3-0 and 3. This is prime IO Lesh territory right here. And you're just going to start to run through these objectives and get onto the enemy side of the map. The second you start taking away the enemy camps with this IO Lesh,
meinst du hier in dieser Übersicht da?
skyrockets, especially if you can't fight the hero.
Ja, das waren mir gerade irgendwie zu viele Informationen auf einmal. Ich hab da Angst.
The pressure just amps up even more
Aber
from Miposhka to never waste an Ice Blast.
You can't throw it on anybody else here
unless you're in
a situation where Nisha cannot get to that fight.
Ja.
You even have the mech already done on Insania. He's even got Lotuses to boot.
Ja, der hat die ganzen Jungle-Stacks da gefarmt, das hilft natürlich.
Really have to be patient with it, hold it, and play the fights. For your connection here. As
long
a
wrap
courier,
around.
will not scout that smoke.
This is a great pickup because they already killed Yatoro once. If they, the smoke is
Okay,
going to
finden Sie jetzt
He's not
halt
going to make it out though. Avalanche is going to
Ja,
land and Yatoro, he's dead again.
Nice skilling ult as he knows it is an absolute
Guck.
ability.
Yeah, it's going to be
Jetzt ist ja Turbo-Rot, das wird man vielleicht rot angeleuchtet.
Oh, wenn man tot ist. Ah, das macht Sinn.
I don't think Team Spirit can take advantage of this reload though.
Oh.
Würde mich halt aber auch irgendwie irritieren.
Ja, irgendwie schon, oder? Oder die legen da nur einen Filter oder so. Und das ist gar nicht in echt.
Ja, das wäre besser dann.
Light Shading.
That's going to be one of the pieces here for Liquid. If they ever find the AA first with a tiny toss or the birds and just force them out of the fight or force a bad ult, then something like what is stopping this IO Lesh train from just running into you?
Yeah, I think that was the part that was interesting me about some of the bans. They banned away the Beastmaster, banned away the Enigma, but in my mind, everyone had the Visage as one of the heroes for Liquid to be picked up, and I think that's
Ob das eine gute Methode wäre, sich in Dota zu verbessern? Man bekommt immer einen Elektroschock, wenn man stirbt. Bis man dann nicht mehr stirbt, idealerweise.
You get on top of him in 8 minutes, he's gone. Yeah. But this Visage is
Ich glaube nicht, dann wird man einfach irgendwann in der Base stehen.
as well. Talked about Vision a lot this series. There's not a lot of it on Team Spirit outside of this Darkseer pushing waves in to gain info.
They're going to die.
Connection. Shackled miss.
But the blockout here at the Shard's going to do a lot. Resummons on the Familiars just to try and hit these states, and Insania gets a really big heal with the mech and staying up on the high ground with Helix out going in. They have to throw so much damage to finish off Zai, but they finally do kill him. Nisha is running low on mana. They have the rupture on out. Still a lot of damage.
Wenn er rausgekommen wäre noch.
Laurel, yeah, he's gonna be chased down immediately.
Ja, kommt jetzt hier noch was von Team Spirit?
Ja.
Okay.
Even a refill on his own bottle thanks to the shovel.
More gold into the Disco Pony's pocket.
Hardcore Dota mit Elektroschock und Haifischbecken für das Team, was das Best of 3 bzw. Best of 5 verliert.
Nice. You're gonna take these off the map for a while. You were probably losing a tower here as
I can't believe you're sticking around like
Jetzt
this.
noch mehr Chancen für Newcomer, weil der Verschleiß so hoch ist.
Ja, positiv denken gefällt mir. Und Box hat sich verlaufen.
Ja, schon wieder, ne?
I thought he was just throwing his life away, but it stalls up the push enough that this glyph comes through, you save your tier 1 tower, and you get a kill for Yatoro. Battle Fury done. Not the fastest timing, but it's pretty good here for a Troll Warlord.
Yep. Stimmt, als Support-Spieler ist das gemein mit den Elektroschocks.
Yeah, the last time he did this, it did not work for them.
In schwierigen Games vor
allem. Ja.
It was a lot of damage and disable they were lacking that now they have.
Nee, echt fiese Situation, wenn die Gegner so einen Storm Spirit haben, der fett gefarmt ist und killt ja einen immer mit einem Zip.
Double familiar stuns out, and then he got a mech heal and a healing salve, and it still wasn't enough. It does go to show that Team Spirit will always have the single target.
3 Minuten 22 schneller.
Boxy.
Das ist die Zahl.
Was? Ach so! Habe ich gar nicht gesehen, das Timing. Auf welcher Seite? Wahrscheinlich Liquid, ne?
Ja, Liquid. Micke hat BKB 3 Minuten 22 Sekunden schneller als... Ja. Confirmed.
He's running into so many heroes, but so is Liquid. They are going to catch one part of that sandwich. It's going to be Mira on the tusk.
Das gefällt mir alles sehr.
Spirit having trouble finding connections with this A ult in the early game.
Oh, he had to use a rod of Atos on the Visage Familiar for fear of just a single stun, setting up for Nisha to run down.
The more this Lestrak gets to take off the map, the more it boosts up his team. You're gaining
Ja,
a lot of space
verzweifelte Maßnahmen hier. Das ist gut.
As this Wind Ranger really needs to start finding the kills to keep up here.
Ohne Void geht
This
plötzlich
Atos
nichts mehr.
Shackle, they need to connect on top of vortexes.
Ja, haben die nicht im ersten Game auch Void geblickt? Die haben die auch verloren. Das scheint nicht die Variable zu sein. Ich will den leider nicht. Das ist auch echt ein bisschen komisch. Ja, wahrscheinlich ist da irgendwie ein Plan hinter, aber...
Fast BKB, 3 minutes and 22 seconds faster, and a
Ja, scheint mir auf jeden Fall nicht crazy, was die da gepickt haben. Aber klar, also Darkseer und Windranger sind so Standardhelden in dem Patch, würde ich sagen.
Ja.
Und also Windranger nicht mehr so krass, aber manche gibt Spieler, die mit der echt gut sind und die gerne spielen. Und AA so als Counter zu Ayo. Nur den Tusk und Troll verstehe ich nicht so richtig, muss ich sagen. Nur weil ich das nicht eben. Ja. Genau, aber nur weil wir das nicht verstehen, muss das ja nicht heißen, dass das schlecht ist oder so.
Hallo Finster, streamst du alle Best of 5 Games? Ich stream auf jeden Fall 4.
Und dann ist hoffentlich vorbei.
Ja, ich hoffe. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich das 5. dann noch... ist schon doof, wenn ich das dann nicht mache. Mal gucken, was das hier offen. Die R und Troll werden immer schwieriger zu töten. Darkseer und AA haben Kombopotenzial. Ja. Aber... Also Liquid ist schon so weit ahead. An sich schon cool. Ich weiß das, ich weiß, dass Gyros spielt. Zum Nachhinein hätten wir das auch vielleicht kombinieren können oder so.
That could have been so good for them.
Imagine they just TP into a wall pre-set up and a vacuum to follow it up. But Boxy actually led the charge here. Gives Sai the all clear, and now they push through. They're going to jump immediately, finding Maposhka. Great little pick off to start things. Will they get any more? Mickey is going to push forward to try and help him out here, but Team Spirit.
Ja, wobei ich weiß, ob der Io nicht eher mit dem Lish spielen will als mit dem Platzseeker.
Spielt er immer noch mit dem Lish?
Also man kann ja als Io auch mal wechseln, so je nach Situation, aber tendenziell erscheint mir das stärker.
Zeigen die so random. Oh, es ist eine Drohnenshow. Oh. Da bin ich jetzt leider vor, aber... Oh mein Gott.
Kannst du uns ja beschreiben, was du siehst?
Ein ich weiß nicht.
Was soll das sein? Ein Engel? Eine Trompete?
New Courier? Wie? Schildkröte, sagt Chat. Oh, ja. Aber wo ist der Panzer von der Schildkröte? Kolibri-Kappa. Frosch. Ja, ich weiß, das sieht noch so aus. Das ist Ice Rock. Actually, good guess.
Feels like the pace has just been everything in these first 3 games. Whoever's able to set it
and
get what they want in terms of tempo has felt very comfortable. And so far in this game 3,
das finde ich auch so cool. Ich würde so gerne mal so eine Drohnenshow angucken. Ist ja auch umweltfreundlicher als Feuerwerk. Sieht doch irgendwie so...
Ja.
Oh!
The rupture, though, is going to do serious damage to Yatoro, and needs him to play without potentially this IO. Beautiful shackle shot onto the Visage familiar, plays against him, but does have the Bloodstone, and a relocate away from the Ice Blast, but Mickey does die.
Jetzt noch so random los.
Yatoro's healed back up, as they are really
Jetzt dürfen wir wieder das Game sehen während des krassen Fights hier gerade.
Okay, Liquid Team Wipe.
Ja, aber das Aegis bringt hier auch nichts mehr, glaube ich. Ouch.
Gibt es regelmäßig in Hamburg? Nein, oder? What? Ist das etwas, was ich im... Oh, Dota 2 mit all den Teamlogos. Oh mein Gott, insane.
Okay, das...
Das ist ja... Das sieht ein bisschen... Ja. Wow.
Den pixelig, aber sieht trotzdem nicht geil aus.
Das ist wahrscheinlich auch wegen Perspektive, weil wir von unten sind und das ist so weit oben.
Ich meine, man kann die Drohnen ja so ausrichten, dass es...
ausgeglichen wird.
Ja, theoretisch jedenfalls so.
Gleipnir from this Wind Ranger is pretty
Ist
impactful
das
right
cool.
now because you don't want to pop BKB on your Bloodseeker for this
cool.
Gleipnir. There's no BKB on
Okay,
Nisha. He has opted for
hype
this
das grad
Axe
zu
build.
sehr, aber
He is just trying to go fast
ich finde
nihilism.
das sehr
It's gonna make the
faszinierend.
Troll's life really difficult with the extra ethereal.
Gibt es doch nicht, sorry. Oh
Action he's gonna have to
Gott.
pump a nullifier into perhaps later. It looks like it's on the menu for Yatoro after a satanic
Oh,
and after
vielleicht
finishing
sind einfach die
SMY.
Heroes an und für sich
There's a
stark
lot
von
of gold
Radiant
to
und
push
wir haben
through
uns
here.
alle bisher gehört.
But Damn put
Ja,
himself in a decent position off a single team
das
fight.
kann auch sein.
Collapse this lead down. And that is the strength of Darkseer. That is
Sie haben
why
immer
this Hero
noch...
got first pick for Team Spirit. They probably feel like they can win any team fight with this
actually
hero.
gar nicht mehr so einen großen
Especially the later
Network-Vorteil.
this game goes.
Network?
These
Network?
walls and vacuums, especially with the vortex down, are just so damn
Network,
high.
ja.
Yatoro trying this one solo, but he knows the relocation is going to be there. Boxy's trying to get a toss away for the BKB. It's actually going to hurt Mickey here. And Yatoro is just manning up. He's going for a crazy
Okay, aber
1v5,
toll.
but
Ah, toll gegen
ultimately he
Platzika.
did get what he wanted out of that, which was Mickey's life.
I guess take him down with you here. As Yatoro
Bei der Kieler Woche dieses Jahr
dragging the enemy carry
gab
down
es
with him in a
eine.
1v5 situation. Maybe Team Spirit, a little sad their trolls off the map for a longer time period. I mean, Yatoro was higher level here. Like you said, is the Bloodseeker the real carry in this game, or is it the Lashrak? Are you actually
Das
trading
war
him
ein
one for
guter
one?
Extremist.
I feel like you are. I feel like the Shrek is the boss of this game.
This pair Liquid ain't what?
More push for Liquid as they try and regain portions of this map. The birds doing the work.
I mean, the way that Mickey is building up, it does seem like he's just trying to be an anti-hero to the troll. I'm gonna rupture you, and I'm gonna Heaven's Halberd you. I'm gonna let my Leshrac do the rest of the work.
Troll can fight through this if you get the late game with Blink and you just Blink start on a target, right? Then even if you rupture him, like we saw there, you're just permanentting or bashing a guy. You don't have to run around with rupture. Net worth for Yatoro is the key to Team Spirit's team fight here. Keeping him alive is a big deal. Getting the Wind Ranger to 5 or 6 slots also a big deal.
Partner für Drohnenschuss? Nein, ich will wissen, wo das...
A lot of zeros.
Ramping up. It'll be an Ag's done for the Leshrac. So Nihilism. Full option now for Nisha to try and kite these fights out. Provide some more front line. Maybe not have this blood
Alle macht die Drohnen schon, ne? Zu Hause? Underwhelming, achso. Ich glaube, du brauchst auch viele Drohnen, um das cool wirken zu lassen. Und das ist teuer. Zu teuer für Deutsche. Auf dem Rummel? Ja, okay. Germans most used for Liquid in general, I would say. Yeah.
You gotta get kills through your BKB direction, otherwise once those fade away,
Plus
you're in some trouble, I think. It may even come to the point,
some generated players
even though they have this great hard carry.
Der Analyst ist ja auch deutsch, Jebs.
In Troll.
I mean, Troll's a great carry.
Genau, aber der hat 2B.
Ja, der mit 2B, ja. Ich glaube auch, weil die aus Schweden kommen, ist ja irgendwie kinda close.
Ja.
I'm just concerned a bit about their late game of just like what happens after if you don't get a kill with the BKB.
Oh,
what does that
stimmt, Jabs mit Doppel-B. Kolquat-Tu ist auch gut. Ja, Schweden ist so cool.
Yeah, he's already out.
Wir waren nur 70 und China sind immer nur 1000. Du wurdest zum Bein gezwungen. Nein ist eine Option, oder? Lass dich nicht ziehen. This is the German mainstream, yes.
I would not be surprised if Team Spirit try and itemize to help Yatoro in some of the terms you're talking about, like Lotus Orbs, Lincoln Spheres, just pump a single target reflection onto your troll. Could be pretty nice here. There's not a huge amount that pops it. And we already have Collapse thinking about it. He's just going to go Lotus. That's going to be pretty nice for Yatoro. Like, you can buy a lot of utility for this troll. Just turn him into a standalone beast. Make him such a threat with the late game nullifier that he can jump on whoever and you can't turn it back around. And that's a Lincoln's done tomorrow. Pretty damn nice for him in dealing with the ruptures, but also something that could be thrown on somebody else.
Boxy, don't do it.
First.
He doesn't do it. He sticks around to block the ancient camp.
This is Liquid trying to posture for this next Roshan. That's what they really want in this game.
Ja, also ein paar Kills haben sie mehr, die Liquid-Leute, aber...
passiert nicht mehr so viel.
Ja.
And Nisha's BKB is probably going to be the most important
time
in a long time for Liquid in this game.
Und Ranger hat Lincolns, die lässt sich von seinem Rupture nicht mehr so leicht beeindrucken. Aber Aghanim's Zepter auf Nisha.
Was macht denn das? Warte, wir können da drüber haben.
Oh.
Das Overlay-Using. Gibt's nicht. Doch hier. Nihilism. Causes Leshrac and all nearby enemies to turn ethereal, preventing them from attacking, destroying them, and making them... Warte. Enemies, okay. Increases... Oha. Do not cause Leshrac to take amplified damage. Interesting. So AOE slow, mehr Damage und alles.
Genau. Das verhindert dann auch, dass Troll zum Beispiel nicht mehr angreifen kann. Weil er Ethereal ist und wenn er, sofern er kein BKB anhat.
Oh, das ist ja voll gut gegen Troll und Windrunner auch, ne?
Ja, genau.
Das ist Item. Oh, Rush Fight incoming? Ne, von Spirit sind 3 Meter.
Ja, aber EE und
AOE E-Blade.
Ja, quasi.
The most common... Oh no, don't say that.
Genau.
Ja. Ich kann gleich eine Storytime machen.
Zu genau oder zum most common German word?
Nee, zum genau. Ich will das eigentlich nicht mehr verwenden. Buyback von Tiny.
Yotoro feels confident. He's going to push forward. They've got a window where the Tiny is not here. He's going to try and go through the gate. Oh, this is dangerous. He's going to come back into instant damage. He may not be able to play Boxy if you do this. It could be a tieback. He keeps on baiting it. Is he able to go through?
Da baitet.
Oh my god, he's just going to keep him sitting there.
Immer schön Pokal.
Yotoro geht rein. Oh.
Oh, da hat Yotoro den Spieß umgedreht.
Ja. Aber es... Ah, aber jetzt... Oh, jetzt ist er nicht da. The bitch.
Wer verarscht hier wen?
Ja. Nihilism hat er angeschossen. Wow.
Nice. Und Roshan können sie jetzt auch noch mitnehmen, denke ich.
Betray. Gatebait.
Yotoro bites and hook, line, and sinker all of a sudden.
Wait, guys,
our carries on the other side of the map.
Oh no.
That was... He did not think that one through entirely.
No, because if he wants that fast kill, then he would need to pop BKB for it. I don't know. I mean,
Wir haben alle 2 Wochen müssen wir die implementierten Features dem Kunden vorstellen. Und nach dem letzten Vorstellen hat mich direkt danach mein Projektleiter angerufen, was kein gutes Zeichen ist. Und er meinte, ich sag wohl sehr oft das Wort genau in meiner Präsentation. So sehr, sehr, sehr viel. Ja. Ja, und ich soll mal darauf achten, das nicht zu machen.
Der hat das vom Kunden dann gehört, oder?
Nee, ich glaube nicht, dass der Kunde da irgendwas sagen will, aber...
Der war bei der Präsentation dabei, oder wie?
Ja, ja. Das war irgendwie schon unangenehm. Genau. Nein, nein. War mir sehr unangenehm und ich meinte, ich achte darauf in der Zukunft. Oh. Ich sag das aber wirklich oft. Ich weiß nicht, so selbstbestätigungsmäßig. Du stellst halt was vor und erzählst, was du gemacht hast und zeigst dann so Features und dann ist halt Stille und dann sage ich halt genau.
Mhm.
Ja. So.
Hier kann ich verstehen.
Oh. Ratzika, Rico macht irgendwie nicht so richtig viel Damage.
Beautiful disengage. Great stuff from Team Spirit to the
Ja,
earlier of Yotoro.
ganz schönes Hin und Her hier.
Team Spirit was prepared for, but that fight they certainly were.
Sag lieber
Very clutch small plays. There's a high chance you lose Troll in that engagement, and you're just looking at a Rax for Team Liquid. Instead, the Shard catches the
Füllwörter sind immer unangenehm, aber immer noch besser als M oder L. Vor allem, früher habe ich M gesagt, ich habe mir das abgewöhnt, aber anscheinend, ja, sage ich jetzt das andere Wort, das will ich nicht nennen.
Ja, ich finde Vorträge oder sowas generell schwierig und unangenehm.
Ja, ich irgendwie auch. Vor allem...
Avalanche connects. He doesn't have BKB, so if they get the toss on him, great snowball save. That gives Laurel an opportunity to get out. It probably costs Mira his life. Ice Splash over the top of things is going to land on some heroes. They go for the relocate out. Insania interrupted by the vacuum. Really great play, but
einfach nichts sagen, einfach nichts sagen in der Zeit. Ich glaube, für dich oder für einen selber ist das viel... Ist die Zeit viel länger, als sie in echt ist?
Ja, das auf jeden Fall.
game continues to get stalled up. Liquid can't find that high ground push with the second Aegis, and it'll probably be going to a third here. So now it's a question of how do you build and
Ich
scale up
trage
for
euch ja
that
nichts
teamfight.
vor. Das ist irgendwas anderes. Das ist Arbeit und das muss perfekt sein. Und dann sind da irgendwie 20 Leute in dem Meeting.
Okay.
Und da musst du halt auch gewappnet sein für die Fragen von Kunden. Und, ich weiß auch nicht. Das ist sehr unangenehm. Gerade am mental vorbereiten fürs Zocken und den hier gelegentlichen Work. Nice. Oh.
Has not found a lot here in the last 5 or 6 minutes. He's pretty much stuck on the same items we saw him stuck on.
Das ist ein Kompliment.
Yeah, that's true.
Spinat zwischen 10. Ich? Gab nicht. Ich hab noch nichts Grünes heute gegessen. Okay.
The various abilities that Team Spirit are using to enable Yatoro really goes to show that this hero cannot operate.
Ja, aber Fragen nach so einem Vortrag finde ich tatsächlich weniger schlimm. Also wenn man, weil man sich ja mit dem Thema beschäftigt hat, kann man die ja in der Regel beantworten und bei Fragen kann man irgendwie freier reden als bei so einem Vortrag oder Vorstellungen, worauf man sich vorbereiten muss. Stelle ich mir jedenfalls so vor.
Ja, ja, also für mich ist das immer der schlimmste Teil, actually. War schon immer der unangenehmste.
Okay.
Weil man nicht weiß, was kommt. Den Vortrag kann man vorbereiten, dann arbeitet man das ab und erzählt alles, was man erzählen möchte. Kann man Notiz machen. Bei Fragen kann alles kommen.
Ja, genau, dann kannst du auch sagen, hier, das war nicht Umfang der Arbeit, der Aufgabe, was auch immer. Wenn das denn so war, oder du sagst halt, keine Ahnung.
Ja, aber wenn die dann irgendwie die Implementierung hinterfragen oder irgendwelche Features oder du hast irgendwas vergessen, noch schlimmer.
Ja, okay, also wenn man tatsächlich irgendwie was falsch gemacht hat oder so, oder nicht zu voller Zufriedenheit, dann
genau. Halt. Oder wenn die das sehen und dann sind die damit nicht zufrieden.
Yeah, it's actually kind of an awkward position. If he stays up on the high ground, maybe he's okay, but if he comes back up low ground,
ist dead.
Easy kill.
Ja.
That was a gem. He did not drop the gem in base. What? Misstep here from Insania, as he could have just left it back home, but express delivery straight to Team Spirit.
Er hat das Gem nicht gedroppt in der Base.
I wonder if he thought he was going to be able to get away, but
Okay, das ist...
Ja. Oh nö, Drehspiel, das wird...
Oh yeah, Team Spirit have already shown that once they get that small little break in your discipline.
But this is first
tiny toss. This is insane that he's doing this. He's baited out the jump.
He gets a force that back away before they get the nullifier out, so they manage to get the tier 3 and get a buyback out of the IO.
That was actually an
Dafür eine Hydration Emote.
You're going up there versus a tiny toss that can just lock you super deep in the base versus a rupture, and you're basically just banking on the fact that Boxy's not there ready for it.
Ja, Hydration.
That your supports are going to hit you with the force stabs in the right time.
That tells you everything you need to know about this man. Absolutely fearless when it comes down to the clutch time, and he is pushing for that level 25 talent before Yatoro will lead the pack here in experience. It's a decent talent for the troll. Like this strong dispel. No joke. I wonder if you ever go for this other talent in a game where maybe you get that pierce.
Jetzt wird ja aber übertrieben.
Some of the hit chance. I rarely see it.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I feel like he's not going to care about the Bloodseeker's damage, particularly with the Satan.
I think you just always take the strong dispel. Like there's a chance you get tossed into some hex later in this game. Yeah. You just need to be itemized and ready for it. As Nisha never went for this BKB on the Leshrac, he just went for the Lincolns. The greedier option, but the option that will scale harder here.
Yeah, he understands that his nihilism is only as strong as his Lincolns against the
Ja, das wäre nicht gut für den Bau.
And we still have yet to feel Laurel's impact in these fights in terms of the big shackles.
Ja, der Troll ist jetzt quasi six-slotted.
It's so much time for Yatoro to go in and just
Ja,
smack
nicht
you.
nur quasi, ne?
High ground ward, they're gonna see Yatoro.
Ja.
That's going to be a ton of damage into the
Jetzt Satanic, okay.
Now they do still have that combo. Nisha is a problem a little bit here. They got to be able to focus down with Laurel while Toro resets. Nisha gets to relocate out. Perfect timing from Insania. But now without that, it's just an opportunity to run down more. Looks like Zai's going to be the first one. They're going to catch Boxy as well. Force staff over the shards, but he's not going to make it very far. A snowball will hunt him down.
That reload went deeper on the map, by the way, but they just couldn't re-engage. It did not go to the fountain, so you're not healing this Leshrac up. A very clutch reload nonetheless. Otherwise, your Leshrac is 100% dead there.
Tactical pause.
Pause to think about that team fight.
I mean, what a small window. I think that, was it just Nisha's split earth was just a little bit too late?
I think he got BKB
5 Games incoming. Ja, kann echt sein. Das sind richtig
or a
even.
little early. So we'll see in this replay. I mean, that is as good an opening as you get. Another reason you want that Troll 25.
Ja. Bei Liquid sieht es im Early Game gut aus und dann den Sack nicht zu.
Ja, die müssen drüber fallen oder irgendwie verlieren die sonst.
Aber wäre der Lashback Stun, der hätte nur minimal früher rauskommen müssen, dann wäre ja Toro oder tot gewesen, bevor er was tun kann.
Mobius, nein. Das ist doch...
Das letzte Game haben sie verloren.
Achso, so meint er das ja nicht.
Team Spirit strike back, re-even this game out, and are now looking at a Roshan that should be theirs if it spawns accordingly.
It will not spawn accordingly. Sadly for them, it is going to be 1 minute and 40 seconds until it's up. So Liquid will have their chance to contest that Roshan.
Sehr simple Teamkombination eigentlich. Sehr effektiv.
You gotta save some for the later rounds, my friend.
Yeah, might have got a little bit lucky in that last fight. And that toss actually kind of played against Liquid because they grouped up so badly, thinking that they had
da wurden die Kinder mitgenommen.
They're just all in for that kill, knowing it's an automatic team fight win if you get it.
Ich glaube,
ist das nicht
The second you don't,
eine Stunde nach uns?
Ja.
Oder vor uns? Wie sagt man das? Ich glaube, bei denen ist schon 21:30 Uhr.
Genau. Ich glaube, Nishas Idee war, den Troll in der Luft zu stunnen, weil wenn er versucht, den Troll zu stunnen, wenn er gelandet ist, dann
in der Luft.
Dann kann der Troll auf jeden Fall BKB aktivieren.
The Tiny has generally been stronger because of the displacement, but the Tusk save is no joke in some of these big late game battles. You buy time for a rupture target, maybe you get another wind run off because you put Laurel into that snowball, you reset the fight. You might just run out of damage on the side of Liquid between the Bloodseeker and the Leshrac, and
ich gehe auch nicht um 8
objectives here. Like you said, that Roshan is going to be a late spawn. Not happy about that one, as Liquid might have a chance to contest.
Ich gehe manchmal um 8:30 Uhr ins Bett, wenn ich müde bin.
Echt?
Ne, ich stehe um 5:40 Uhr auf, wenn ich arbeite.
Okay. Ja, verstehe.
Aber ich schlafe ja auch nicht sofort ein. Wenn ich dann schon irgendwie die Nächte davor nicht Schlaf bekommen habe, dann habe ich mich auch manchmal um 8 ins Bett.
Wann fängst du an zu arbeiten dann?
Um 7.
Either way, a troll is going to be terrifying because eventually he's going to get Swift Blink as well, and then he's going to be the one starting the fights.
Ja.
The second he goes in, if there's a back that lands on 3 or 4, it feels
Aber dann bin ich 15:30 Uhr durch und dann
your positioning on Liquid means
ist
everything.
okay.
You have to space it properly. You have to be together enough that you can focus a target that gets tossed in, and also spread enough that you don't get punished on the counter initiation from collapse. Not an easy task here, as they're going to run Nisha with a shield rune in. He is extremely tanky right now.
But if they could get the nullifier on him, it would be massive. Boxy tries to jump in, only hits an avalanche. The toss over is into Mira.
Schon wieder da unten,
now
ne?
trying to disengage immediately.
Ja.
But Yutoro didn't really use too much for it. Mira, snowball over the side, and you need to get the nullifier on Leshrac. They're focusing him.
Oh, dieser
Second time, now vacuum into the wall, catches the two supports. They do manage to get the relocate out. Oh, the Bloodseekers.
Hä, warte, der Relocate ist raus, aber der Io ist tot.
Das habe ich jetzt auch gerade nicht
Ja, sah irgendwie komisch aus.
Oder der ist nach dem Flug.
Oh, ich sehe gerade irgendwie nicht mehr so richtig.
Oh, toll, ist tot.
Ja, toll, aber auch Buyback.
Ja.
Oh, nicht Dead, oder?
Okay, kann Boxy noch was machen? Boxy opfert einfach. Oh, er macht Laurel kaputt. Und der tippt einfach raus.
Ja.
Oh, okay, krass. Okay, da haben sie am Ende den Fight noch ein bisschen gerettet, aber insgesamt trotzdem gut für Team Spirit.
Der Troll Buyback aber auch mit 18 Sekunden Rest auf Tour. Ja, das sind Sekunden entscheidend, ne?
Double buyback out from Spirit here. What are you doing here?
Hm.
I mean, it's a nice bird attempt. That's about
Wenn
all
du
it's
18
gonna
Sekunden
yield.
wartest.
This is an Aghanim Scepter Roshan. Who are you
Wie
giving it to
jedes
here?
Interstrahlen. Hm.
Toro really wants the extra
Aber Spirit hat
stats
wieder
and the axes he
einiges
does.
bekommen.
Ja, und dann ist auch das Buyback nur halb so schlimm.
I mean, this Ag's troll now dispels the Ethereal on the Lash, right?
Der Tour braucht mehr als eine Kilo.
You're also throwing a lot of buffs on him. This is an influential troll Ags. And I mean, the shards from Mira have just been disgusting in these fights.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the extra shard distance really helping out. And somehow they are able to turn this with a 4-man avalanche toss into the Pulse Nova.
Was ein
Cannot
Messi
stand
Fight.
there long as Yatoro feels the pain.
Nee, die werden echt rot. Das ist kein Filter, die werden echt rot. Unangenehm.
Ja, nochmal ein bisschen Salz in die Wunde hier. Ist gestorben. Gutes Licht für dich.
But the thing is, if you don't use it instantly, that target is gone. Like, you saw how fast Nisha died there. It's under 2 seconds. You do not have enough time. You pretty much have to decide instantly when the first point of contact latches. Are you really only that hero out? Are you not?
Bad Mannered oder
Oh.
Bad
I mean, you are right. It has not been there every time. It's just so damn fast, the burst damage out from Team Spirit right now.
Smoke, suchen die. Okay. Oh no, der ist ja so dead.
Du hast ja nicht weit genug geblinkt.
Ja, ist nicht weit genug geblinkt. Ich meine, wo hätte er... Also,
ja, da war...
da war nicht so viel.
The first of potentially many, as they do not have many heroes left.
And Nisha was thinking about running down this mid lane, but it's a
Spirit wieder.
catapult wave.
Oh, ich fürchte auch. Das sieht immer so gut aus early für Liquid und dann... Oh nein. 13
You know this man is going to push it right now. Aegis for 3 minutes, Satanic Ags and level 25 talent. How do you bring him
Das
down?
wurde aber schon foreshadowed von dem 13-2.
BKB-Timing.
Oh! Oh, der Vakuum. Wer hat das nochmal predicted? All I on?
Ja, ich glaube.
Ich glaube auch.
Aber das war jetzt auch nur noch quasi der Tropfen, der das fast zum Überlauf gebracht hat.
Das ist GG wieder. Nein. Oh, poor Liquid. GG.
Now Team Spirit, 1 game away from claiming yet another finals.
This is where the pressure is really on if you are Liquid. You are going against one of the most clutch teams of all time in a high-pressure tournament, in a grand final that you have been denied a first place in 4, 5, what is it going to be, maybe 6 times in a row now. If you are going to bounce back, this is the time to do it as Team Spirit have ramped up the pressure. And that troll pick, we were talking about the downsides of this hero, the struggles this hero can have, the kiting potential, the ruptures, the toss. None
Der
of it matters
Shrek.
to Yatoro Boss as he just runs in with the utility and a very clutch hex
Dann
at the
müssen
end
wir
by
jetzt nicht
Collapse.
sein. Nee. Spirit hat 2. Also, wenn die jetzt noch 1 gewinnen, dann ist Reborn das war noch Kickings.
Nee, aber man meint, damit Liquid gewinnt, müssen es 5 Games sein.
Ach so. Ja, of course, of course.
Team Spirit is just beautiful, man. Too many answers. Too many answers for this game 3 will
hello,
be too many
Amjad.
answers for this series. Let's head back to the panel.
We Arabs like East
Team
Europeans
Spirit
more
at
than
match
West.
points, they take this
Yes.
game, and it
I
was
wasn't the odd one in
kind
the
of
match,
like
huh?
we
What?
thought. Team Liquid, yes, they had the early game, but once it got to the late game, once
Na,
Team
Amjad
Spirit
war beim Finale Nine Pandas gegen Gaming Gladiators. Nee, warte, das war das. War das Lower Bracket Final oder das Upper Bracket Final? Aber da war Amjad für Nine Pandas und gegen.
Und wir gegen Gamen. Achso. Für Gamen.
Genau, und hier ist er für Team Spirit.
Ah, du bist für. You are for Team Spirit, Amjad. I see. Oh, interesting. I would not have thought that.
For a lot of reasons, I think Spirit is doing something that a lot of teams
Danke, Tuxan.
agree to do this tournament. They first faced the
Wichmann
AA,
bedankt sich bei dir.
and even though they had some problems in the early game, I still think it has so much value against the IO Lash, and it just showed that it's worth it.
Yeah, not only you, the crowd.
And not only the courage to run this AA throughout the tournament, but to pick an unseen hero in this Tusker for such a long time. And of course, the last pick Troll, who is a hero that a lot of people
Die, was für Emotes?
Cuter.
Achso, das.
I don't know how he consistently pulls off these carry performances.
Ist das eine Katze?
Everything looks so dark and grim for this team. They find a way to fight.
Tja.
There's that beautiful fight in their jungle
Gute
where
Frage.
they managed to kill the Visage first with their burst damage from the focus fire and the troll.
Oh,
I mean the tag
find's
team and
da
the troll.
wieder.
And somehow that was the turning point for the game. I just don't know how
Dang,
they
I
pulled it
missed
off. That
this
was
game.
incredible.
Yeah, I feel like every team has, you know, their
There will
strategies
be
that they've been relying on all
another
tournament,
one.
and nobody had really cracked like the recipe, the code for Team Liquid. And when I'm watching these games, I feel like Team Spirit's finally got like all the ingredients that they understand. Like they knew Zai was gonna pick a summons hero on last pick, and Troll's good against all these heroes. So it's
Fake
goes
Milchmänner
ask
im Umlauf.
Yatoro, you know exactly what they're gonna pick. Name
We
one of your
watching
40
ours
heroes
since
that
you're
you
off.
play. Which one of these is good against Visage? And
I'm still
it
thinking.
just feels like when we're here on panel, Liquid's draft is predictable, and Team Spirit's is not at all. So that's just crazy that this late in the tournament you could have a team that's just whipping
Might
out
be two more.
specific
Yep.
strategies against another team that
Might be.
I feel like that's more something Liquid does in terms of hero
Crazy.
versatility. But yeah, I mean this is what it takes for Team
Fake
Spirit to win.
Milchmänner sind Verbrecher. Oh,
Wonder
oh.
what Liquid, like how they feel right now.
Aber gibt's hier Fake Milchmänner?
Hä?
Gibt's hier Fake Milchmänner?
Ich weiß nicht.
Hm.
War ja immer noch.
Didn't make a choice, and that is a choice, making a choice as
Only
well.
one.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Otherwise,
one thing
too
that Brian
messy.
also said is that I think
Too many
Team Spirit
voices.
has been very good at
Eine Art Hamster.
different styles this tournament. I think especially the last series they played
Oha.
bracket against Liquid in the game 3 where they
Hit.
just put the tempo on from the start. Didn't make a single mistake the whole game. And they're also able to play this where they pick A.
Oh, Shopify Rebellion doch noch mit Erscheinungen während des Finales.
Ich glaube, Artisi. Achso, ja, während des Finals. Ich glaube, Artisi war gestern auch im Panel. Oder vorgestern. Irgendwann.
Yeah, the
Jupp,
confidence
das
is gonna
ist
be
good.
the key factor here because they won with their IOLash.
Bias ist. Ja, ich habe nichts für Spirit. Ich habe actually auf 7TV zwei eigene Liquid Emotes hochgeladen, weil da gibt's kaum was für Liquid. Actually nur, ja, Liquid Love haben wir und haben actually noch eins.
Ja.
Spirit had no business winning that fight in the jungle. They did it.
Achso, ich meine das.
Ach, mega hart. Nice.
Jetzt stealing. Oh yes, I definitely stole.
Team Liquid did not really have a shot, but the one we chose to look at
Nicht selber bearbeitet. Na gut, das ist erlaubt.
No matter how much you're ahead, whether it's 30k against the likes of BB Team or 7k in this case, so like one good team fight where you slip up, you're a bit out of position. We heard Saberlight in this draft analysis saying the team that has pace, in this case Liquid, the other team, Team Spirit, is relying on you to mess up. And Team Spirit's going to make you play perfectly for 45, 50 minutes in order to take a game off of them. And this is the one time they get caught out of position with their pants. Now they have Aegis. Like, it looks like all the cards are in their favor. And you can just see Team Spirit, like, it's not only
Zwei
is
kleine
they win the fight, it's
Klöße.
technically 6-0, completely flipping this game upside down.
Yeah, it's showing that
Wer ist
it
das?
doesn't matter what you want to do in this game. You need to have an answer for these team fights. I mean, what would you do, Chris?
Bist du Team Kartoffeln oder Team Klöße?
Ich mag beides mega gerne, aber die Konstanz von Klößen ist einfach zu gut. Wenn ich jemanden banne vom Server, wird er dann gekickt automatisch oder muss ich den kicken?
Ich glaube, Bann inkludiert Kick.
Okay.
Then second off, they just have to plan their timings a little bit more clean in this.
K. Ich hoffe, es ist die richtige Person.
Yes, the pipe. So when the pipe is dead, like it's just an easy fight. So there's a couple of steps. I think they have the tools to do it. They just have to make it work.
Wann ist Integrated Kick? Perfekt, sehr schön. No.
Aber wen hast du jetzt gebannt? Ich hab nichts mitbekommen.
Da sind irgendwie, also eine Person, die eben gejoint ist auf Discord, die hat jemanden vom Discord so angeschrieben, so Spam-mäßig.
Ah.
Sowas gibt's hier nicht bei uns.
Ja.
No weird people. Klöße sind Kartoffeln. Ja, of course, aber... No, Still have... No, don't. Ich hab nichts mehr zu trinken. Klöße, Upgrade, Kartoffeln. Beides gut. Aber wenn ich Klöße wählen kann und Kartoffeln, oder Kartoffeln, nehme ich Klöße.
Game 4 will swing in their favor.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what I think they had a good idea in the first game.
Vor allem so Herbst, Winter.
Again in game 2 and just realizing in the first game what they had to change and still running the Void Engine, just having like the courage to just be like, okay, we lost a game, but we know
Ich glaube, ich esse Klöße hauptsächlich zu Weihnachten. Aber gibt dann auch Kartoffeln, dann kann man sich aussuchen, was man möchte, oder beides.
Beides geht natürlich auch.
Ja.
I think if they can do that, then it can be good for them.
This is where the years of experience come into play with being able to recover from series, from games, mid-series especially.
What? Abendshot. I used a lot of my points to hydrate Sailor, otherwise she would have been dead.
Hat dir das Leben gerettet.
Ja, thank you. Kartoffeln, Fall, Klöße, oder ist Kartoffeln größer? Kannst nicht deuten.
Ich würde sagen, Kartoffeln viel größer als Klöße.
Ist das altes Dota?
Ja.
Das kenne ich actually nicht. Ich habe ja 2012 angefangen, aber das kenne ich nicht. Das hingegen kenne ich.
Ja.
Oh, wie lustig. Ah, die haben nicht den Random-Button benutzt. Uff. Chance verpasst.
Noch das schöne Lion-Model.
Oh, stimmt. Sie hat gerade gesagt, Dota hat in diesem Monat Geburtstag. In diesem Monat? Oder nicht? Ne, mit nur einem Kurier. Nein. Das alte erste Hauptmenü. Was ist das für eine Referenz? Ich mache ihn wieder lauter.
Ich auch.
Oh. Player Ted.
They're gonna cut from the shorter path. They storm up the river. Patience from Zoe. Waiting in the wings. Navi's about to be caught. Oh, there's the sleep. He catches everyone. Oh, this could be a total disaster. Vacuum in. Ravage on everyone. The black hole as well. Light of heaven turns it around. Ravage as well. Stolen by Denny.
What?
They turn it around. Throne's almost dead. Not yet. Silent of fall. Liquid are doing it. They're gonna take it. And Nova is on his feet.
Oh, cancel VP. He's no. He canceled his VP. Puppy, he's not. Cancel Denny's VP.
vom ersten TI. Früher, das wäre mal das Schlimmste. Der Loelo. Lauf, Lion. Oh, er hat sich verändert.
Ja, der macht hier so eine Zeitreise.
Ja. Oh, jetzt kommt Techies.
I just have one thing to say here. This will be explosive.
Oh. Oh, nein. $1 Million Dream Call. Die ganzen Referenzen.
No.
Oh, jetzt kommt Talente. Oh.
Ah ja, 7-0-0.
Oh. Er kauft ein. Oh. Stimmt, jetzt müssen Supports nicht mehr den König kaufen, sondern jeder bekommt einen umsonst. Und Neutrals. Das war in 2016. Sideshop Closure. Und Monkey King.
A new journey is about to begin.
Oh, die ganzen neuen.
Coming to this.
Oh, die legendäre Sepp-Wasser.
Ah, Collapse Magnus.
Und jetzt verändert sich alles von diesem Jahr. Oh, cute. Voll schön. Ja. Richtige.
Ja, aber auf jeden Fall cool gemacht.
Goosebumps, goosebumps. Happy anniversary, everyone.
Dota so ein schönes Game.
You doing okay, Ryan?
I don't know, man. There's just something about Dota. We talk about on channel. It's our lives, and that's like watching your life, you know, for the last 10 years.
Ich glaube.
That's what it feels like.
I see teary eyes. No.
Don't call me out. How do you feel?
No, it's you.
I'm not
It's not me.
crying.
It's not me.
Then I will say though, the one part that gave me visceral pain
Collapse,
was
genau.
the ha ha ha. Watching the
That was my
sniper
favorite
troll
part.
corner the lion. I was like, poor lion, get out of there.
That was gorgeous, Crit.
That was special. Like Brian said, for a lot of us, our life, the last 12 years. So yeah, that was very special.
Yeah, I told you guys, I prepared that I was gonna ask this question. I'm gonna still do it, because that way I don't have to talk this long. What's your favorite moment? Decade of Dota, 12 years of Dota, 13 years of Dota. Like, obviously before Dota 2, there was the Dota, the original Dota. Brian, favorite moment within Dota?
Like favorite, like within the game itself, right?
Favorite moment in
yeah,
Dota.
I know, because otherwise you're gonna say something.
War schwierig.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you stole it from me. I mean, I'd say like specifically, it would be the TI8 game 4 where I was supposed to do the after show, and so I was walking over already because OG was down by like 20k gold.
Yeah.
And like I get a phone call saying, "It's not over, you gotta run back," and then I run back to see this crazy ass comeback, and then they end up winning the whole thing. So it's just memories like that where you can't script these kind of stories.
Same.
For me, I would say probably the TI6 Wings run is my favorite Dota moment because
Gibt's einen Release-Date für CS2?
college, like I never thought that I would be
Apparently.
able to
Ja, das
attend
spiele ich
something
nicht,
like that. It
aber
was
Diablo bin
like
ich
some
auch voll drin.
fantastical idea, and it was my first ever TI that I attended. I remember I set up a donation goal, and
Welches
people
Level
helped
möchte
me
ich
get there, and it was just goosebumps watching Wings dominate throughout it all. It was
Ja,
just an incredible
aber
moment
schon
with the
hyped auf
crowd, and
Dota wieder.
probably my favorite Dota memory still to this day.
Das Schlimmste.
Yeah, for me that was my first TI. TI6, not so memorable.
TI
but
7
I
bis
think for
9
me,
die
the
schönste
major just
Zeit.
before in Manila was
Jungle
special.
Invoker never came.
It's definitely one of the best moments in my life.
When
so
I played
think
for
that has to take the
no.
prize. Obviously, a lot of stuff, even in Dota 1, like doing 10-man lands in Denmark, you know.
Beste Zeit war Beta mit dem alten Client. Rebound war auch nice. Nicht mehr so gefühlt. Ja, ist doch schon irgendwie eine Special-Zeit.
Ja, weiß ich nicht, ob da nicht die Nostalgie einem...
Definitiv. Richtig doll sogar, aber... Oh. Hey, voice a little. Stream leiser. Jetzt lauter.
So viele Ansprüche hier.
Ja, so ist das, so ist das. Nächster gibt's, glaub kein genaues, aber die Maps sind alle durch und soll nächstes Mal rauskommen. Ja, spiel ich nicht. Dann lieber Dota wieder.
Well, 2 games up, yes, because if they were 3 games up, they would have won already. 2
Ja.
games up here. It's 2-1, and that means Team Spirit is on match point. And we are gonna try to discuss how Team Liquid is gonna make a comeback here, because we all
Oder Super.
Super.
we all just want good Dota. So as long as this 4th game is gonna be hyper competitive, I think we're all gonna be happy. But
what do you
5
mean?
games, Brian. That's the dream. That's the magic, right? So we all know you got some ties with Team Liquid. What are you gonna tell the boys?
Gönnen die den Spielern jetzt irgendwie eine längere Pause? Irgendwie so vor.
Möglich. Oder Server. Aber ich würde auch noch mal kurz AFK gehen.
Ja, ich würde an dieser Stelle mich auch von verabschieden.
Okay.
Ich muss auch noch ein bisschen was essen und dann auch.
Du musst arbeiten. Kurz.
So, ich habe leider noch nicht Urlaub.
Ja.
Das war jetzt nice.
Ist auch irgendwie ganz passend bei mir. Dann danke schön auf jeden Fall.
Ja, danke, dass ich dabei sein durfte.
Sehr gute Insights. Oh no. Chat vermisst dich schon.
Ja, zumindest tut Ollum so.
Ja.
Gut, dann bis zum nächsten Mal.
Ja.
Bis dann.
Bis dann. Tschüss. Oh no, ich versuche Tuxana irgendwie auszugleichen, aber wird wahrscheinlich schwierig. So, ich gehe einmal noch kurz abkamen. Die Hydration muss raus. Ganze Expertise weg. Ja, ich habe leider irgendwie nicht so viel Expertise wie Tuxana. Inoffizielle Stimme von Kork. So. Mach kurz wieder Stream lauter. Ja, nicht so gut, ne?
Well, let's also focus our attention a little bit on Team Spirit as they are here at match point. This is a team that I remember during the group stages. At some point, we're like, well, you know, we're talking about how Gaming Gladiators wasn't doing too well in the group, so that's what you focus on. And you got Team Liquid that was doing okay, and you know there were other teams that were like outliers, performing not necessarily to expectation. Then Team Spirit is just casually flying, seemingly crit under the radar. I don't know how that was from a player perspective, because for us, it's like, you know, they're just there and we know they're good, but they're not at the top of the list either.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference for me is that they've always been a good team at every tournament this year, but they've always been very limited in terms of what type of style they'll play. And I think in this tournament, especially the last couple of series, they added a lot. They added the Ench, like they prioritized the Ench, which is a huge thing for them because they're not a team that usually plays Su, and Ench is really good against Su. And then they also play Beastmaster on Collapse. They play Lycan on Collapse, which is stuff that before, like, you would never see them do this. And I think them adding that on top of what they already had in terms of being a team fight team and like a late game team, that just made them a lot more complete. Yeah, I think that's what's causing Liquid issues now, and also in the upper bracket final, that they have a lot of stuff that they have to think about. And I think, yeah, I think Spirit just looks solid. Like, they look like a really good team, a hard team to beat. You can see why they won TI when they play like this.
Yeah, it does feel like they just leveled up in the middle of the tournament, and we're gonna find out if they can close it out here. Of course, this is a team that was already in the grand finals of Riyadh Masters last year around against PSG LGD, and at that point they were not able to get a game, but it did warm them up nicely for the major that followed after that in Arlington. They were able to take first place that, but ever since, the struggling, the suffering, the not so great results, Effie, they've just continued.
Yeah, for a lot of Spirit fans, it feels like they might have peaked a little bit after TI10, and they caught people off guard. And there was like a point in time where I would say they were just mediocre. You know, they weren't exceptionally good, they weren't bad, they were always contenders. But the thing about this team is on the main stage, they do transform. They just become something else. They're so hungry, they're so determined, and they have so much grit. Like, they thrive in this kind of environment, and we're really seeing it. We're really seeing that they can play against all odds, they can play under pressure. They make these incredible comebacks. You can never count them out. Playing against them is so exhausting, as Faithion said. Even if you have a 20k, 30k net worth lead against them, you're so tired. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know how they're going to find their way back. But
I mean, they were at some point 10k behind the previous game. They went high ground anyway. So net worth is not meaning that much in the hands of Team Spirit, right? I know you had a whole bit at some point as well when they were playing against BB Team. They were just going for it, behind or not.
Yeah, I mean, they were, in that series specifically, in their 2 wins, they were ahead in net worth for 15 seconds between the 2 of the games. But that's a summary of Team Spirit. I remember at the end of the group stage of this tournament, their last game, which solidified them the upper bracket, they got mega creeped by 9 Pandas at 35 minutes and proceeded to win the game at 55 minutes. So like that, this has been their story throughout the entire course of the tournament. And I think one of the scariest like descriptions I could give to a team would be, I never know if they're for sure going to lose or not. And there's not very many teams that you can say that about. And it just feels like it's so easy in Dota to get frustrated and to have like, you overcompensate when you're losing, you try to force plays, and that is something I have never seen from Team Spirit. Like they keep their composure throughout the entire course of the game. They're looking for very specific openings, and they are just waiting for you to give it to them.
Oh my gosh.
How has it felt for you, Crit, playing against them? Like, how would you describe Team Spirit?
Yeah, I think what Brian said is very true. They're super composed. Like, they never falter, even if they're under pressure. Like, the team fighting is always on
Aber bei dem einen ist irgendwas passiert, glaube ich.
It's just so much practice for them. Like, they've always been a team that valued team fight, and now they're just
no.
And yeah, I think they just look so confident every time they play. It never falters. And they start with the end share, which I think is good because Liquid banned out the Naga, which is also a Su response. So Spirit probably wondering a little bit if there's going to be some early Su or some Void, something that they're Void is there as well. But I think Spirit probably didn't want to first pick the Void. So I think the Ench is a little bit more of a first pick Void would have been wild, but the Ench is solid cover for them.
And the Beastmaster that's been in contention for the last few games made it through this phase. Liquid default to their Zai Broodmother. I think this is probably one of the best responses you can do in an elimination game. Just pick a hero that you're confident on, a hero that can carry you, one of your players' most comfortable strategies, and they
Brood for Liquid.
Yeah, there's so much like rock, paper, scissors going on with like
für Zai wahrscheinlich.
Team Spirit's threatening Void. Team Spirit doesn't want to pick Void into a summons hero, so they pick Enchantress to block the Lycan and the Beast. So now Liquid picks the summons hero.
Most contested heroes, Snap, Allein, Timber, Brood,
one unit, there's a bunch of them. And now it's most likely going to be Yatro's hero coming out on 8, and Liquid's thinking, okay, is it going to be TB? Is it going to be a Monkey King? Like, what is going to be their, Broodmother counter of choice? What 4 position best covers that? I mean, like, the mind games right here. This is the cool part about a best of 5 and why it's not only we want more Dota, but further you go into the drafting, these teams have been, 5-heading each other back and forth, and you end up with this,
very against,
like, what, minute and a half they're spending on Team Liquid for this opening duo?
I think if there would be no spiders,
it doesn't necessarily have to be the Eternal Hero.
There would be a lot more like
There's still the question of
mosquitoes,
they could have so many different approaches here on Spirit for this 8 pick.
It's true.
And flies.
I like this clock pick actually from Liquid because I was thinking what you said about the Brood being good against the Ench. It's true, but it's also the heroes that Brood wants on his lane, like the range 4s, are not really good against Ench. So I like this response from Liquid, picking up clock, which is good against Ench, and it's also support that can go either lane. So they still have the option later on to pick a different hero for Boxy if they really wanted to, and they don't really pick a hero that's bad into Ench. So I think it's good.
It's also good against like Beast Timber offlaners, right? So Yeah, it makes sense why they thought for so long and then why they came to this conclusion.
Yeah, because I think you would pick a range 4, but they decided like they don't want to pick a bad hero into range.
And they go for the Beastmaster.
And Beastmaster. So.
I understand why they do it. They've
so Spider my bed earlier, I did so in times. The bed. Okay, that's also like no go for me.
From a lot of the carries that counter
but I have a
I think this
Guardian
is probably one of the best things that they can do right now because there is no Naga.
Not
can get
in
away
the
with
bed,
this. They have the
but
tempo
like
with this Enchantress. They can
the
take down these
frame
towers.
and
They
the
can
wall
reverse the map
and
pressure
like
of the
here.
Brood by playing the opposite side and establishing their own points to hold and fight into.
There are a lot of
mosquitoes. I think it's interesting that they ended up picking the Beast instead of picking the lane response to Brood here, because there's now going to be 3 more bans to the Brood going towards your Toro. And they get to respond to the Beast themselves. So I think it gave them I kind of like this opening from Liquid. It's different than the IOLS.
Ich finde Mücken schlimmer als...
It's something that they've played before that they're comfortable with, but it's new in the series. And I think they got away with it. I don't know if
ich finde Mücken schlimmer als
something that they're super worried about. Like Brian said, Clock is pretty good against Beast. And they get a core response as well. So I think it's looking pretty good for Liquid in the start.
Ich habe lieber eine Mücke auf mir als eine Spinne.
The thing that I'm laughing about is I never thought I'd say this in this tournament, but I think Team Liquid has to worry about a Bristleback coming out from Yatoro later on in the draft. It's always been good against all the summons offlaners. They ran it with the Beastmaster against BB teams, so I also love that they banned Slark on the side of Team Liquid because they lost to GG with like a timing-based push lineup with lack of stuns when Duraccio was playing Slark, and then they also lost to Yatoro in the upper bracket final game 3 with him playing Slark. So, you can tell that these teams have experienced all the ways to lose with their core strategies.
That's a great point you make about the Beast and the Bristleback, because it was played very successfully into the Brood, but it also opens up the Coddle pick, right? They didn't just play the Bristleback by itself. They had the Bristle combination, which also enabled the Spirit hero for Laurel, and we haven't really seen any of the Spirit heroes come out yet. So you can also have the Coddle plus Spirit hero combination.
Yeah, they're all available, so like you said, if they want Coddle Ember, Coddle Storm, one of them's going to be there.
That's a Crystal Maiden ban. Is it just against the Beastmaster to keep the boar alive?
Yeah, I think it's for both for the
Clock finde ich ganz gut.
Beastmaster, and I think also because they have Clockwork already. Pretty good support though that can connect the Beast.
Thing is,
just a band that covers the summon heroes.
If I have
Insania on his Crystal Maiden has had so many times in the games we've seen him play it. It hasn't come out this tournament
special
very often, if not at all. Not that I can recall watching, but at Dream Leagues he was doing insane plays, like winning the safe lane, going through the gates, ganking the opposing lane, going mid and securing lanes. He has so much impact on it, and to see this respect come out on these grand finals in a tournament where they haven't run it means that Spirit really have done their research.
It looks like they ran it a couple of times. They have 1 loss on it. They also have a win on it. So they did play this tournament too. So it's definitely something that they wouldn't mind pulling out.
The best way to deal with Beast, in my opinion, is as a carry player, if I don't kill this guy, or at least threaten to kill him once or twice in the first 6 or 7 minutes, then my tower is going down, and then my mid tower is going down a few minutes later. So having the duo support plus like a Mickey, Drow Ranger, Monkey King is definitely the best ideal way to remove Beastmaster's timing from the equation. And whether this hero gets like a Helm of the Overlord at like 16, 17 minutes compared to like 22, 23, it just changes everything about the game and Team Spirit. Even in all their times where they came back against BB Team, Collapse was having relatively decent games, and his pressure on the map also would get them Roches when they were losing. So, and I think it's really important that a Team Liquid hyper focuses on shutting this Beastmaster down.
Yeah, I can see that. But at the same time, I feel like Beastmaster is one of the heroes in this match who can recover regardless of most lanes, because he has 2 builds to play on, which is either playing for kills on lane with the boar or tempo, or just maxing your axes and clearing ancient stacks. But I wonder if Spirit Breaker is an option at all for Team Spirit crit, because they did play against BB Team's Brood, I believe. Oh, it was 9 Pandas Brood, and they ran a Spirit Breaker plus Storm combo versus the Brood Mother.
Yeah, I would just worry about the Clockwork, because I think traditionally Clock is a support that likes to play into Spirit Breaker. So if it wasn't for that, then maybe. I think now you know the Clockwork is going to be 4. Most likely it's going to be Insania Lich on the safe lane, so maybe it's more likely now.
I think it's just 3 losses in a row for Liquid.
It would require them to pick some range core that can go with the Spirit Breaker to the safe lane and put the edge with the Beast.
I also don't want to see it snap again. Jedes game.
We forgot about that one. I like Snapfire versus Clockwork just because you can cookie your allies out of the cogs, you can also cookie yourself, and this can be Laurel's hero from the mid lane since they don't have second pick and they won't be able to counter the opposing mid hero, so it looks pretty solid.
It could also be a mirror hero, because it is quite good against like support matchup, and in Lich it's okay too, you know, so Beast Snap is a strong lane.
And Ench.
But I think most likely it's probably going to be Laurel. It seems to be the default that it goes mid. But this does keep it open now that they pick it hero. Like they can put it force though if they want to with the last pick.
Drow Ranger, baby.
Terrorblade.
For my boy Mickey.
It's a good Drow game, yeah. I agree.
Interesting.
Would you pick it now, or would you...
I think they will not get it last.
They would have to pick it now, yeah, I think so too.
But this brood came out in the first phase crit. Do you think Spirit have addressed it at all? Or that they still need to do something? And if so, what can they do for this brood?
I think this TB is their response. I'm not sure if the snap is mid. I think they might have some issues with dealing with the brood early on, unless Mira has some hero that can provide some cover. But
6:10. Das ist nicht gut.
I think they will have some issues with killing the brood right now, but I think they can deal with it in terms of like
nur ein Game
Snapfire can go there, kill the broodlings, and stall the pressure. And then I think TB has a good lane against brood, especially if it's a brood clock. So.
10 seconds remaining.
All right. So what boxes do we need ticking from the final positions here? It looks like for Team Liquid, they've got overall last pick, so they're looking for their mid hero, but they don't have to choose one until they know for sure if it's snap mid or if it's something else mid, depending on if the snap is core or not. On the side of Team Spirit, I think we're gonna assume at the moment that the snap is a core, and that would mean that they're looking for Miposhka last.
Mirror or Miposhka. I think Miposhka is more likely to play Ench.
Okay.
But it is an option for them to put it offlane, like they did put it as 4 like they did earlier in the series. Yeah. It's pretty good against Lich and Drow, so like, I can see it happening. I just think Miposhka is a really good Ench, and I think they want him to be on that hero, so I think it's more likely that they're going to pick a Mirror hero.
And we did see Mira talking a lot there, so that would be likely.
The analysts are too smart for me sometimes.
I think there's going to be some line in contest.
There's a reason they are on the panel and analyzing the game, right?
They need some initiator in some way that can like set up the fights for them. Lion seems to be the best one of the 4 heroes in this patch.
Even versus Brooding Pup?
I think so. I think it doesn't really matter too much for like what he's playing against. It's more about what he needs to do for his team.
Do you think the snap flex
so
far is still open for Spirit?
I think so. I think it just depends what options there are for mid. Because they need the same thing from a mid hero that they would need for like some hero that can open the fights, and I don't know how many options there are for them.
There's Ember Spirit still
Ember, yeah. I think they might be a bit worried about the counter picks for Ember, because Nisha is a player that will counter you pretty hard on lane if you pick Ember Spirit.
So so dunkel draußen.
I think that's probably their worry, and that's also why I think they will probably put the Snapfire mid, because she doesn't have as many counters as some of these initiator mids.
Do you ever consider for Team Liquid, like, if they go Ember, right? Do you go like Lone Druid?
Yeah, I think they will.
Do they like triple down on this push?
I think they'll go Lone Druid, or they'll do some Meepo, you know, like they will do some hard counter to Ember. I think that's what they should do if they're in this spot. Like they need to put the pressure on the laning stage at this point. Like it's game 4, they're down to 1. I think they should go hard.
There's heroes that get prioritized much more highly throughout the course of the tournament and kind of get forgotten about. We see the snap coming out in the second round. I feel like it's a really good Timber game for Team Liquid as well. Like if they, I don't think Team Spirit can really deal with this at all in the mid game. So
was picken die
That could be
Mitte?
the case, yeah. That they have something planned like that.
Ist TA gebannt? Ist TA gebannt?
Didn't Liquid play some Drow Ranger plus DK combination
yesterday?
Yeah. I feel like that could still be an option for Liquid too, but it's going to depend on Spirit's pick that comes out here.
DK's rough against TB specifically, just because the illusion reflection gives all the bonuses that DK gets when he ults. But it would be a good tempo thing for sure if they wanted to amp up that. Like, but I feel like against Team Spirit, they've proven time and time again, even if you have tempo, unless the lead snowballs so astronomically that the game's over, that they will make it drawn out. So I really lean towards like the late game matchups.
Mit Support Shadow Demon und Beast und Ench?
He
Oder Beast und Shadow Demon und Ench supported als
okay option. I don't really think SD is that good against
nicht
Drow,
dumm,
personally.
Die ist irgendwie noch gar nicht
but obviously good with Terrorblade, solid save, like it's a good scaling for, and I think
Lone
it's just like a
nice.
solid lane as well for them.
It's
They end up going with the Ember
yeah.
It's not a
bad
matchup
but I'm thinking if the Shadow Demon
but it's
is
one of those matchups
4
where
or
if you bring the
+5.
supports Snap can never really kill the
Ich weiß ja auch nicht,
Ember.
welcher
Like when
Spieler
Ember
bei
gets
dem
6, like he will be annoying for
Wicked
Snap.
Draw,
And then when
Nisha
Snap gets
Ember.
8 toes and
Ist
it keeps
jetzt
going like that,
komplett
the timings
anderer
will...
Draft im Vergleich zu
I
den 3
also
Games
think
davor.
in terms of individual player level, Nisha does outlane Laurel often, and if anyone's going to play a bad Ember matchup, it is going to be him. I like what this Ember provides in terms of jumping this Shadow Demon with the clockwork in the backline, and if the Shadow Demon is out of the fight, that Terrorblade is very susceptible to dying. I did favor Spirit's draft the last 2 games, but I think Liquid's draft in this one just ticks every box for me.
Yeah, I think for me, this is a really good trial game. He has really good heroes for himself. He has Ember, Clock, Boot, that will all go in for him, giving vision. So I think it's all on Mikke to perform in this game. I think he has the tools to win the game for them.
I'm a little bit concerned about like the Enchantress throwing pressure on mid lane with the Snapfire Laurel having an advantage in the matchup, but if we saw anything like last game, we might see just a bit of a mid diff with Nisha just being able to come out of the lane much better than he is, or than he should. If Nisha does do that, I heavily favor Team Liquid. Otherwise, like if mid lane becomes a problem, I would go for Spirit.
Seems like my panel is tentatively setting up for that Game 5 here in this Grand Finals, but let's see if Liquid has the upper hand here, or if maybe Team Spirit is going to take it all home here at riyadh Masters. But first though, heading over to Jenkins, who is able to talk to Blitz right now.
Hier wird nur Liquid supported.
Still pretty happy.
So, this is where you come into your specialty. You guys have backs up against the wall. You're Coach Blitz. You're the gym guy. You're the motivational guy. What did you say to your team during the break?
I just told them to keep their heads up. I think everything that we've done is amazing. Truly, I think it's too much of a focus on like if we win this event and stuff like that. And you know, for me, I think it's just a cool thing to repeatedly get to finals, show that consistency, show that we're a top team.
Show the
like,
consistency. Yeah, actually,
if we won this, the life would go on. And if we lost it, there's another thing to play. And life would go on. And so I just told them, enjoy the moment. It's not very often that you get to play for this kind of stakes in front of this kind of crowd. So you know, just enjoy yourself.
Actually, good team.
All right, well, very motivational Blitz. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. And now we're gonna go to our motivational.
If you're toxic, most likely I avoided you or reported you.
From the humble beginnings of a custom map
Blitz hat schon so viel Reden gehalten, dass er selbst
years ago to one of the biggest and best esports in the world. The culmination of community's love and passion has led to a truly beautiful game. Now, the teams will find their decade of work and dedication culminates in this finals of a championship. Team Liquid versus Team Spirit. Both teams have put in the time and the effort to be here, but it all just comes down to one or two moments to make history.
So das alles, die angespannte Atmosphäre aufzulockern. So ein Typ.
How many hours and how many pubs are you willing to commit to try and get a first place here? I mean, we heard in some of these interviews across the tournament,
ich habe schon mal mit oder ich glaube mit ihm gespielt. Actually toxic, can confirm, mit Immortal Faith, auch ebenfalls toxic.
It's a lot that goes into these single moments, like you said, that get decided by a coin flip
Jenkins
sometimes,
auch
by a razor edge. That's
Was?
the beauty of this game. That's why it is so romantic. Because it is everything that happens.
I've never been toxic in a single different game.
Chance to be the best in the world.
That's good.
That makes it so unique. And Liquid, you are back on the precipice. As once more, you might be denied that first place. You have no more wiggle room. But you do have a first blood on the Drow Ranger, and that is some momentum to gain back from that Game 3 loss.
They're going to need every advantage they can get in this Game 4 to come back in this series. Otherwise, it is going to be Team Spirit claiming the championship. Team Liquid do not want to let that happen again, man. It has happened far too many times to them this year. To watch yet another Grand Finals slip through their fingers.
So ist das jetzt schon das dritte Grand Final dieses Jahr?
It slipped away from you. So one of these teams is going to get redemption, and the other will meet a familiar fate. And they have put their hopes and dreams
Ach so,
into
so meinst du das?
Terrorizing carries.
Quasi auf den Events hinter den Kulissen.
That is a scary premonition, and then you have the Mikke Drow Ranger with a good matchup here and should be a good laning phase. He's going to scale really hard in this game. It's another one of those close late games that might come down to some Snapfire, Divine Rapiers could come down to some Brood Ratting. There's a lot that can go down in this ultra late as both teams, in my opinion, have geared up for it. You have the Beast and the Brood who can, in theory, create some tempo here. But so far, these games have gone the distance, and it'll maybe come down to some lane execution here as Liquid trying to pull ahead has been favorable for them the entire series. So far, with that first blood, it's not looking too bad. Zai getting beat up a bit on the early laning phase from this reflection. We saw the panel talk about the answers of the Brood. I don't think the catch for the Brood is that good in this game, outside of maybe the Beastmaster later on. You don't have a Spear Break for the Shadow Demon pick was pretty defensive, but
if they can win the lane, which they will get the early kill. Granted, it's not first blood, but even being able to stop Voxy's attempt at a hard camp pull, it's going to be Team Spirit starting off great in this safe lane.
Well, that is a kill you will gladly take every time because it's so much experience. You're
Nägel
terrible here, Enchantress, who are going to use it so well and just ramp up the pressure. You really want the early game to go well for the Terrorblade in this Brood matchup. Because if he gets to his items later, he's going to be a beast. If the Brood takes away his camps and limits his farm, that is where Zai can start to pull ahead and scale himself. So that is a great start for the Team Spirit in safe lane here. As well as Laurel doing pretty good mid with that Snapfire. That is a hero that has been difficult to counterpick the entire tournament. You go for a last pick Ember, knowing this lane's going to be tough, but Nisha will pay it back in that mid game. So you just kind of have to push through it. You just got to deal with the fact that Laurel will have a very strong early game as he continues to go nice with a dodge.
Dodges the scatter blast. That's an important bit of momentum in a melee versus range hero matchup mid on mid.
And the interesting thing about this game here is that I do think Liquid went more for, what do those fights look like, right? Like this Lich Clockwork, it can be really strong in those mid-game fights. You have initiation power, you have follow-up with a lot of AoE, Frost Shield, the Chain Frost. It's a lot you can just pour in as Mickey will find Collapse on his own, just chasing down the hero.
Dude, Mickey has been so aggressive when it comes to harassing both of these heroes, killing boars. They might just get a second kill off this, but even if they don't, the damage has already already been done. The Shadow Demon just been pushed back over and over and over again.
Both these carries dominating their lane so far. A second kill for Mickey. It's just going to be so many early stats on this Drow Ranger. You also are getting the Lotus because you're pushing the lane into the Beast, so it's extra mana regen for this Lich who has a salve still left. I mean, this is a very abusable lane. The Shadow Demon pick, it's a little greedy. Like, it'll pay off later when you can purge the Frost Armor, help Yatoro take the fights with a save and extra illusions. But right now, the lane Collapse is not feeling it.
It's also not a hero that can help you close the gap, right? Because you have a range 4 position. It just needs one less hero to be able to get on top of the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, honestly, Flame Shield I wasn't a huge fan of the Shadow Demon because I think there were options that helped them solve some of the problems they had in this game. But it is a hero they're very comfortable with and one that can help out the carry matchup later.
They can get the kill on Mickey here, but it's looking good. Yeah, the axes and the Shadow Points just builds up a bit too much. Insania, the Rocket Flare comes in to be able to finish off Mira, which may actually save Insania's life as he is going to be chased down. Collapse underneath the tower. He gets the kill first, so they don't get any experience for the Beastmaster kill.
That's really nice for Collapse. He gets all the XP plus his helm plus a free trip to base here.
So, was hast du verpasst? Ich meine, sind schon 7 Kills gefallen in 4 Minuten.
Which means faster level 3, which is so important for the Clockwork. I mean, there's a big difference in the threat of Battery Assault that does 20 damage a hit versus the 45 at level 2.
And the boots are a big deal in that hero. The downside with this Clock pick is Clock Brood is not really
Liquid schon
you can have a Lion Brood, you can have a Hoodwink Brood, you can have a Grimstroke Brood. You know, Clock Brood is, I guess, you're Battery Assaulting into a Silken Boa. You know, it's just not there. So Foxy, he's probably gonna have to find his momentum elsewhere. Maybe rotation in the bottom, you just run down the Beastmaster. That looks the most promising to me. Like, okay, sure, maybe your Brood doesn't get as much as I would want.
Yeah, with the heroes they
versus
have
a very
also.
tough lane in Enchantress Terrorblade. If you can gank the Beastmaster, put him in a similar position, and accelerate your Drow Ranger off more kills, that's the payoff in this support duo for me from Liquid. I think the mid gank maybe is there, but I also think it's pretty ambitious if the Snapfire is winning the lane, which she is right now.
A lot of last hits there for Mickey, but it's going to put him in a bad position with the kisses raining in. He will be caught.
Schon Snap Rotation nach unten. Okay, ja, sehr gute Rotation.
Yeah, finds the Drow Ranger connection really nice for Collapse as he will have a free lane and more experience. Maposhka battling Foxy.
Foxy not going to die. He is okay.
Ich glaube, hat überlegt, ob
6-minute power rune goes the way of Nisha, so he'll have a regen to be able to work with.
I like this positioning from Aposhka, though. Whenever you can get into this side of the map with the Enchantress, you just feel like a god, because you're going to get a big creep, you're going to steal it away from that camp, maybe mess with his stack, and then you have rotation potential to top or to mid here. It is something Nisha has to think about. With an Enchant purging his shield or slowing him down.
The brawl continues in this bottom lane as they chase down the Shadow Demon.
Ja, unten passiert sehr
mercy on
viel.
these side lanes right now as both carries are ramping it up. Yatoro did not find the Brood with his second meta, but he did find...
Oh, die Auto-Attacks der Joe. So viel Damage.
Hashtag worth, I guess. Zai is
Nick
getting
is
forced
not...
off the lane.
You don't
Just doesn't
know
have the lane
that.
partner in the clock, but they'll rotate the Lich.
Yeah, I mean, with the extra bit of magic damage from the Lich, it might be enough. Zai's going to try and bait it out, and now's the turnaround. Oh, but Yutoro's a little bit too far back, so instead they turn for Maposhka. He needs to get on top of him with the lifesteal. Zai wants as much life back. He is going to get a kill, and he'll be able to play the lane, at least for a little bit.
This is where Liquid's lineup can strike really fast. This double support roam, it's something they've used before. They traditionally use it with the Crystal Maiden, but the Lich is pretty much straight back up there. It will enable Boxy on these melee fours. I expect the double roam to continue as the Wisdom Runes get split here. Really just ramp up the XP for your two supports and enter that mid game with your team fight fully online. Whereas for Team Spirit, you're kind of happy just farming 3 lanes with your cores. You get a couple rotations out from Laurel. Pretty much all you're looking for.
Another Scatter Blast dodge there. As Nisha, he's been putting a lot of pressure on Laurel. He's trying to kick him out of lane so he can actually take that tower with the Orb of Corrosion as quick as possible. And he's going at it again.
Actually nice.
Yeah, it actually helps out quite a bit. Nisha, he does have that defensive remnant, so not too much to worry about here.
Cut the supports off in the river.
Oh, the Sunder turnaround. Zai, he's trying to crawl back to the defense of the trees, but it will not happen. Meanwhile, Insania is going to be caught on the Power Rune as well. Nisha will be able to get the Power Rune, though. On the other side, it didn't actually spawn bottom.
Nice double damage he'll pick up, but Liquid are bleeding on the map. That Sunder, not something
Still open game.
Here.
Still open.
And another surprise rotation from Collapse. We've seen him rotate really early on these Zoo heroes, and they have paid off every time.
Look at this fast smoke from them. They get the immediate pressure onto mid, and then boom, right back to going for Mickey here, which he is going to be found, but not killed. Mira has to dive in a bit too deep for this one because of the rotation of Insania. They give up.
They do get to cut the wave, and the Helmet Dom is done on Collapse here, so you can start to ramp up the tower pressure if you do find these core kill connections. And meanwhile, the supports from Liquid just getting split on the map. It's not where they're strong when the clock and the Lich are isolated.
He snapped so low.
Here on the Ember.
Nisha's not quitting. He has the vision. He has another slide, a couple more of those, and he might just be able to get this kill on Laurel, which would help even up the odds here in the side lanes. Nice use of the Remnant to get the kill. Boxy, with a small assist, will be able to limp away and into his Tranquil Boots.
Nisha is exerting so much pressure in this matchup, running him down with Flame Guard.
Here's that Mickey rotation through the gate, right on time to catch out Yutoro at this point in time. You have to be aware that that kill from behind is always going to be there. Every single one of these games, Mickey is trying this.
Liquid are getting way more value out of these gates right now. There's just no vision on it. None of these Hawks, none of these Wards have been scouting these rotations, and it's paid off for Liquid every time.
Die Rotationen sind echt gut. So ohne Wards da auch. Wahrscheinlich Warden, die da jetzt wird.
Team Spirit pulled ahead in the CS department, and no Sunder to turn around that play. As Laurel will go bottom off the TP, looking for the return play on Mickey, but there's an Observer here.
Oh yeah, they know the Ancients are being done. Nisha, he's going to play and try and grab a good amount of this with the slights. Gets a little bit.
These Radiant Observers are doing work right now on the map. They're just seeing everything that Team Spirit want to do.
Team Spirit are trying to sandwich them.
You can do that with every random
doesn't quite get there in time, though, but the Ancients, the rest of them will be claimed by Collapse as a result. And maybe they can get Boxy. Boxy going to turn around some decent damage with the Chain Frost, bouncing back over the Enchantress. If he can land on the Laurel, they can get this kill, and Boxy can get out, and that's exactly what happens.
A pretty nice
so close.
Oh, look at Zai. He's just immediately, okay, we killed the mid laner. Finally, let's take this mid tower away from them.
This is pretty surprising that the first tower to go down is this mid one and not top. Zai's had issues forcing Yatoro off that wave. He's stood up there, been pretty strong, and continued to find a lot of farm. Level 8.5 top of the board here. Surprised at how well this Terrorblade was able to stand against the Brood with potential gank rotations. They only really caught him that one time. That's going to be a nice tower to take away here. Something we've seen Liquid prioritize whenever they have this Ember Spear, just going to Nisha mid with that Orb of Corrosion, taking the tower down, and free up the Power Rune control to go to work. And it'll be a quick smoke to bottom. utilize this drought really high level off some of the earlier kills and shut down Collapse.
Ja, von hinten, das ist auf jeden Fall.
Yeah, the dangerous part is once you've taken that Burge, is going to be used on Nisha, so this is going to be a little bit dangerous for him. Boxy immediately TPs out and does manage to get away. Team Spirit somehow limit any losses there, despite a 4-man gank and a wraparound from behind.
In Draw We Trust. Ich finde Draw actually sehr nice gegen die. Hatte aber einen schwierigen Start. 1-0 was.
You push these buildings pretty fast between these two heroes. You're also pressuring mid right now. Cookie off a Cookie Tormentor with
ja,
the
die
Hadouken.
fokussen die halt auch.
Maposhka has to finish him off now and will be able to do so. Insania shows up, but can't really do much. Meanwhile, back over on that river spot. Boxy trying to hit him with the hook shot. With the help of Zai, they will be able to punish Laurel for this play on the mid-game.
Team Spirit's still feeling really good about this. They get that tier 1 bottom, they get pressure on mid, and they take the Drow Ranger out off that TP with Midas off cooldown for Mickey right now as he bought out for it. The extra economic damage. Haste Rune in the river that
Oh, ich weiß ja nicht, ob ich, wenn es ein Game 5 gibt, ob ich das streamen kann. Oh, ein Projekt für den Follow.
Not easy for Liquid to clear unless they bring the Drow Ranger in, or you're just like throwing a Chain Frost into the fight. These
Hurricane back in. Oh, never mind. Collapse. Doesn't have Primal Roar up, so no real threat there.
This Helmet Overlord is going to be strong. It's going to be really strong in the fight. It's going to tank up a lot of the damage that the Lich throws in. You can counteract some of the auras that the Brood might be bringing later with your own pace. In fact, Zai is not even going for the auras, he is just going for scale.
Seine ganze Armee. Oh, actually das Skeleton Creep. Bestes Creep. Kannst du eine Skeleton Armee aufbauen.
It does always seem like Team Liquid's part of their game plan is scaling on multiple heroes to try and contest Yatoro.
Trocken genug für
I mean, they answer it in this game, Terrorblade with the Drow Ranger, but even then they say that's not enough. We need the Broodmother to be able to fight him too.
I think the tempo just didn't work out in that game 3, and it kind of killed the idea.
Network-wise, auf jeden Fall Yatoro über Mike.
They're not really playing this Brood
richtig
or
ganz
designed it
Fokus
for
richtig
a fast
unfair.
game at like 25-30 minute or a high ground. This is, we're just going to scale, we're going to meet you there, we're going to outfight
Ich glaube,
you.
farmt jetzt auch safer.
That's a tough call.
Even when you just saying that kind of makes me laugh. We're gonna outfight you, Team Spirit.
Yeah, it is
TI winners.
I mean, I commend the audacity here, if you want to call it that. Not many teams have ever accomplished this task.
Oh, die Clock-Ulti mit Lich.
Pull him. Oh, not quite enough. The disruption. He's
Und
gonna come
Nisha
back and he's gonna
ist
die, but it is time. Laurel, Chain Frost fortunately doesn't bounce back to him again. The kiss is gonna be used here. Boxy goes for a desperate TP out. That's not gonna work. Amber Spirit jumps away with the Remnant.
Got the last 2 hits.
Und schönes Snap.
It's gonna be a long run for him, but I think he's okay.
Troll Summoner without a net.
Yeah. Quick.
Hat der das Netz überhaupt noch, dieser Summon? Nee, stimmt, der hat nur noch. Stimmt, das sind das nicht die Kleinen, die jetzt die Skelette machen? Die Netze helfen können?
No, he's like, I'm getting out of here.
Aha, I've caught you. Falling through the gate. That's the chat. No, he wants to farm. I mean, too much time wasted for Collapse, you're right. He's a man of the people, a man of the neutrals.
Mickey's playing on the enemy side of this river. It's a very dangerous position to be in as a Drow Ranger.
The Midas will eventually help them scale as well, right? They are for sure just thinking about going late here and outranging the Terrorblade. And so far, they're getting what they want out of the map. I mean, Yatoro's huge, but Laurel really fell behind with all that mid-skirmishing. 4 deaths on the Snapfire. That will slow down your pace here.
Das ist echt, also Spirits Mitte, die Snap ist
pick up the pace with Helm of the Overlord completed for Collapse. Pretty decent timing here. He's got a lot of ancient stacks. He's cleared through them all. He rushed this over boots or any sort of early fighting item.
Der hat nur einen.
Now it's time to put that to use.
Der kann nur noch Skelette beschwören.
Combining the Beastmaster and the Terrorblade are where Team Spirit are strong.
Another hookshot land from Boxy. Catches Mira again. I mean, you talk about Laurel having a rough one. Mira is also going to be run over by the Clockwork Broodmother Ember Spirit combination of heroes that can just get on top of the backline immediately.
This
is where the support duo can really pick up the pace on the map, especially with Zai combining to all these fights right now. He's just going second item Lincolns. Very interesting early defensive pickups. There's not a lot of single target spells, I guess, is his idea. If you block one of these ults, it's decent value. You can also throw it on your Ember or your Drow.
Ich mag aber das Late Game.
Yeah, the only catch for him is Purge as well as this is a big move from Yatoro, and it's going to result in a kill on Mickey. Great stuff, as long as he can get out, which it looks pretty free.
This guy is just so damn good. Like, what
Ja,
other carry player
dafür,
is
ich
going to
glaube,
be in your
das
triangle
Skelett
at 15
geschaut,
minutes
aber
ganking you?
ich glaube, das
With a Terror
geht
Blade.
jetzt häufiger.
And I think another thing that I really like about Yatoro, probably one of the best players in the world when it comes to itemization on carries. Another jump on him here, it just doesn't stop, man. This nightmare continues for him. As Boxy has his number constantly. They might clash Boxy his life or Insania rather, as Insania is the one targeted by the big bad army of the Beastmaster.
Wizard will take him out, he'll get his revenge in the end, and they're worth about the same here as the summons all get cleared out.
Hat er kein Battery Sword angehabt?
And Yatoro was happy with all this. He's just getting to clear through heroes, through camps, and he will rush a Scotty second here. So no Manta, no early BKB, just gonna tank up and probably commit for the Roche with the Scotty timing.
Got him on the Rod of Atos with the cookie follow-up. Oh, the damage is close, but he gets off the slight. He doesn't have a way to get a remnant out. Too low on mana.
Where did all his mana go?
Not looking good. Yeah, they're focusing him a lot. Like a lot.
As it's a boots of travel,
they're going
Snapfire, they get
super
to clean
deep
it up
to
and
kill
instantly
him.
join another lane shove on the other side of the map.
I also think that Draw is really good against them, so it's
can't afford
kind of
back-to-back
smart
pickoffs like this.
to
Rod of Atos into the cookie, into the Primal Roar will ensure a second core kill for Team Spirit. Maybe Mira dies to the spiders. He's gonna try and pop the oh, that's a smart move. Uses the smoke. No hero to dispel that. Clever move, Mira.
Nothing is free in a grand final here. As that is well worth it. That was a lot of gold.
Team Spirit läuft zu Hochtouren auf. Ist das eingespielt? Ist auch gemein, ne? Liquid spielt seit heute Mittag 13 Uhr. Perfektzug habe ich gar nicht. Hat er benutzt, um zu dodgen irgendwas? I didn't see was passiert.
You're not sure where the vision is right now if you're Team Liquid in terms of is Yatoro playing off what he sees or is Yatoro just an absolute boss? It doesn't care.
Der Smoke. Hä, was denn?
He's coming for me. He's coming for me.
This is like such a terrifying game, honestly. Yatoro got on a Terror Blade, he's just ganking you.
Ja, okay. I
think his itemization is going to be pretty interesting because we saw his Faceless Void Aghanim Scepter pick up. I mean, that paid off really well against Naga Siren. What does he do in this matchup, Terrorblade versus Drow Ranger? Like, when is he going to get that blink?
Yeah, early Swift Blink could be interesting.
I wonder if Jay buys
which looks like what he's going for here. Silver Edge could also, like, there's a lot of interesting pseudo gap close items that might let him get in deep. Yep. You can also just play for Roshan, so they just try and go maybe even force Liquid into a position where they have to respond with heroes that don't like coming back to the base and the Brood and the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, when you have so much momentum with a Beastmaster, this is beginning to look a little bit like a Beastmaster Dusa lineup that could hit your high ground at 20 minutes.
This is a scary push line. You have an Alpha Wolf in here from the Enchantress, double boar, Black Dragon, plus Max Inner Beast up for collapse, and of course you can create some extra Shadow Demon illusions.
Aber hat
Shredder to give you the minus armor.
Gibt ja eigentlich nur Shadow Blade und Glimmer. Ist das los?
Now they do have to go through Frost Shield. That is a big way to stall it up, and you've got Aghanim Scepter done on Drow Ranger. So unless they're getting a big pickoff, I think that idea of early high ground is now gone out the window.
Again, they're happy to bring Team Liquid back though. Yeah. Like anytime you get this Drow in base, it's a pretty slow hero on the map. You just have to run back out to your triangle. It feels awkward. Maybe you're missing some little Midas cooldowns. I think Team Spirit are happy with that push. Go back off, farm the whole map. Of course, Terrorblade and the Boots of Travel Snapfire not going to lose too much when they commit here and instantly go back the other side. This will probably smoke from Liquid. They want to get something done with this Drow Ranger.
Haben die Vision auf irgendwen?
This smoke may be read by the fact that the Terrorblade illusion stayed out in the bottom lane for so long. Nobody's showing on that part.
And that's where Team Spirit want to play, with this Radiant Roche. I mean, their wards are all down here. 4 obs committed from Team Spirit just to cover this Radiant jungle into the Roshan pit, and they will claim it here. Scotty Helmet overlord 20 minutes. That is a difficult 5-on-5 fight with the heroes that Liquid have, who, I mean, it's only really the Emperor going in deep. Kisses for some spiders mid.
Yeah, just trying to stop this tier 2 from dying. And it might have been just enough. Let's see if Liquid want to keep committing. They do take it.
Aber Tower down.
Nisha took the last hit after Zai did all the work.
That's kind of true.
It's a classic mid player. You know, Zai
So has 0 defensive items
so
now.
hard
It's
in all
fine
these matches, clutching out victories, drafting for him, shot calling for him. He's the veteran on
If
the team.
Lich does that. Yeah, but what can you do? Like, ice armor?
No respect.
There is no respect these days.
No respect for legacy.
I think he needs more than that.
Another hook shot onto another support.
Oh,
He's going to
so
get out of the
ein
cogs this
Hookshot.
time, Boxy. Kind of an awkward position around the trees there with no follow-up from a core, so he wasn't super confident
War
about
der
it.
nicht in den Cogs richtig drin wahrscheinlich.
This feels like a game where Team Spirit are getting to do what they want to do.
500 gold worth of
Though I do think
scooters.
Liquid's chances in the late game are a lot better, right? I think last time if that game went ultra late, it's just impossible at a certain point. Here, you have a lot more potential in the bank, especially with this Drow pick. And this hero's always very spicy late game. It's one of those carries where it almost doesn't matter what you play against. Like, there's nothing that really scales against Drow outside of some of these uber chase picks, and even then,
Oh, broke through the Lincolns and got him with the Purge. Can Zai get to the trees? No, he can't. Boxy, he's just throwing his life in there. Anything to protect Zai, but the Frost Shield, it's going to be enough.
Oh, ja, das
Boxy,
reicht.
you are going to
Boxy
pay the
lebt auch
price,
noch, aber
but you done good.
nicht.
He died to 1 poison stab. That's kind of embarrassing.
Seeing a draw without a Hurricane Pack is
Boxy, what'd you
scary.
die to?
Does he even have anything at all?
He knows what he died to there. Tanked the whole damn gank for his brood.
24 damage.
See, Boxy respects legacy right there. That's a
BKB for Laurel challenging Mickey. And all he has to do is stall up Mickey long enough for his team to get here.
Point blank kisses, just shotgun him down.
Make her red again.
Death for the Drow Ranger here. It doesn't feel like 5, but it really has been. And it's a lot of time off the map for a hero that really needs as many items as it can get to get over that threshold to push you into the late game. Because you might be looking at that next row going, I got
Hook shot onto the Aegis hero. That's going to be difficult. They want to see if they can take away this Aegis without having to overcommit, but an early Sunder from Yutoro pretty much kills that idea unless you get some amazing Chain Frost with Nisha joining in. They're going to do some decent damage, but he gets a 4-staff away. No lucky bounces on that Chain Frost.
Yutoro just stands there and goes, you don't hookshot me, son.
Oh, chat. Oh, chat.
I hookshot you. Takes Boxy's life.
It doesn't make any sense.
Nothing about this man makes sense. He has risen above the mortal plane in this game. As Team Spirit continue to rally right now and accumulate a huge chunk of gold onto their cores.
Shout out to all the beautiful Dota fans joining us here in Riyadh. In the middle of this game for 7,000 net worth lead for Team Spirit, a 15-13 kill lead. And it feels like all the momentum in the world, but they still have to, in a grand finals, crack open a high ground TB versus Drow Ranger with a lot of spam behind it. There's a Lich that makes things difficult. There's the Ember Spirit slight spam that is going to be annoying.
There's a Glacier potential.
Oh my god.
I mean, you laugh. That thing is no joke in a high ground situation where you don't have a lot of gap close. it's not insignificant.
Adidas T-shirt.
Whoa!
Oh, he's a
He's just
hookshot.
really trying to make sure Nisha can get power runes, I guess.
Hm.
It's a big deal for this Ember.
Ah, noch
That is
Shieldrune.
not an idle rune.
Ah, welcher Hero war das noch? Ich glaube gestern in einem
You
Game.
better run, Boxy. You better get Hound out of here. Yep, that's going to be another Sunder to bring down Boxy again.
Das war in einem Game, da hatte ein Hero.
These are all hook shots on an Aegis, so you can't even
War
really
das auch eine
commit.
Snap?
Hurricane Pike done for the Drow as Zai pushes towards that
4000
butterfly. These are going to be the
oder
big windows for
3000?
Liquid to strike back in this game.
Und dann eine
After this Aegis
Shieldrune
expires,
für
they try to push towards
2700
that next
HP.
Roshan.
Dann
It feels like
irgendwie
their net worth has been stalled out. I mean,
7k
Zai's been
HP.
looking at this butterfly for
Oh,
what
keine
feels like forever.
Schlabberter. Wie läuft's? Für Liquid nicht besonders gut.
I don't see Yutoro
Die
or
wollen
any
nicht
other hero
schwanzen.
on this
Nee.
sphere really getting Pierce anytime soon. Like, you're not going to get a fast MKB here. You need items that help you deal with the Drow Ranger for the majority.
Bloodborne or anything, yeah.
So, in theory, Zai can scale pretty well this game, because he's just not going to be the focus in terms of dealing with him. Everything is going to go
13
into the
zu
Drow,
16.
pushing that high ground and
8k
breaking the
Net
defense here for Liquid.
Vorteil.
Which is what
Einiges
it
auf
might come down
Terror
to, high
bleibt.
ground defense. Can you hold on long enough to get to the neutral late game, where that Drow Ranger can shine? Like
Maybe
you said, tough cookie to
Comeback
crack.
sei
I still like the fact that Team Spirit supports continue to just farm up this map. I think it's one of the big key factors in this meta.
Nisha playing with
Zwei
fire. I
Powercocks
guess he is fire incarnate will be able to draw some attention from Team Spirit and get away unscathed.
And the Ghost wave push for Spirit is
Cool,
why this Beastmaster
oh, und die Ancients geblockt. Und das große Camp.
They play so well off pushing these lanes in, not showing too much, and then the second you're out of position, they strike. And right now you have Terrorblade Illusions, Enchantress Creeps, Shadow Demon Illusion,
spotted Mira.
Beastmaster summons.
He is no chains.
Ah, er hat keine Chains.
Seems like Mira is just
Das wäre so ein nicer Kill gewesen. So ein easy Up-Snack-Kill.
Every time one of these moves doesn't work, you have lanes you have to respond to. As the Brood is the one having to deal with the lanes instead of the other way around right now.
Radavetos, slight dodge there on the cookie.
Nice dodge.
Still got to be careful though.
Oh,
he's going to jump away. Fortunately, there was nobody on his Spirit. Toro's going to spot him now.
Oh, wird er getötet?
Yeah, he thinks with the Scotty he can catch him here. Nisha pops the BKB just in case, and he's going to get another Spirit on out. They're really chasing him, but I think Nisha, maybe he's going to be away.
Wenn
The
der
kids
Ward?
oh, the roar got
Oh
there
my
just in
God.
range from Collapse. Team Spirit. What is that? How did they have such a perfect read of the margins?
I
Das
don't
war
know.
echt
This team is
perfekt.
just way too damn good. I don't know. This Yatoro guy, he has a different read of the game than anybody
Was
else.
Farmer Recipe? Ah,
The way he
okay.
just goes into fights, goes
Yeah,
into ganks, knows
maybe he's got
exactly
no
the
other
distance and the time he
chance.
needs to commit
I
on a
mean,
kill. It
Terrorblade
looks so
is
damn
from
casual,
their triangle.
making it look easy on the map as he'll TP in and clean up a Boxy as well.
What's you doing there, bud?
And
Was
now
macht-
he has a full silver edge completed, so he's just gonna run
Boxy
around
schon
and
wieder.
set up on people. Do it all.
Bisschen
I'll be my own
aufmischen.
initiation.
Und Terrorblade hat jetzt das Silver Edge.
That lead, it begs a question, like, Team Liquid, sure, your high ground defense is strong, but what if you can never get out on
Good
the map to find
prediction.
farm? As Mickey, he's going to have to TP away from... yeah, the big
He's just everywhere, man.
Yeah.
So close.
It's actually insane how much space and pressure he's creating with a single... No one's playing with him. It's not like there's some crazy train just running around behind Yatoro. It is just Yatoro. That is an insane heat map for a carry here. He has been literally everywhere. Yatoro says this entire map is mine right now, and I am ascending back.
And you
My
can see
Das
TI
hat
edge.
überall, ne?
he's playing the
Ach, mit
edges,
seinen
he's just trying
Indos.
to keep away from the Terrorblade nonstop.
Yeah, all of those blue dots are running away from the red dots here.
Und alle Kills
He
passieren
has
auf
not had
Radiant-Seite.
nearly as much room to work with.
Nicht gut. Distro hasn't died for a
Toro
while.
chasing down the Drow, waiting for the
Also,
perfect time to strike
she
as
is
next Roshan will
like
decide a
second
lot
in
this
network.
game. Do Team Spirit get it?
Actually
With their
impressive
stabilized position, double
regarding all
damage
her
on
deaths.
Laurel, he is starting to scale as well as he just finds
So
some
active.
decent lane clean
Oh
while
yeah.
Toro is making the space.
Too
Almost
active.
level 20 and almost a Daedalus on this Snapfire. It's just going to be a raw damage build.
Daedalus,
Hook shot
that's
just
right.
required to be able
Schöner
to save Nisha,
Hookshot.
perhaps. They are going to go for the kill, but the BKB from Laurel should protect
Bounce
him here as
is-
Boxy will not have that same level
Diesmal
of protection. The
besser.
Chain Frost
Ja,
bounce around
nice.
a little bit more. Damage done, but not damage that is
Bester
going to
Chain
result in a
Frost.
kill.
Zaya's Butterfly,
Genau.
he's very
Another
strong
BKB,
right now.
in fact, but they're just going to try and kite around this
Wollte
Butterfly
er gerade
Brood Mother.
rausgekillt
Now it's
sein?
ready. Here comes Yatoro straight to Mickey. Oh, that force staff
Ach,
isn't going to get
Mickey,
you
ja.
far enough away as Yatoro positions himself beautifully amongst 3 different cores. Kills one, chases the other 2 away. In fact, if it wasn't for that Lincoln, they would have caught Zai too. The Collapse is still gunning for it, man.
An absolute god right now as the second
Ja,
Yatoro
hat
shows
die
up.
Schuhe.
It is like cockroaches
Jetzt
into the
Erzähl-
night. Flee for your lives, and now he's
Erzähl
pushing
das.
your base. They get
Super
another
guter
clip. 50
Spieler.
seconds. No Drow. That was a
Die
buyout for
braucht mich
Mickey.
nicht. Ich kann Kuchen backen.
How much does Yatoro want to push this with Aegis coming back up on that Roshan? He will back off. I think the correct play here, even with that Drow dead. Do not want to throw a high ground
Da
fight
fehlt
versus a
alles.
very
Auch
strong high ground
Survivability,
defense
Save,
lineup.
Savings irgendwie.
Next objective's coming. And he just gets straight on top of Mickey, just walks in. Again, just makes it look easy here. Absolutely no fear.
Er hat Shadowblade
If it wasn't for Insania there,
auf Cooldown
Zai
gehabt.
probably dies there. So again, the supports just giving up their lives to try and keep the cores alive. Team
Not
Liquid.
sure why
And
they
this
don't
frost
try
shield is
to
what's
take
allowing the
the
cores to
fight
go in, but
defending
you
that
have
one.
the answers on Team Spirit, right? That's
Yep.
the beauty of the Shadow Demon pick. It wasn't doing much for you in the early game. It's not helping you catch the Brood, but it does help you win these core-on-core matchups because you just purge whoever goes in with that. It's instantly gone. You also have an
If
enchant that
they-
can do it if you are not BKB'd and you're going in first onto her. So cannot rely on this frost shield to man up first with Terrorblade. You just have to have enough damage that you can pump into him here, and so far it has not been close as
Ja, es passieren nicht so viele Sachen gerade.
Gold lead off of this map. Laurel still looking for the level 20 talent, but he did finish the Daedalus and got the quiver. And there's a lot of damage that Team Spirit can pump in right now, and both the cores are becoming a threat as well, right? Like the Shadow Demon and the Ench are going to scale really hard.
I think it's too early to only defend high ground and let all your
This is probably not a Roche you can afford to give up if your Team Liquid. They'll have to fight through Illusions, Hawks, Hellbears,
on the other side.
Everything else to find some
and they are strong.
Push through the Illusion, push past the Hawk, now into the Hellbear. One by one, they're clearing through these blockades. Laurel, interesting enough, is actually going to back out and push out mid first.
We've seen him do this a lot.
Interesting.
It doesn't seem like Team Spirit are afraid of conceding a bit of damage as long as you can get back there in time to reset and gain a lane advantage.
Yeah, when you have the vision of the Beastmaster.
Yeah, what's the downside here, right? If anything, it might bait Liquid in a bit, which, you know, I think Spirit are happy to take this fight if they can bait Liquid into the pit.
And Liquid is going to take that bait. They're going to try and take this Roshan.
Ja, das ist maximaler Bait. Katastrophe incoming.
Yotoro's going to get into position. They got the collapse. Rival Roar immediately onto the Drow Ranger, and she's dead already. Another Chain Frost going around, trying to go for Yotoro. They all are focusing on this Terrorblade. He's standing up 1 versus 3. They finally finish him off, but the damage has been done. Nisha on a sliver of HP is trying to get away, but the Kisses will finally find him.
Actually, buyback.
It's gonna have to be through him. It's gonna have to be through the buybacks. His Drow Ranger did manage to get a buyback off of some gold there.
And Yotoro doesn't have
actually den Terrorblade getötet und den.
No Terrorblade in this engagement. You need to clean up this Roshan if you're Team Liquid. Take as many lives out with it as you can, because Laurel, he has level 20.
Oh mein Gott, wenn Nick jetzt immer stirbt.
He just dives right in. He wants this fight. He wants to be able to kill as many heroes of Team Spirit and take this Roshan. An opportunity for a turnaround for Team Liquid. The shatter goes out. Laurel, he's gonna hit by the hook shot too. And Team Spirit, they're greed in trying to contest this without Yotoro, without their carry.
Siehst du, zusammen? Du tauchst auf. Es läuft wieder.
Not get back to that fight in time. What turned out to be a bait in terms of forcing Liquid into
the
pit.
has no buyback.
Spirit rush it a little bit, and even though they get that Drow,
yeah,
there are buybacks straight into the Radiant outpost here. As Mickey able to clean up the rest of this fight. The burst damage from the Snapfire is not enough yet to propose a big enough threat to deal with these cores on his own. He needs Big Brother Yotoro back into this game. He did not have it for that fight as Zai makes his presence felt. The Butterfly Brood was heating up there, taking the damage to Yotoro. He could not stand his ground. He does not have Evasion Pierce. He does not have a Satanic.
Is it good? Or is it like bad?
If Liquid
Why
are positioned correctly,
pointing it out?
they can manage it. It's not impossible by any means. That'll be a strong blow to strike here as you bought a huge amount of time for your Drow Ranger to continue scaling in this game.
Yeah, now you got the level 20 talents for him and the Brood Mother. Big damage upgrades for both of them. You have the Silver Edge now done for the Drow Ranger and working towards a Linken's. So he actually will have an option now for, if it's just Yotoro, trying to go on to him. Yotoro's not going to be able to carry detection.
Habe das Gefühl, das war nur ein kleines Upsi von Spirit. Aber mal gucken. Ich meine, Mick hat jetzt immerhin Eagles. Also kann er einmal schieben. Butterfly worked really great, otherwise Spirit kills too fast. Yeah, okay.
It's something that could just burst the Terrorblade down. Of course, extra Sunders. I mean, every 25 talent in this game is just damn good. The Brood, the Ember Spirit with extra slights. It's going to be a race to this late game.
Oh no.
Who gets to output the damage more freely in the fight. That Nullifier for Yotoro was also an interesting choice because it didn't really up his man-fighting power for that Roche fight, right? Like, it's good for some of the Dispel on Liquid's side, but it doesn't help him deal with the Brood. It doesn't really help him deal with the BKBs, and it's rare that you get on top of the Drow and the Nullifier.
Blut hat sich auch vorgearbeitet.
In that fight, he just got roared down and bursted. Didn't really pay off for that fight.
That
might feel great later.
Wise.
Did cost you a little bit here as he
I feel like part of it is he just wanted to have more opportunities to kill Mickey solo.
Yeah, that's what I think. He was expecting the fight to go how it was earlier, where he just silver edges in, gets on top of somebody, and then you're absolutely gone. If that happens, yeah, that Nullifier maybe just wins you the game right there. Instead, that fight got displaced in a way where the Drow had some range, and of course the Roar, and then you're caught under this Ice Spire, man fighting a Brood and an Ember. And the nullifier does not help you in that regard.
Team Spirit relentless on the pressure, even into an Aegis. They hit the high ground, force a reaction out of Team Liquid once again. Smoke across the map, trying to find somebody isolated. Nothing to be found, though.
Now this is an interesting pickup from Collapse. He went for the little ancient rumble hide on his Helm of the Overlord. This is a rare creep to see, but it is a creep that gives you accuracy increase.
That is true.
This is something to help Yatoro deal with the evasion on the Brood. You have to remember there's a mischance on Silken Bola as well. If you land it on it, like, this is a big deal. An extra 40%. You land 2 or 3 more hits. That might make the difference in a man-up engagement for Yatoro. Team Spirit, they think about so many small things that go into these late game fights, how to boost up their carry and play through him. And it shows here as Collapse will give every aura he can, including an Assault Kuros, into that Terrorblade. They are just going to make this god a true immortal if they can. And it is down to Team Liquid to burst through him. Bring the Drow Ranger damage, maintain a gap in the fight for Mickey. If Mickey gets gap closed, you lose so much damage. And then it falls entirely on Zai's shoulder to pick up the pace, as Nisha's probably going to be dealing with supports and contributing whatever he can.
Double damage, they leave it for...
DD, für wen? Für Joe? Nisha.
Yeah, he wants to be able to have the DD for later because it's unlikely Team Spirit fight through this Aegis right now.
This is definitely the highest impact DD. I actually think it's just better than the Drow here because you get the lifesteal on top of it too. The downside is there are a lot of purges on Team Spirit's side, so you cannot necessarily rely on this double damage having an effect in the fight versus Demonic Purge versus Enchant versus this Nullifier. Does have a Linken's on the Brood. Could make the difference here.
I wonder when he's going to go BKB, because at some point in time, they're going to be able to get through this Linken's. Is it enough protection, really?
Ne? Wenn der Brood spielt, hat der so viel Network, so viel Farm.
I have a hard time seeing a 6 slot for this Brood without it.
Yeah.
I guess there's a world you just tank up through something else, but this is not a hero you buy Satanic on, really. It's not a great Scotty buyer here. You could just go more damage with your own MKB or Daedalus. Swift Blink might not be too bad either. You just Swift Blink onto the Terrorblade and shut him down.
Yeah, maybe you're just trying to all in on just getting the fast kill, whatever that is, whether it's the faster damage or the blink to be able to kill a support in the back lines instantly.
Zai's item choices are everything. This could be another game where he tries to create some rat pressure action. Suddenly this Brood is taking your buildings very fast.
The longest standing veteran in this game. Choose correctly.
Nee, das ist Snap. Ah, die haben Ninja gesehen.
25. $9,000 net worth lead for Team Spirit, and the Aegis has expired for Team Liquid, but they are about to pick up Linken, so in a way, an extra life for the Drow Ranger to try and protect her against this initiation of Team Spirit. But Yatoro has his own second life in the Satanic now, so now he can pop that and try and go toe-to-toe with the Broodmother.
This is about as strong as Terrorblade's going to get in this game. I mean, you can do some little fancy things at the end with an Ag Shard and, you know, maybe replace one of these items, maybe Nullifier with something Butterfly timing that can surprise Liquid.
Johan Carlos, thank you for the follow.
And especially with Penta-Edge Sword, the attack speed is there. This is where Yatoro wants to start taking some names. He's going to just run into Zai. He's own initiation once again. Yatoro will start it off and try and bring down the spider.
Oh, Desperate TV, that's not going to work. The damage. Way too much. So he's dead for 85 seconds. You know, with a meta popped from Team Spirit, they're going to try and force his buyback.
It's just so ridiculous how he just walks up to people in Silver Edge and brings them down. This is not something that should be happening this reliably. It's something that has made this game very close.
I mean, he put the fear in them early, and ever since Team Liquid have been running from Yatoro every single time he shows himself. They haven't been able to put up a cohesive plan to be able to stop his relentless aggression as it continues now in the tier 3 at the top lane.
Now his meta is running out, so this is a dangerous push to commit to.
Laurel TV is going to jump in with the side. No fire goes out. The hookshot is the response. Baki's he managed to get out immedly with the Overseal Totem, so a nice jump in and jump out. And nothing was actually gained from that buyback. I think Team Spirit really wanted to try and make a go and see if Zai would click that button.
There's no way you use a Brood.
Damit Zai buyback.
Pressure from Team Spirit, they put you in these positions where you have to make a choice. And they're just seeing if you mess up, seeing if you make that mistake. It'll be Demon Zeal off the shard for Yatoro as he continues his scale. No buyback on this Terrorblade right now as he just continually buys out in this game.
Are they ever going to find him when he makes these solo moves?
That's the
they
thing.
Push out again with the smoke.
A single smoke from Liquid, you go in aggressive. There's a gem on Proxy right now that they stole from Aposhka.
Oh, look at Mickey. Mickey is in so deep. Mickey is surrounded by so many heroes. Mickey shows himself. He doesn't celebrate, and this is going to be bad for him. They try to get the force staff away. The cogs thrown out. The kisses are going to catch him. Now Boxy's on the run as well. Oh no. Mickey tried to make a move without the entirety of Team Liquid. And runs into the whole squad of Team Spirit. Now that's 2 heroes that do know how to buy back, and Team Spirit, they're gunning for it. This could be their opportunity to close out the series.
They smell the blood in the water right now, and they are just pushing down a lane. This Drow, like you said, 90 seconds no buy. Spirit, of course, the issue.
I
think you are absolutely gone off the crit.
They knew the Frost Shield is an important part of being able to stall out this game long enough for these heroes to come back. So taking away the Lich.
They're just going to go Megas here, but you know Yatoro is going to go Throne. There is no way this man backs off after this. He wants buybacks. He wants a game.
They do manage to get Mira immediately buybacks from both supports here. Zine trying to use the last bit of his insatiable hunger now to close the distance with Yatoro, but immediately has to just pop the Manta at the first sign of aggression and bounce himself away.
Costs you your entire base.
And now without the Frost Armor, the Lich, he can't hold these tier 4s any longer. Yatoro is gunning for it. He's got the tier 4s, falling fast to get the jump onto Zine. Primal Roar, and he's done for. He's dead. No buyback. Team Spirit have done it. They get their chance at a second time at the Riyadh Masters, and this time they will claim the championship.
In a year where everybody doubted this roster, in a year where they struggled an event after event, where people said, is Laurel living up to the status of this team? They had faith. They believed in him. They came together at the right time, peaked at the right moment, and when the pressure accumulates, this team just rises to the top. They get better and better the more they lay it on. And man, did Yatoro return to top form here. Everybody on this team is so damn impressive. But the way this guy plays the map, the way he just goes in zero fear, aggressive pushes, it puts you in a position where you start to question what the hell is happening in this game right now. And I can't help but wonder if Mickey, feeling that pressure, goes for a solo play of his own that is way too ambitious for their game position. Son, you've got a lot to learn before you are at Yatoro God's level and why he has earned that nickname. And it will be a championship for this team as they return to the top of the Dota universe here at the Riyadh Masters.
Incredible performance. Team Spirit doing so much at this tournament, showing up at the right time of the year, the right tournament. Team Liquid, once again, fall just a little short. Another grand finals that does not go their way.
There's so many little things this
team waren schon nice Spiele, ne?
Like this support duo is one of the best support duos
Auch keine Drüberfahrten.
I go back to that game 3 with the Tusk.
Eigentlich schon
like the Tusk plays in that game from Miro were just otherworldly in getting these shard grabs, setting up the snowballs. Everything just aligns, and when it does, you have collapse. Playing heroes, he's expanded his hero pool into the zoo. This man is not a one-trick pony in terms of blink stuns.
Die gewinnen
Draft-wise, they are super confident to run things back that haven't worked. They're confident to pull out heroes first time for some of these players that you've never seen. And the team fighting, you have a 30k lead on this team, it doesn't mean anything.
Oder Liquid gewinnt
They're
einfach
30k ahead, it feels like the game is absolutely over.
They're absolutely maestros when it comes to playing out the team fights. They just seem to be unstoppable in that regard. Nobody beats them at it. And now it's time. Everybody, please make some noise for your Riyadh Masters winners, for the champions, the return to glory, Team Spirit.
Oh, zusammen. Cute. Schon cute. Rezept. Oh, die Crowd ist gesilenced. Was schlagen die so? Hä?
You were here 1 year ago on this stage at this moment, but came just a little bit short this time. This series, you clutch it out. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling great, what I can say.
Yeah, is this how you imagined it? I mean, obviously, you're no stranger to this level of glory, but you guys are consistently the most clutch team. Every time it seems that it's down to the wire, you guys are calm, and you're maintaining that. But right now it seems like you're at least enjoying the excitement.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, I think it's our main purpose to be calm down in every match, like till enemy throne will down. So we always focused, always trying to win. So I think that's why, like, it's our mentality.
Ist da nicht Gege?
أبطال رياض ماسترز 2023 تيم سبيريت معنا ببوشكا أحد أعضاء الفريق كان يتكلم عن سعادته بفوزه في هذه البطولة. سألناه السؤال الأول إنه السنة الماضية أنتم كنتوا في المركز الثاني، السنة هذه
Warte, was übersetzt er da jetzt, wenn er einfach nur mit Yes geantwortet hat?
صراحة يعني إحنا حاولنا اللي علينا ودائما إحنا نكون هادين في الأوقات
الصعبة. wahrscheinlich Summer ist der. Oh mein Gott, eine Mücke.
مليانين مشاعر الآن.
Where is Laurel? There he is.
Go away.
Laurel, I spoke to you not too long ago talking about your journey with this team and making it to this point. He's our star. He's your star.
The star.
And what the question?
Oh, I don't know. You seem very eager to talk. I thought you wanted to say something. Do you want to say anything right now? No.
It's cool to win. That's all.
It's cool to win.
It's cool to win.
But I remember you were saying that you were wondering you needed time to get to the point of the standards of your teammates. Yes. Is this confirmation that you have that power?
Maybe it's like on 50%, like this.
Oh, so
bescheiden. You're gonna get more powerful after this.
Of course, of course.
Laurel is just starting his journey, my friends.
Keiner kennt. Also stellt es am Anfang des Season alles.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائي المشاهدين لارل كان هو الوحيد اللي مو موجود مع
die ist jetzt verschwunden. Ich sollte die noch
وبعدها شفناهم يكسبون رياض ماسترز 2023 فسالناه سؤال هل انت تشوف انه انت كنت السبب اللي انت فزت في الفريق؟ هل هذه بدايه الجرني لك
مع gar nicht auf die geachtet, to be honest. Ich weiß gar nicht, wie die... Oh mein Gott! She tagged my face.
المره هذه قال لنا انه لا فعلا انا هنا جاي عشان ابدا مسيرتي مع تيم سبيريت وهو جدا مبسوط انه يكون مع هذول التيم ميت. لكن جاء الوقت الان اعزائي المشاهدين اننا نشهد فريق تيم سبيريت انهم يتركون علامتهم في رياض ماسترز 2023 ويوقعون معنا على الكاميرا الان راح نعطيهم القلم على طول. سلامي, if you could explain that in English. They're about to sign the camera.
Correct, yes. They need to leave their mark on this tournament. But one last thing, Mira,
sign the camera?
Anything that you have to say to the fans who have been watching Team Spirit, being fans of Team Spirit, and now being able to celebrate in the joy of this victory?
Yes, I want to thank
for support
to all our fans because we have very rough season. And we lost like all the majors and basically like all the tournaments. We placed last place, but they still message us, they still cheer for us, they support us, and that's one of the reasons why we come back to the tournament so hard.
Nein,
so thank you guys. Thank you.
I'm stronger than Mücke.
زي ما تشوفون قاعد يقولون ان تيم سبيريت انهم يشكرون كل الفانز على دعمهم الى اللحظه هذه لانه حتى في اوقاتهم الصعبه كل الفانز من انحاء العالم جالسين يشجعونهم جالسين يدعمونهم الى اللحظه هذه فكان التيم يشكرهم على كل دعمهم هذا والان جاء الوقت اللي يوقعون فيه على الكاميرا
I am not the real Mücke. I'm only
Mira, if you don't mind, could you please take an opportunity to put your name on this camera right here and leave your mark on this tournament as we can commemorate
der
last time, ladies
auf
and
der...
Team Spirit.
Die haben aber was drüber geklebt, oder? Die haben was drüber geklebt, right? Weil die sind ja mehrere 1000 Euro wert. I hope. Ja, da ist was drüber. Doch, da ist was drüber. Oh Gott. Imagine. Cute. sehe ich zum ersten Mal.
Congratulations to Team Spirit, your champions of Riyadh Masters 2023. Fantastic, dominating fashion. They have evolved throughout this tournament and showed that no one could beat them. Here they are at the top, coming second place last year. They just got more hungry for the victory this year around Team Liquid. Unfortunately for them, on the receiving end of the onslaught in this game, this final game, we thought maybe Liquid had what it took in terms of the draft to be able to this game, but let's be real. This was, Brian, this was an outplay.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it simple for my analysis for this series and this game especially. Team Spirit
Ein
looked like
inneres
they were playing any other
Das hört
Dota
sich
game,
positiv an.
like a pub, and Liquid looked like they were playing for millions of dollars.
You could see the nerves were there, for sure. There were some chokes. And
yeah, it was very fun, right?
Some bad calls, maybe some nerves,
actually, it was
I still want to commend Liquid
the
anyway
first
for
time
their journey in this tournament. They've leveled up so much as a team.
Watching
they played beautiful Dota,
tournament like
and
this
they
on
overcame
stream.
their rivalry with Gaming Gladiators. They finally
Ich glaube, das können wir
so,
häufiger machen in Zukunft.
I mean, with that being said, Team
Actually,
Spirit,
5 Stunden
what an incredible
gestreamt.
team, man. Watching them play this tournament
Felt
and fight
like
tooth and nail for every win and make these incredible comebacks has been such a pleasure.
Yeah, such an impressive, high-pressure team.
Die
Like,
Biene war stronger.
just always playing well in big
What?
tournaments, grand finals. Like, they never falter, and you can just see the composure on them. What Brian said is true. That was the difference in this series, especially in this last game. I feel like Liquid had the tools to win, but
ja, also TI können wir gerne nochmal angucken.
it's hard to play the last game, you know,
nochmal
elimination
Watchparty
game.
machen.
It's the last game of the tournament potentially. Like, it is hard to
Finale
play, and
wieder.
I think Spirit just has that over a lot of teams. Not a lot of teams have that, and I think that's why they're
Leider
champions.
hat Team Spirit das schon verdient.
They are taking some well-deserved champion pictures there on our stage, of course, as well. This is a team that kind of
cute.
flew on the radar for a large portion
Die Lippen von
of
Collapse haben mein Herz.
but there were eyes on them the whole way through.
Oh ja, voll der Herz.
They could
Könnt ihr das sehen,
level
ne?
up, but as you said
Voll der
earlier, they
Herzmaster.
definitely did, especially during the
Macht
main
er das?
Yeah, I think just completely a different team than we've seen in the last couple of
Looks like
tournaments.
Potato when I do it.
Half year with a bunch of leagues and majors where they've looked kind of
Jesus gonna
mediocre.
yeah.
Like a team that which
He
you played against,
tried.
you're like, oh yeah, we like playing in Spirit. We know what we're gonna get. They might be good players, but you kind of knew what was gonna come strategically. And I think this tournament, we had no idea what was gonna come. And I think that's why they were so good.
Yeah, they came top 8 in Liga,
So,
it was okay.
wie
It was
transportiert
nice.
man
But then
das?
both Berlin and Bali, first round of
Cute, ist das
playoffs,
die
which they did
Managerin
make,
oder
but first
so?
round of playoffs,
Was? Was
they
macht sie da?
eliminated 9th to 12th, which is not great.
Was
We
war
expected
das?
more from them, but they were just all saving it every step of the way. They were saving their leveling up for the right time here for the biggest prize pool. And they secured $5 million here from Riyadh Masters. So a big congrats of showing once again on the biggest stage that they can do it, they can pull through, they can be the best, and an extra congratulations to Laurel. We heard earlier on today, we heard Yatoro say, you know, I just really want
Bin
to
mir
win
nicht
this
sicher,
Laurel because I want
ob
him to
Gero noch
experience
streamt.
what we experience when we win tournaments.
Könnten Gero rennen oder wir könnten Snowfox
there's
rennen.
very few teams throughout the course of Dota 2 history.
Time to
I
get
think of
back
starting with TI6
my
Wings,
5k rank,
TI7
only to
Liquid,
lose 5 more
OG,
games
and
in a
then
row.
Team Spirit, where I personally
you
just
can
feel
do
lucky
it.
to watch them play. Like, I just feel grateful
stick with
for
it.
like the shows that they put
Bestimmt
on
die
and
Mama.
showing Dota in its purest form.
Die
And you
Mama
mentioned like they
kann's
never give up, they're composed.
Gero ist doch hart im
They
Rein.
show
Der
us
hat
that
auch
at
die
any
Games,
point,
also
anyway,
er hat
you
halt
can
schon
win.
das
And that is so hard to
Halbfinale,
do, let alone on
Lower
this stage.
Bracket Halbfinale
Absolutely. We saw that they did
gestreamt.
exactly that in the
Streamt er schon
final
seit
fight of our final game.
9 Stunden 45. Oh, er macht actually, okay, ja. Easy decision. Er macht ein Lobby-Game gerade. Community-Lobby-Game.
Partially Team Spirit knowing exactly when to pounce.
Oh, cute Nacht. Wie viel Uhr ist? Oh mein Gott, 10 Uhr. Ich habe noch nie so spät gestreamt.
I think gusting before like right-clicking the Snapfire was maybe it was the nerves. Maybe he thought the right click came out before he pressed the gust. I don't know, but that was definitely a mistake because the draw died. I believe on the Snapfire. So
okay.
I would say that nothing particularly special happened in that play in particular. But ends of Team Spirit, but
ja,
we can just
wünsche
attribute
ich
that to their
eine
composure, right? We've been talking about composure
kurz
this
mal
entire time,
weitermachen.
and we saw the
Falcon
difference in it
MVP.
here.
Yeah, I think more than anything, that clip shows what
Und
went wrong
Roxanne.
throughout the game. Just Liquid getting picked
Ich wünsche
apart
euch
around the
eine
map and
gute
just
Nacht,
the draw range not really
falls ihr jetzt
finding space
schlafen
to farm
geht.
without dying. I think that clip was just a symbol of that.
Schön,
that
dass
they
ihr
just
da
couldn't really
wart.
get to where they wanted. They had one good
Hat
Roche
sehr viel
fight where
Spaß
they
gemacht.
didn't
Ich
keep all
hoffe,
back
euch
to get the
auch.
Roche. We thought they might have
Ja.
a chance to bounce back, but
Das wird
at
nochmal
the end of
gemacht.
the day, they just couldn't really.
Aber mit
They
mehr
couldn't really
Kuchen.
fight into Spirit when Spirit had the formation. So.
Ein Stück
They
Kuchen
could
ist zu
not.
wenig.
We have to choose one Giddy MVP for the entire series.
Sonntag wieder
I
Stream.
don't think it comes as a surprise that we chose Yatoro for this one. He has consistently stepped it up.
TI, stimmt. Also wir müssen leider ein bisschen uns gedulden. TI dauert noch. Erst Oktober. Aber das machen wir dann.
Against Liquid as well. But yeah, Yatoro is our MVP.
Yeah, he should be a model for all carry players out there, to be honest. I love watching this guy play. I love the composure he provides to the entire team. Like, every player has a role in the strategy and communicating our timings and making sure the team's on the same page.